This is Audible.
Hell to Pay, Operation Downfall and the Invasion of Japan, 1945 through 1947. By D.M. Giangreco. Narrated by Danny Campbell. Copyright 2009 by D.M. Giangreco. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with U.S. Naval Institute Press and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Forward. 3 Colonels. By Stanley Weintraub. From what we learned in the last days and the aftermath of the two-hemisphere world war that closed with the collapse of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, we know what the world would have been like had we been unwilling to pay the price to defeat them. Yet as the war dragged on beyond Europe and the casualties escalated, and as some combat veterans began returning while others now never would, the home front was becoming less willing. The public began to lean toward militarily unthinkable negotiation, while encouraging Japan's submission by air and sea power, avoiding the heavy costs of invasion. In 1945, during the intense final months of World War II, the price of victory was being calculated, and its extent determined by 3 men who in 1918 had been in uniform in France. One was a Missouri National Guard captain, whose 35th Division, in the 6 days of the culminating Meuse-Argonne offensive, had suffered nearly 7,300 casualties, half its front-line strength. In the interwar years, even before he went to Washington as a senator, Harry Truman rose to reserve colonel. In wartime, he made a sterling reputation heading the U.S. Senate Investigating Committee on Military Spending Effectiveness. Truman was now president, succeeding Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had died suddenly in mid-April. Another in the leadership trio who once bore the bird on his shoulders was the now elderly Secretary of War Henry Stimson, who was once an artillery officer and twice a cabinet member, with War and State Department portfolios under earlier Republican administrations, and who still preferred being called colonel. The third had been a colonel, and on the general staff of the American Expeditionary Forces during World War I. On his return to the States after the war, he was meanly reduced to his pre-war permanent rank of captain. On September 1, 1939, as war again broke out in Europe, George Marshall moved up, as Roosevelt's appointee, from the 1 star he had finally earned 17 frustrating years after the Army was drastically downsized, to an instant 4 stars as Army Chief of Staff. Some of the major decisions closing the war with Germany and accelerating the downfall of Imperial Japan were inherited by Truman. The feisty, accidental president, who took pride in his Oval Office motto, "The buck stops here," had to make sweeping decisions advised and backed by Marshall and Stimson. Ironically, the civilian-suited war secretary was more militarily tough-minded than his seemingly austere top general, who now wore his congressionally mandated super rank of 5 stars, but always, realistically, kept in mind public attitudes, industrial capacity, and logistical limitations. Winston Churchill, who called George Marshall the architect of victory, was not being overly theatrical when he recalled that the British government, its fading imperial sway at stake, was pragmatically resolved to share the agony of the final and perhaps protracted slaughter. D.M. Giangreco's striking title, Hell to Pay, represents the closing wartime dilemmas and the likely repercussions to their solutions. After 10 years of violent aggrandizing in China, Japan had, in 1941, simultaneously and shockingly attacked 4 nations over a seventh of the Earth's surface. Defeating the sprawling Japanese Empire had required fiscal fortitude, technological breakthroughs, immense transfers of men and material across two oceans, and continuing evaluation of the terrible human cost of the two-stage invasion of Japan building up on the Pacific Rim, Operation Downfall. To pacify a fickle electorate believing that a war half won only required half mobilization the rest of the way, the American military establishment, at odds with its needs, began sending some seasoned veterans home even as Nazi Germany imploded into chaos. The complex conditions perceived by both Japanese and American decision-makers, and the difficult assessments made at the time, require in Hell to Pay the portrayal of vast arrays of numbers. In few books about any subject other than astrophysics are figures more provocative and more persuasive. Giangreco turns number crunching into high drama. The clouds of supporting aircraft assembled from the Marianas and the Philippines to Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and dozens of fleet carriers ran into 5 figures, so many that they hazarded getting in each other's flight paths. The assault shipping 4,000 ocean-going vessels alone being gathered, and troops committed for the Kyushu landings planned for late October 1945, far exceeded D-Day in Normandy, to face a Japanese buildup that, by the time of their surrender, totaled nearly 917,000 troops on the island. The coordination of landings in pre-dawn darkness and in the fog of smoke screens risked a nightmare of swampings, collisions, objectives gone awry, and deadly friendly fire. The Japanese intended, conceding extraordinary losses, to inflict 20% casualties before any GI set foot on the beaches, and further carnage thereafter during the inexorable grind of daily close-in battle, conducted at a distance that a man can throw a grenade. The long-lived and much-quoted canard that estimates of horrific casualties during an invasion of Japan were post-war apologetics for the bomb is set aside here by Giangreco, an indefatigable and precise military historian, in clubs, diamonds, hearts, and spades. The frightful dimensions of putting Allied boots on the ground on Kyushu and Honshu are spelled out from both Japanese and American planning documents and the recollections of participants on both sides. The consequences could be projected. On and adjacent to Okinawa, an island only 60 miles long and a third as wide, 13,000 Americans died and 37,000 were wounded. Japanese deaths, including hapless Okinawan civilians, exceeded 142,000. The seas were crimson with corpses. Harry Truman told his assembled planners in a momentous White House conference, as the enormous casualty figures were still coming in, that he hoped to avoid the intolerable cost of another Okinawa, grotesquely magnified from one end of Japan to the other. The Japanese military culture had historically long rejected surrender. Okinawa was not a worst-case scenario, it was a reality. The far more extensive killing ground of Japan was waiting to happen. Although Japan's colonial empire was shrinking and its internal resources were dwindling, so was the American war enthusiasm generated by Pearl Harbor. A negotiated peace rather than overwhelming victory might, however, merely postpone rather than preclude another and more horrible war. The 3 former colonels all understood that likelihood from their experience in France in 1918 and beyond. That war had been won, only the peace was lost. Not an inch of German soil had been occupied when the armistice was concluded, and the German flag continued to fly over an unoccupied Berlin. That anomaly had not happened again in Germany in May 1945, and could not be permitted by default in Japan. But lengthy attrition was not in the American playbook. What Operation Downfall would cost was projected in the planning documents, but only became concrete after the surrender. Here, Giangreco lays it out by the numbers. After the war, for example, The Japanese in the home islands surrendered 28,428 knee mortar grenade launchers, with 51 million of their ballistic grenades. And contrary to popular belief, they had aviation fuel stockpiled for thousands of suicide planes and thousands of manned torpedoes and suicide craft in hiding. The Japanese could preserve under harsh conditions, alien to Americans, as troops had already discovered in New Guinea and on Iwo Jima. The Japanese even counted on, as in their past history, punishing typhoons, or kamikaze, literally divine wind, and torrential rain to disrupt and scatter the enemy, as actually would occur off Okinawa in early September, the first full month of peace. Throughout East Asia and the Western Pacific, roughly 400,000 people, civilian and soldier, from their conquered territories in the Dutch East Indies to China and Manchuria and the home islands, died in each of the last months of the war. Several times the terrible human cost of the 2 atomic strikes that shocked Emperor Hirohito into warning of the imminent nuclear destruction of the Japanese people. Nearly every Japanese city over 40,000 in population had already been laid waste by conventional bombing alone. Scorning Hirohito's unwillingness to intervene until catastrophe had come, one of his formerly respectful subjects composed a bitter tanka. "While I read the Emperor's rescript that came too late, atomic bomb victims writhe on the scorched ground." The Japanese already knew about hell to pay, and relentlessly prepared to pay it. But the concept of surrender was new and nuclear, and now overwhelming. Preface. In the spring and summer of 1945, the United States and Imperial Japan were rushing pell-mell toward a confrontation of catastrophic proportions. World War II's sudden and unexpected conclusion after atom bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki masked the fact that the United States had already commenced the opening stages of Operation Downfall, a series of land invasions on the Japanese home islands that U.S. Army planners and senior leaders calculated would cost anywhere from 250,000 to 1 million American casualties during just the initial fighting. The United States had entered the war late, and because of its sheer distance from Europe and the Western Pacific, it did not begin to experience casualties comparable to those of other belligerents until the conflict's final year. By then, the U.S. Army alone was losing soldiers at a rate that Americans today would find astounding, suffering an average of 65,000 killed, wounded, and missing each and every month during the casualty surge of 1944 through 1945, with the November, December, and January figures standing at 72,000, 88,000, and 79,000 respectively in post-war tabulations. Most of these young men were lost battling the Nazis, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson warned the newly sworn-in President Harry S. Truman that because of the nature of the Japanese soldier and the terrain in the home islands, Americans would have to go through a more bitter finish fight than in Germany. General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, agreed and told Truman, "It's a grim fact that there is not an easy, bloodless way to victory." By the time these words were spoken in June 1945, the United States was already several months into a steep increase in draft calls implemented under President Franklin D. Roosevelt to produce a 100,000 men per month replacement stream for Downfall's casualties. Although details of the operation had been a closely guarded secret, the near doubling of selective service inductions was hardly something that could escape the notice of a war-weary citizenry and their representatives in Washington. In mid-January 1945, as part of the Roosevelt administration's effort to prepare the public for the ratcheting up of the draft that year, Marshall and Admiral Ernest J. King, the Chief of Naval Operations, spelled out in a joint letter to Congress what must be done to meet the needs for what was now a one-front war against Imperial Japan. The Army must provide 600,000 replacements for overseas theaters by June 30th, and together with the Navy will require a total of 900,000 inductions. Despite its publication in many newspapers, including a page-one article in the January 18th New York Times, Roosevelt urges work-or-fight bill to back offensives. The Marshall King letter remained completely invisible decades later during the controversy over the Enola Gay exhibit at the Smithsonian Institution's National Air and Space Museum, NASM. Not to the World War II veterans, who generated plenty of visibility when they firmly maintained that they had been told to expect 500,000 casualties. Said Robert P. Newman, one of the few academics to defend veterans' claims publicly, any account of this argument should acknowledge the basic accuracy of what veterans knew. Newman's words, however, fell on deaf ears, for while the veterans had indeed made their presence felt politically, they had no evidence beyond Truman and Stimson's writings and their own memories of troop briefings conducted for the men during the partial demobilization that occurred after the victory over Nazi Germany. Displaying a marked inconsideration for the busy schedules of future historians, some yet to be born, the young soldiers of 1945 inexplicably failed to take detailed notes for the benefit of those scholars. The briefings, carried out worldwide, specifically at such diverse locations as the Pacific-bound U.S. First Army Headquarters in Weimar, Germany, the B-29 training bases in the southwestern United States, and the Pentagon itself, all utilized a uniform figure of 500,000 for expected casualties, somewhat lower than the figure that had been released to the press. But while this low figure originated as purely an Army public information tool divorced from actual military planning, it nevertheless was widely disseminated to the troops themselves, and as anyone who followed the Enola Gay controversy can attest, its effect was pronounced and long-term. Listeners of this volume will gain an appreciation of how the casualty projections created by a variety of different Army and War Department staffs for their own purposes and chains of command were formed, connected, and used. They will see the scale of the estimates of what was briefed to the President before his meetings with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin at the Potsdam Conference. And yet, while these numbers were indeed huge, they were not the end of the story. As the war drew closer and closer to the home islands, the U.S. military's ability to island hop and bypass Japanese garrisons steadily decreased. Even though American assault and amphibious techniques were honed to near perfection, casualties were nevertheless rising at alarming rates, and losses during prolonged battles at Okinawa and Iwo Jima far exceeded earlier estimates. It was clear that the Japanese were riding their own learning curve. As early as the summer of 1944, Pentagon planners had produced a worst-case scenario of 500,000 American lives and many times that number wounded, and the Imperial Army's increased efficiency at killing Americans, particularly on Okinawa, demonstrated to Secretary Stimson and many Pentagon planners that the worst case was a real possibility. This begged a question. If the situation could already be seen, fully half a year before the initial assault on the southernmost home island of Kyushu, to be moving in the direction of what originally had been projected to be the worst-case scenario, was there an even worse case that had not been anticipated? Would the Selective Service draft calls, nearly doubled just a few months before, be adequate for the task ahead? Or would they have to be ramped up again and deferments further tightened on protected categories such as agricultural workers? To answer these questions, Stimson instituted a multi-study re-examination of the Army's manpower and training requirements for the duration of the war, as well as the possible casualties the Japanese might be able to inflict on the invasion force. The conclusion delivered to the War Department in July 1945, shortly before Potsdam, was that the United States could squeak by with the current six-figure level of inductions, but a new worst case had now been created. We shall probably have to kill at least 5 to 10 million Japanese, and this might cost us between 1.7 and 4 million casualties, including 400,000 and 800,000 killed. The Japanese leadership had come to a similar conclusion. Nearly 178,000 Japanese civilians had lost their lives in recent months, most burned to death or asphyxiated by American incendiary bombs, and 8 million had been made homeless even before the atomic bombs were dropped. Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo made its own clear-eyed assessments. Based largely on the recent fighting on Okinawa, where nearly 130,000 combatants and perhaps as many as a quarter of the island's 400,000 men, women, and children were dead by July. A remarkable 20 million, representing total casualties in some records and deaths in others, became the figure discussed in imperial circles. Yet even such terrible numbers as these only served to strengthen the militarists' conviction that they could still salvage a victory of sorts over a decadent America less concerned with winning than with the lives of its sons. For the militarists, the bloodletting among the Okinawan population was of little consequence. What they beheld was that a force amounting to the equivalent of 3 infantry divisions, plus locally raised auxiliaries, had held out for 100 days against a lavishly equipped American army more than 5 times as large. Within Japan, the Okinawa battle was regularly trumpeted as an example of imperial troops stretching out a campaign in the face of a vastly superior enemy. A senior staff officer and son-in-law to the war minister later explained to U.S. interrogators, "We did not believe that the entire people would be completely annihilated through fighting to the finish. Even if a crucial battle were fought in the homeland and the imperial forces were confined to the mountainous regions, the number of Japanese killed by enemy forces would be small." Despite the constant victories of Japanese troops in the China incident, relatively few Chinese were killed. Almost all the strategic points in China were occupied, but the Chongqing government could not be defeated. But even if the whole Japanese race were all but wiped out, its determination to preserve the national polity would be forever recorded in the annals of history. The idea that the 10 to 25 million Chinese who had died since the Marco Polo Bridge incident was seen as relatively few, and that just tens of millions of dead Japanese would still offer the bright side that the entire people had not been completely annihilated, is so alien to Americans, then and now, as to practically defy comprehension. Shortly before the radically increased selective service calls were announced to the public, Stimson told President Roosevelt in January 1945 that a so-called negotiated peace was impossible in this kind of war, where one side was fighting for civilization and the other side represented barbarism. There was no common meeting ground, and there therefore necessarily had to be a fight to the finish. That a fight to the finish meant a long, horrible contest where we needed all the manpower we could summon. The Treaty of Versailles, the resurgence of Germany after the war to end all wars, the weak-kneed response by the League of Nations to growing aggression, France and Britain's appeasement of Nazi Germany, and the subsequent plunge into an even bloodier conflagration than the previous war. These matters were so deeply embedded in the American psyche that they were seldom directly mentioned in the press by the later war years, but all hung like a cloud over the American consciousness as the fighting in the Pacific reached its climax. The result of the country's general consensus on the events of the previous 30 years girded a grim determination both inside and outside of Washington to see the war through to the bitter end of unconditional surrender, lest an inconclusive finish, such as in World War I, lead the next generation into an even bigger, bloodier conflict 20 years hence, with, unlike in Vietnam, no college deferments for that one. Despite a growing war weariness and worry among some that stiff terms might prolong the fighting, the understanding that the war must be prosecuted until Japan either gave up or was pummeled into submission was so fundamental that it did not warrant much discussion beyond the sticky matter of how to accomplish victory and bring the boys home at the earliest possible date. Some civilian elements within Japan's ruling circle were determined to try to find a way to end the war before the U.S. invasion was launched. Unfortunately, the militarists were in firm control of the government, and Japanese moderates had to tread gingerly for fear of arrest or assassination. In the summer of 1945, Emperor Hirohito requested that the Soviets accept Prince Konoye as a special envoy to discuss ways in which the war might be quickly terminated. But far from a coherent plea to the Soviets to help negotiate a surrender, the proposals were hopelessly vague and viewed by both Washington and Moscow as little more than a stalling tactic ahead of the Potsdam Conference to prevent Soviet military intervention, an intervention that Japanese leaders had known was coming ever since the Soviets' recent cancellation of their neutrality pact with Japan. The subsequent exchange of diplomatic communications between Japan's foreign minister and its ambassador to the Soviet Union has been characterized by some as evidence that the country was on the brink of calling it quits. American officials reading the secretly intercepted messages between Moscow and Tokyo, however, could clearly see that the defeatist ideas of the ambassador received nothing more than stinging rebukes from his superiors. The fanatical Japanese militarists retained their grip on the decision-making process until the simultaneous shocks of the atom bombs and Soviet entry into the war in August 1945 stampeded Japan's leadership into an early capitulation. Today, the Japanese military's own estimates of casualties from starvation, disease, and battle are just as invisible on the other side of the Pacific as Marshall and King's warning in the New York Times. This is hardly a new phenomenon. As early as 1981, Pacific veteran Paul Fussell wrote in the New Republic that the degree to which Americans register shock and extraordinary shame about the Hiroshima bomb correlates closely with lack of information about the war. Nearly 3 decades after Fussell's comments, World War II is not even a dim memory for most Americans, and the numbers killed versus the numbers saved are just abstract figures with long strings of zeros. But the fact remains, albeit uncomfortable or inconvenient for some, that President Harry S. Truman's much-derided accounts of massive casualties projected for the 2-phase invasion of Japan is richly supported by U.S. Army, White House, Selective Service, and War Department documents produced prior to the use of nuclear weapons against Japan, and stretching all the way back through the last 9 months of the Roosevelt administration. Some scholars have for years, indeed decades, picked over the bones of every decision relating to the use of nuclear weapons against Imperial Japan. Every nuance of Truman's most casual asides has been examined, parsed, and psychoanalyzed as critics of the decision have tried to prove that the president lied when he stated that the atom bombs were dropped in the hope that they would induce a defeated Japan to surrender before U.S. forces, being gathered in the Pacific from as far away as the battlefields of Germany, were forced into a prolonged, bloody ground invasion. In 1945, however, Truman and his senior military and civilian advisers had no such luxury. The clock was ticking on the invasion countdown, and George M. Elsey, who worked closely with Truman throughout his presidency, later remarked, You don't sit down and take time to think through and debate ad nauseum all the points. You don't have time. Later, somebody can sit around for days and weeks and figure out how things might have been done differently. This is all very well and very interesting and quite irrelevant. The later examination of Truman's decisions was further complicated because his critics had little knowledge of military historiography and even less of the language and assumptions that are standard features of what is produced by planning staffs. For example, some have promoted the idea that General Marshall's staff believed an invasion of Japan essentially would have been a walkover. To bolster their argument, they point to highly qualified and limited casualty projections in a variety of briefing documents produced in May and June 1945, roughly half a year before Downfall's initial invasion operation Olympic was to commence. The numbers in these documents, however, were not recognized for what they are, estimates of only the first 30 days of fighting. Consequently, they were grossly misrepresented by individuals with little understanding of how the estimates were made and exactly what they represented. In effect, it is as if someone during World War II had come across casualty estimates for the invasion of Sicily, and then declared that the numbers would represent losses from the entire Italian campaign, and then, having gone that far, announced with complete certitude that the numbers actually would represent likely casualties for the balance of the war with Germany. Of course, back then such a notion would be dismissed as laughably absurd, and the flow of battle would speedily move beyond the single event the original estimates, be they good or bad, were for. That, however, was more than 6 decades ago. Today, historians doing much the same thing have won the plaudits of their peers, received copious grants, affected the decisions of major institutions, and misled a young man who would become president. Operation Downfall, the onrushing event driving both American and Japanese decision-making, has received far less examination than the political side of the process, which was utterly subordinate to it in 1945. With some notable fine exceptions, the tendency has been for historians to regurgitate the same limited selection of planning and briefing documents, or go to the other extreme and print everything that one can get his hands on while displaying little ability to separate the wheat from the chaff. This is also true for Olympic, while the second invasion operation, Coronet, against the Tokyo area in 1946, the lack of examination is explained away by the supposed lack of documentation. Listeners of this volume will find that misconceptions abound as to the state of Japanese readiness to meet the invasion. This principally is due to the uncritical acceptance of assumptions and incomplete intelligence in the relatively few pre-surrender documents that have formed the core of many scholars' opinions. The state of Japanese air power is an excellent case in point. The often repeated common wisdom holds that there were only 5,500 or at most 7,000 aircraft available, and that all of Japan's best pilots had been killed in earlier battles. What the U.S. occupation forces found after the war, however, was that the number of aircraft exceeded 12,700, and thanks to the wholesale conversion of training units into kamikaze formations, there were some 18,600 pilots available. Most were admittedly poor flyers, but due to the massive influx of instructors into combat units, more than 4,200 were rated high enough for either twilight or night missions, a deadly turn of events. Based on intelligence reports during the summer of 1945, U.S. commanders also believed that the Imperial Air Forces were out of gas, both figuratively and literally. But while it was true that fuel for training units was being severely rationed both before and after the units were given combat status, it did not become clear until after the war that the Japanese had succeeded in building up a large strategic reserve of aviation fuel, separate and distinct from stocks used for training and day-to-day activities, reserves which would only be tapped for the final battles in the home islands. The idea there was a dearth of fuel was further reinforced in American eyes by the manifestly weak reaction of the Imperial Air Forces to the B-29 raids against Japanese cities, and virtually no response at all to a series of shore bombardments by American and British battleships that it was hoped would lure large numbers of aircraft to their destruction by waiting carrier aircraft. Despite the best efforts of the U.S. Navy and Army Air Force, the Japanese displayed a fanatical adherence to their plan to not launch air attacks until it was confirmed that the invasion was actually taking place. One matter that set off urgent alarm bells within the U.S. Navy in the war's very last days was that the Japanese had begun to launch kamikaze attacks of a type for which there was no effective defense. Japan's naval air arm had inadvertently stumbled upon the fact that the thousands of largely wooden trainers that they had redesignated as combat aircraft were functionally invisible to radar, and now that they had the night-qualified pilots to fly them, the Japanese had the ability to stealthily attack U.S. warships before few, if any, guns could be brought to bear on the aircraft. Moreover, the normally deadly proximity fuse fired by the U.S. Navy's anti-aircraft guns had to pass extremely close to a wooden aircraft before it could be influenced by its presence and explode. That the antiquated sticks and string kamikazes went 3 for 3 in attacks against U.S. destroyers immediately before Japan surrendered has rarely been mentioned beyond a brief reference in the official Navy history of the Pacific War, or been examined outside of long declassified documents, in spite of the intolerable situation they foreshadowed if the war had continued. As for operations on land, the perception has grown that the Imperial Army intended to expend itself in division-sized banzai charges into the face of American artillery and naval guns. In this respect, some modern historians have fallen just as prey to the militarists' call for a decisive battle on Kyushu as the targets of their exhortations in 1945, the Imperial foot soldiers and civilian levies. The plentiful and dead-earnest propaganda to relentlessly storm the beachheads has tended to obscure the fact that the highly choreographed attacks against the correctly determined American beachheads were anything but mindless mass charges in which Imperial infantry would offer themselves up for annihilation. Likewise, the coastal defense divisions, tasked with delaying the establishment of American lodgements and movement inland, only placed 1/5 to 1/3 of their men, depending on the nature of the terrain, in the well-sheltered positions along the beaches, with the balance ensconced in all-around battalions and company positions in the craggy hills to their rear. Indeed, the bulk of Japanese positions, as at Okinawa, were well away from the targeted beachheads. The tactical and operational details of Imperial Japan's counterpart to downfall, Ketsu-go, generally have seen far less misrepresentation and misinformation than other aspects of this subject, for the simple reason that Ketsu-go generally has been ignored. Beyond the groundbreaking studies by Edward J. Drea and the late Alvin D. Cooks, tactical and operational matters have been of little interest to Eurocentric historians, who, at most, take whatever fragments of Cook's and Drea's work that best suits them. Not so in this volume. Moving further down into the weeds, Ketsu-go No. 6 and Ketsu-go No. 3, the Japanese counterparts respectively for Olympic and Coronet, are examined in detail. From the weeds we burrow into the mud, covering the Mutsu Operation No. 1, the defense plan for southern Kyushu, as well as its 3 defense zones in the very areas of Kyushu where U.S. forces planned to come ashore. This material was garnered from post-war interrogations and reports produced by the relevant Japanese staffs from field units on Kyushu through Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo. And readers will find that there is no basis for the often repeated notion that Japan's military lacked the capacity to effectively resist an invasion. Juxtaposed against Japanese efforts are the tactical intelligence analyses produced by the U.S. Sixth Army targeting Kyushu, both immediately before the dropping of the atom bombs and several months later, when, with American boots on the ground, direct examination was possible of Japanese defense preparations. U.S. personnel were stunned at the scale and depth of the defenses. "The Japanese had, to put it bluntly, figured us out," said one officer. Chillingly, a highly placed member of the Imperial Army staff told the Sixth Army's intelligence chief not only that they expected the initial invasion to be launched on Kyushu in October 1945, but also that they knew the precise locations of the landings. Instead of a grinding war of attrition, the U.S. military had hoped for a less costly battle of maneuver. But both the interrogations and the layout of the Japanese defenses indicated that this had not been in the cards. Moreover, the Japanese had expanded their forces on Kyushu far beyond anything imagined by U.S. planners. While neither the highly perceptive positioning of the Japanese defenses nor the increase in forces were apparent before Truman, Stimson, and Marshall left for the Potsdam Conference, by the third week in July it finally became alarmingly clear that a Japanese buildup of stunning proportions had been accomplished right under the noses of U.S. intelligence, and was continuing at a rapid pace with the end not in sight. Meanwhile, American preparations for use of atom bombs against 4 specifically chosen cities continued apace, and the Japanese leadership chose to ignore warnings issued by the Allies at the conclusion of the conference. General Marshall, who by now had returned to Washington and been made fully aware of activities on Kyushu, could not assume that the fanatical Japanese would surrender even when atom bombs were raining down on their cities and the Soviet entry into the war dashed their hopes of a negotiated settlement. An examination of alternative invasion sites for Kyushu had been launched when the scale of the Japanese troop buildup had become evident. But both the Chief of Staff and his commander in the Pacific, General Douglas MacArthur, agreed that none of the sites were adequate substitutes. U.S. leaders were encouraged by the official Japanese government inquiries initiated after the dropping of the first 2 bombs and Soviet invasion of Manchuria, but optimism that the war might soon be over vanished. Communications had suddenly stopped, and it appeared that Japanese intransigence or indecision was about to scuttle peace efforts. After a tense weekend with no word from Tokyo, Marshall informed his Pacific commanders, "The President directs that we go ahead with everything we've got." Conventional airstrikes were resumed, and components for the 3rd atom bomb were released for use. But the Army chief and his senior staff had something else in mind, now that it was beginning to look like the shock of atom bombs had failed in its strategic purpose of loosening the iron grip the country's militarists had on Japanese decision-making. Marshall had long been a proponent of the tactical use of the developing atomic arsenal and poison gas in support of ground operations. Strategic use of atom bombs against cities had certainly been worth a try, but the militarists appeared to be completely unmoved, and to Marshall, atom bombs were too precious an asset to waste in an apparently futile strategic campaign. With the invasion still very much on, and forces gathering for it from as far afield as Europe, he now threw his staff into planning for the use of the full range of weapons in the United States' arsenal, today referred to as weapons of mass destruction, or WMDs, to trump the human tide welling up on Kyushu. Marshall's plans called for most, and if he could convince Stimson and Truman, all of the bomb production through December 1945, to be dropped on Japanese defense concentrations along or near the beaches. A more complete appreciation of the dangers posed by nuclear radiation was still in the future, and millions of Japanese and Americans on Kyushu and closely by at sea would have been affected by the tightly packed set of perhaps 9 detonations in a triangle-shaped zone roughly analogous to the area bounded by Newport, Rhode Island, Worcester, Massachusetts, and Boston. The Emperor's surrender, broadcast on August 15, 1945, effectively ended any need for Marshall and his staff to pursue the initiative. And like so many aspects of downfall, the hideous consequences of the imminent switch from strategic to tactical use of nuclear weapons if the Japanese had not surrendered has not been closely examined before. During the Enola Gay affair at NASM, veterans groups were frequently dismissed as being overly sensitive to supposedly inconsequential points in the exhibit that focused almost entirely on Japanese civilian casualties in the closing days of the war. Yet it's like Kissinger used to say, even paranoids have real enemies. Martin Alday, wounded in Okinawa and headed for Tokyo in Operation Coronet, related how his persistent efforts to get friend and fellow vet author James Michener to weigh in publicly with his knowledge of what the men faced was one battle that he could not win. Although Michener would take part in several local events in Texas, his well-founded fear of the reaction from the literary and Hollywood circles he moved in was so strong that he made Alday promise not to release one eloquent letter he'd written until after his death. An excerpt from Michener's letter is reproduced in the epilogue to this volume. That Michener preferred to keep his opinions to himself, though disappointing, is not particularly surprising when one remembers the derision veterans were receiving at the time from some historians and major institutions. NASM Director Martin Harwood wrote after his dismissal that the Enola Gay controversy was a battle between a largely fictitious comforting story presented by the veterans and the event, Hiroshima, as revealed in trustworthy documents now at hand in the nation's archives, which the veterans feared could cast into doubt a hollowed patriotic story. Many in the Academy support this contention. Laura Hine, for example, praised the contemporary historical scholarship displayed in the original disputed exhibit script, and maintained that a great many U.S. soldiers in the Pacific in 1945 believed that bombs brought the war to a speedy end, but they were not in a position to know. This presumed, however, that assumptions based on these trustworthy documents were themselves correct and derived from a comprehensive understanding of the material. They weren't. The type of characterization made by Truman critics that the exhibit might be interpreted as celebrating the deaths of 150,000 to 200,000 Japanese civilians, mostly old men, women, and children, only served to confirm the veterans' suspicions that scholarly discussion of this subject is dominated by those who, for whatever reason, do not acknowledge that even excluding mounting deaths along the Asian littoral, and according to the Japanese government's own estimates, anywhere from 50 to nearly 150 times the number of Japanese who died at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, would be killed during the invasion, taking a significant number of Americans with them. For veterans, the celebration was not in the deaths of innocents, but that their own lives and those of their buddies were spared. Hopefully this book will allow Americans to get a glimpse of what many of these men would have confronted during Operation Downfall. Chapter 1. The Maximum Bloodletting and Delay. Victory was never in doubt. Its cost was. What was in doubt in all our minds was whether there would be any of us left to dedicate our cemetery at the end, or whether the last Marine would die knocking out the last Japanese gun and gunner. Major General Graves B. Erskine, Commanding General, 3rd Marine Division. The United States is confronted with numerous problems, such as mounting casualties, the death of Roosevelt, and a growing war weariness among the people. should Japan resolutely continue the war and force heavy enemy attrition until the latter part of this year, it may be possible to diminish considerably the enemy's will to continue the war. Basic general outline on future war direction policy, adopted at the June 6, 1945 Imperial Conference. The old artilleryman thoroughly enjoyed the fireworks. In rapid succession, the USS Augusta's 8 5-inch guns blasted out round after round of anti-aircraft shells, as dual 40mm pom-poms let loose streams of fire at non-existent targets. The racket raised by the test firing performed for his benefit was not new to the Augusta's guest. Nearly 3 decades earlier, he had captained a battery of 4 French-made 75mm guns that hurled some 2,009 rounds at a series of German positions in the space of 3 hours and 21 minutes during the opening of the Meuse-Argonne offensive. At specific points during the captain's dawn fire mission in 1918, his sweating gunners were firing so fast that they had to place water-soaked gunny sacks on their guns' long barrels to cool them down. The artilleryman, now President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, was returning from the Potsdam Conference, where he had been happy to report, "I've gotten what I came for. Stalin goes to war August 15th. The Soviet Union's imminent entry into the war meant that the struggle with Imperial Japan would certainly be brought to a conclusion with far fewer dead and maimed Americans than if the United States would have had to fight on almost alone, or even with assistance from Britain's empire. The icing on the cake had come just the previous day, when on August 6, 1945, Truman was brought word that the secretly developed atomic bomb had been successfully detonated at the port city of Hiroshima. It seemed certain that the Japanese must finally admit defeat, but there had been little thought that the giant war machine channeling men and material toward Imperial Japan in staggering numbers might suddenly shut down. Even the USS Augusta, in expectation of facing kamikaze attacks, was slated to augment the impressive anti-aircraft defenses witnessed by Truman and receive an updated radar suite. Now, however, there was a very real chance that the whole blessed thing would soon be over, and the millions of young men converging on Japan could go home. On Monday, the 6th of August, roughly 5,400 of those men, soldiers of the 20th Armored Division aboard the SS John Erickson, were nearing New York, while the Augusta, almost 600 nautical miles due east, was making its own approach to Chesapeake Bay and the naval base at Norfolk. After carefully navigating through the minefields protecting the harbor, the Erickson continued west, then turned northwest toward the Narrows and its Hudson River pier, when the ship was greeted by a yacht with a Woman's Army Corps WWII band, and a bevy of beautiful babes who waved and threw kisses. This was not a time for any fears of what the future might hold, and the soldiers eagerly looked forward to 30-day furloughs before they had to report in at their Camp Cook, California staging area for the Japan invasion. They knew nothing yet of the strange new weapon that was saving many of their lives, or, for that matter, that they had been sharing a piece of ocean with the president. In fact, nearly 100,000 westbound soldiers earmarked for the invasion, in addition to the first few thousand heading home permanently because they were lucky enough to be out on points, had passed Truman on the high seas in July as the Augusta raced east at an average speed of 26+ knots to deliver him to the Potsdam Conference. Little more than a day after Truman's departure, he crossed paths with both the 4th Infantry Division heading for New York and the 8th Infantry Division, which would retrace his route through Chesapeake Bay while heading for Hampton Roads. Troops from both divisions disembarked on July 10th and were immediately hustled into trains that brought them to camps, where they received new uniforms, huge dinners with all the trimmings, and entertainment from USO troops before leaving on furlough. The process repeated itself near the mid-Atlantic with the 87th Infantry Division sailing for a New York arrival of July 11th, and again with the 2nd Infantry Division, which, moving in a convoy of 3 slow transports, would not dock in New York until the 20th. Numerous ships with mixed passenger complements of smaller units and individual soldiers were passed during the Augusta's approach to the English Channel, and as it and its escorts picked their way through the Channel minefield and scores of wreck buoys marking the graves of Allied and Axis vessels. By the time the Augusta prepared to sail up the Westerschelde estuary for the final run to Antwerp, the Queen Elizabeth had already pulled into the Clyde with the 44th Infantry Division, and to the south, at Le Havre, advance elements of the 5th Infantry Division had begun boarding for their voyage to Boston. The objective of this vast movement of men and material was nothing less than Tokyo itself. On August 6, 1945, the United States had been at war for almost exactly 3 years and 8 months. Entering World War II late, and with no invading armies rampaging across its soil, it had not even begun to suffer the huge day-in, day-out losses common to the other antagonists until just the previous summer. Operation Overlord, the invasion of France, and Operation Forager, the invasion of the Mariana Islands, marked the beginning of what the U.S. Army termed the casualty surge in post-war analyses, a year-long bloodletting that saw an average of 65,000 battle casualties among young American soldiers and Army airmen each and every month from June 1944 to May 1945. And these figures did not include the considerable Army losses due to sickness and disease, or the appalling Marine and Navy casualties in the Pacific. The number of dead, wounded, injured, and missing reached its peak during the months of November, December, and January, at 72,000, 88,000, and 79,000 respectively. Even as the War Department, in conjunction with the Office of War Mobilization, hammered out both the details of how to handle the nation's manpower shortage and what needed to be done to ensure that the public support of the war with Japan did not waver during 1945 and 1946. The result was a partial demobilization in what was then believed to be the middle of the conflict. Through use of a point system, the longest-serving troops were allowed to return home for good, even as selective service inductions were nearly doubled in March 1945 to 100,000 men per month, in preparation for the grim losses expected from the upcoming series of operations on the Japanese home islands. Official figures for American casualties during the war, repeated in countless books and articles, vary only slightly, depending on such things as whether or not the early phases of the post-war occupations of Germany and Japan are included, or the loss of the U.S. Army's Philippine scouts are factored in, and usually stand at 291,577 dead and 671,846 wounded. Occasionally, when other deaths from accidents and disease are added, the mortality figure is presented as 405,399, and totals are often rounded. These figures are perfectly sufficient for most uses, such as general comparisons with the losses suffered by other nations, or of America's previous wars. But it is important to understand that they represent only a fraction of what the nation's military and civilian leaders at that time recognized as the war's true cost. Excluding the merchant marine, a civilian body whose 243,000 sailors actually suffered the highest American combat mortality rate of the war, some 16,425,000 men and 150,000 women, including 17,000 who served in combat theaters, put on uniforms between 1941 and 1946. The U.S. Army saw 12,435,500 soldiers and airmen pass through its ranks as it struggled to maintain an authorized strength of 7,700,000. And maintaining that troop level often seemed an impossible task. While the frequently quoted number of Army and Army Air Force casualties stands at 936,259, this figure does not include a wide array of administrative separations, as well as 9,256 non-battle deaths or other categories that continually drained the Army of manpower and were closely monitored by senior leaders. These included 50,520 disability discharges due to non-battle injuries in combat zones, such as loading accidents, combat-related psychiatric breakdowns, accounting for 312,354 discharges, and medical discharges totaling a stunning 862,356 from illnesses contracted in disease-ridden overseas theaters. And none of these figures account for soldiers who were hospitalized and then returned to their units after recovery. Navy and Marine Corps battle casualties at first appear small by comparison, only 159,495 to 162,668 men, depending on how one constructs the totals. But these figures were more than 8 times the number of killed and wounded among our seaborne forces in all the other wars of the United States combined. They also did not include stateside administrative and medical attrition of military personnel, the Merchant Marine and Coast Guard's 10,095 dead and 12,000 other battle casualties, primarily from German submarines, nor the Navy and Marines' 30,442 non-battle deaths. There were also 111,426 Army and Army Air Force prisoners of war in Europe and missing in action in the Pacific, who survived their captives and were counted as casualties during the war. In all, the United States Armed Services had to contend with losses amounting to no fewer than 2,580,000 men in overseas theaters, with the monthly totals running generally in tandem with the rapid growth of forces overseas and leaping upward when the tempo of operations intensified during the last year of fighting. And this was before a single soldier or Marine set foot on a Japanese beach. Although the precise details of selective service conscription statistics remained a closely guarded secret until after the war, Truman, his military and civilian advisers, and senior members of Congress were painfully aware that there was a yawning gap between the draft calls, essentially targets, and the number of men actually inducted. Subsequent to a spate of successful months in early 1943, when the number inducted exceeded the calls, the rest of the year in 1944 saw few occasions when quotas were met. The armed services absorbed 4,915,912 draftees during that period, an impressive figure by any standards. However, the calls, in order to fulfill the insatiable demands of global war, had actually totaled 5,815,275. This shortfall of nearly 1 million men fell heaviest on the draft's biggest customer, the Army, and had an immediate impact on the ground force element that engages in the heaviest, most prolonged fighting, the infantry. And although the effort to generate a large pool of potential inductees to choose from resulted in the calls exceeding the Army Service's actual needs, the dearth of young men being sent forward was painfully real and contributed to a deficit of up to 400,000 soldiers during the countdown to the invasion of France. Without either an upswing in the number of new men wearing khaki or a serious revamping of its force structure, the Army would not be able to conduct a two-front war without risking serious reverses and possibly even local defeats that would prolong the fighting and ramp up the nation's cost in blood and treasure. Seeing the writing on the wall, The Army embarked on myriad initiatives to minimize losses, such as imposing the highest practical hygiene standards on units in the field, while simultaneously fine-tuning and downsizing the composition of combat divisions themselves. For example, the table of organization strength of the Army's 89 active divisions in April 1945 was only 70,000 men higher than the 73.5 largely paper divisions in December 1942. Still, the huge shortfalls made the formulation of a stable replacement pool virtually impossible, and stateside divisions were gutted, sometimes repeatedly, to supply new men for the ones already deployed. It was not unusual to find a formation in the midst of training losing nearly the equivalent of its stated strength in a series of division drafts. One standard-sized 14,253-man division, the 69th, was forced to give up 22,235 enlisted personnel and 1,336 officers before it was finally shipped to France. Administrative manipulations and gyrations of this sort were largely, but not completely, beyond the eyes and ears of both Japanese intelligence and diplomatic corps, and the structure of the U.S. division cut off in the Philippines in 1941 and eventually lost was only generally representative of what such formations looked like by 1943. Fighting against complete U.S. combat divisions in New Guinea generated some idea of their weight and structure through use of signals radio intelligence. But the fact that Japanese units took very few American prisoners and were, in any event, either cut off or functionally annihilated meant that the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo operated largely in the dark and had to depend on the Germans for detailed intelligence on the U.S. Army's force structure. What the Japanese could and did get, however, was a look at the overall U.S. war effort and public opinion from the American press, and it was quite an eyeful. Foreign agents, often working in the embassies or consulates of neutral or nominally allied nations, harvested newspapers and magazines of all kinds, including official publications such as Yank and Air Force, which could be obtained for the price of a subscription. Despite military censorship and the great care taken by domestic newspapers to follow the Office of Censorship's voluntary guidelines, articles designed to buck up home front morale or run-of-the-mill news stories often carried nuggets of hard information that could be combined to form at least some understanding of what the arsenal of democracy was capable of producing in terms of the war's basic hardware, such as ships and planes, as well as manpower available to prosecute the war. Yet it was the robust criticism of the lengthening war and growing casualty lists, all gleaned from editorials, letters, and opinion pieces, that supplied much of the rationale behind the strategic decisions of Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany alike when it came to deciding how to handle the United States. The leaders of both nations had entered the war convinced that there was little to fear from America, and Adolf Hitler voiced the prevailing wisdom 1 month after Pearl Harbor when he said, "It's a decayed country." And they have their racial problem, and the problem of social inequalities. Everything about the behavior of American society reveals that it is half Judaized and the other half negrified. How can one expect a state like that to hold together, a country where everything is built on the dollar? The Japanese were confident that their devastating attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet, quick string of Asian and Pacific conquests, and the decision by an ascendant Germany to honor its alliance by immediately declaring war on the United States would cow the feckless Americans into accepting the reality that they simply could not win. One of their number, however, was less certain. Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku had conceived and planned the strike on Pearl Harbor, yet he warned that Japan would likely lose the war if it could not be wrapped up quickly. As a young man, he had studied at Harvard and later served as Japan's naval attaché in Washington. Yamamoto's nearly 6 years in the United States gave him insights into an America that was incomprehensible to his warrior colleagues raised in a homogeneous and in many ways still closed society. As with the Nazis, they had little real understanding of how the American press worked, let alone how it fit into a society that somehow managed to be both skeptical and optimistic at the same time. What they beheld was a chaotic, mongrel nation suffering under the weight of a weak, inefficient democratic process. What Yamamoto saw was vitality and inner strength. In the space of just a few years, Yamamoto was dead, the victim of broken Japanese codes and long-range American fighter aircraft. Hitler and his regime were clearly reaching their end too, as massive armies pummeled their way into German borders from east and west. Articles in the American press of victories and armies moving ever forward were familiar to the totalitarians in Tokyo and what was left of the Third Reich, which exercised an iron control over their own newspapers and state-controlled radio. But to the Japanese in particular, much hope was derived from what must have appeared to them to be a shocking amount of publicly allowed and reported negativity. Editorial after editorial forcefully complaining about America's allies, the conduct of generals, and even of specific pieces of military equipment. Fathers and mothers bemoaning in letters that their sons were pulled from the colleges they attended under the once much ballyhooed Army Specialized Training Program, ASTP, to fill the critical need for soldiers with engineering, language, mathematics, and other demanding skills. Readers appalled at the rapidly escalating casualties and demanding that 18-year-old draftees be given more training before being shipped overseas. Church groups and individual citizens expressing outrage that the U.S. House of Representatives had passed a bill authorizing the drafting of women nurses. Wives demanding to know why husbands with small children who had been drafted a year before Pearl Harbor could not be sent home now that there were so many men in uniform. It could all be found on the pages of daily newspapers as well as in the periodic lists of local dead and wounded. Moreover, the rallies and marches by the gaggle of organizations making up the isolationist America First movement, some huge by standards of the day, were hardly a distant memory. The weakening will that Japanese leaders perceived from the American press offered them a degree of hope at a time when they had lost battle after battle, and finally the key Marianas Chain in the summer of 1944. A calamitous event that put U.S. heavy bombers in range of the home islands. While this came as a shock to Japanese from all walks of life, including Emperor Hirohito himself, the country's military leaders firmly maintained that America's victories were built on her industrial might, and that it was they, not their own people, purportedly infused with the Yamato spirit, who were suffering and desperately trying to bring the war to a decisive end as early as possible. Optimism and firm assurances, however, don't win battles, and by the time the American juggernaut reached the Philippines in the fall, Japan's increasingly desperate military failed again, even though it authorized the first use of kamikaze planes and offered up a significant part of their remaining fleet for destruction as a decoy. Yet, in spite of America's successes, there seemed to be almost as much bad news as good for the U.S. press to report. Just weeks after optimistic stories of a collapsing German army, predictions that the war in Europe might be over by Christmas, and reports of the destruction of the Japanese Navy in the Leyte Gulf battles, the papers were filled with demands for finding who was to blame for the Germans' early successes during the Ardennes counteroffensive, and why so many ships were falling prey to kamikazes in Philippine waters. There were also ominous warnings from Washington that monthly draft calls were going to be increased. They, in fact, were nearly doubled between December 1944 and March 1945, and that the number of returned sick and wounded is now so large that the medical department could no longer make it a policy to send patients to hospitals nearest their hometowns. Yes, battle after battle had been lost, and the fleet was gone. But Japan still had millions of men under arms, and it appeared that there was good reason to believe that they could still salvage a victory of sorts over a decadent United States less concerned with winning than with the lives of its sons. Victory was redefined as achieving a military stalemate that left, at minimum, the core empire intact, the home islands, Manchuria, Korea, and Formosa, and guaranteed the continuance of the imperial structure. A decision was made to stretch out the fighting through vigorous, protracted operations, designed to inflict the maximum bloodletting and delay, shuketsu and jikyu shinjutsu, on U.S. forces. The Japanese military confidently maintained that attrition warfare or bloodletting operations, shuketsu sakuzens, would simply prove too much for Americans to bear. Whether or not the country's military leaders actually believed this, or were, as some Japanese officials and mid-level officers suspected, simply engaged in posturing to brazen their way through a deteriorating situation, it was the Japanese militarists that were in firm control of the government, and their view was summed up in a 1945 Imperial General Headquarters IGHQ strategic assessment. The fighting morale of the United States is being weakened by fear of large casualty tolls. There has been an increase in labor strife, criticism of the military, and agitation from the ranks to engage in a precipitous demobilization. Should the USA be defeated in the battle for Japan itself, public confidence in the president and military leaders will decline abruptly. Fighting spirit will deteriorate in the flurry of recriminations, and Japan will find herself in a much more favorable political position. Yet behind the mysticism and Yankees are crybabies wishful thinking were the simple mathematics of scale and distance that would surely come into play as the fighting drew nearer to Japan and eventually on the home islands themselves. General Jonathan Wainwright, held by the Japanese since the U.S. defeat in the Philippines, was told by a confident Japanese colonel that there are 100 million people in the Japanese Empire. It will take 10 times 100 million to defeat Japan. To move such a force against Japan, even if you had that many warriors, would be impossible. Said one Field Army staff officer to his interrogators after the war, "I thought that the war would continue 3 or 4 more years because, although Japanese national power was far below standard, it was considered that the United States power would be insufficient. It was thought that the battle for the homeland would be difficult, would require years, and with the help of Manchuria, would be fought to a draw." Chapter 2. Spinning the Casualties. The Army must provide 600,000 replacements for overseas theaters before June 30th, and together with the Navy will require a total of 900,000 inductions by June 30th. General George C. Marshall and Admiral Ernest J. King in the January 17, 1945 New York Times. What it must have been like for some old-timer buck sergeant who had been through Guadalcanal and Bougainville and the Philippines to stand on some beach and watch this huge war machine beginning to move and stir all around him, and know that he very likely had survived this far only to fall dead in the dirt of Japan's home islands. James Jones, author and 25th Division infantryman on Guadalcanal. Americans' concern over casualties was very real and hard to miss. The Army, already struggling with a dangerous deficit in replacements, knew that this concern would only grow and was painfully aware that a casualty surge of indefinite duration would accompany the June 1944 invasions of the Marianas and Normandy. A series of heated disagreements between Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall and Secretary of War Henry Stimson over the structure and deployment to Europe, then redeployment to the Pacific discussed in Chapter 4, were, like the Army's administrative manipulations and gyrations, invisible to the Japanese, and even President Roosevelt. However, demonstrating to our long-suffering allies the depth of our commitment while preparing the American public for the grueling struggle ahead was a delicate balancing act that by its very nature was a highly public affair. The rapid increase in losses during the long-expected casualty surge, though slightly lower than anticipated, was so politically sensitive that the War Department changed how it reported Army losses not only through the civilian press but also to its own troops, principally through the Army publication Yank, which distributed up to 2.6 million copies weekly to soldiers and airmen starved for reading material. The remarkable thing about these changes in the methodologies used to produce its publicly released figures was that they resulted first in a pronounced inflation and then deflation of cumulative casualty figures all within the space of little more than half a year. From the commencement of offensive operations in 1942 through the summer of 1943, the Office of War Information and the War Department's own Bureau of Public Relations seldom released cumulative casualty data for the Army, preferring instead to present such information at the conclusion of individual campaigns or operations, such as those at Guadalcanal or in North Africa, the Gilbert Islands, and Aleutians. A fairly comprehensive account of casualties through the third week of June 1943 was published in mid-July and listed 4 principal loss categories: killed, wounded, missing, and prisoners, and their totals by theater of operation. Army casualties from all these categories totaled 63,958. That number included 12,506 Philippine scouts, who were among the nearly 32,000 personnel lost when the islands fell. Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine casualties in these 4 categories increased the total number by nearly a third to 90,860. Not included in the tally were other categories that were even then draining the Army of manpower. Non-battle losses among troops in the field were omitted, as were losses from administrative attrition, such as separations from the service due to age or infirmity. Most apparent to commanders overseas were the destructive effects on unit combat strength of non-battle losses from disease, and to a lesser degree, the psychiatric breakdowns popularly known as battle fatigue. For example, the destruction of Merrill's marauders in Burma by disease and exhaustion is recounted in a number of works, and in New Guinea, the 32nd Infantry Division attained a rate of 5,358 cases of malaria, dengue fever, and fevers of undetermined origin per 1,000 troops from October 1942 to February 1943. Naturally, the war's other belligerents also lost great numbers of men from non-combat factors. Japanese forces cut off in the New Guinea-New Britain area were already suffering terribly, and even the Germans, with relatively stable supplies of food and medicine, were by now intimately familiar with the debilitating effects of disease on the successful prosecution of combat operations in both Russia and the Mediterranean. Sickness among German forces in North Africa regularly halved their combat power by sapping a stunning 40 to 50% of their frontline strength in 1942 and 1943. And U.S. forces in that theater later found that approximately 9 of every 10 admissions to field hospitals were not the result of combat. Excluding soldiers who recovered enough to return to duty, the U.S. Army would ultimately discharge some 1,225,230 men for non-battle injuries in combat zones, diseases contracted overseas, and combat-related psychiatric breakdowns. There was little public interest in this either during or after the close of hostilities, and the mounting losses they represented went essentially unreported during the war, except for a brief period in 1944, when they were released somewhat obliquely, because there were 2 very good reasons for never releasing such figures. First, unlike the periodic accountings by the Army Medical Corps of personnel discharged in the United States because of ailments such as heart defects or mental disabilities, these numbers came principally from deployed forces, and thus would provide the enemy with a much fuller picture of the Army's effective fighting strength. Just prior to the invasion of France, totals for wounded troops were omitted as well, undoubtedly for the same reason. Second, the American public was understandably focused on the cost of combat operations. There was no crying demand for collateral information, no squeaking wheel. The exclusion of figures for both the sick and wounded, however, created other problems, not the least of which was that smaller, more selective loss figures were reported to the public at a point in the war when many Americans already believed, to varying degrees, that their country was making less of a contribution to the war effort than the Allies. This was a very sensitive subject, often raised by the media and the government itself. The Roosevelt administration's energetic efforts to manage this perception affected everything from congressional elections to global war planning with Great Britain and the Soviet Union, and even what the public was told about the Army's losses. The last released U.S. Army casualty figures before the 1944 casualty surge were published at the beginning of June and totaled 156,676 from the categories killed, missing, prisoners, and wounded through April of that year. Yank, which was published by Brigadier General Frederick H. Osborne's Special Services Division of the Army Service, contrasted this number with the nearly 670,000 men lost by the British Empire, and had early editorialized on the Soviet loss of some 6 million troops in battles against the Nazis. Other special services products, such as Frank Capra's movie The Battle of Britain, 1943, and his Oscar-nominated movie The Battle of Russia, 1943, reinforced this contrast. Moreover, stories of the huge sacrifices made by the Allies were not limited to mass distribution military publications and films, but were common in civilian newspapers, radio, newsreels, and feature-length Hollywood films as well. As noted, the cumulative figures for wounded through April 1944 were dropped from casualty totals released just before the invasions of France and the Marianas. This should have resulted in an even greater disparity between U.S. and Allied casualty figures. However, the Army now established a policy to disseminate virtually the entire administration flux and flow of manpower not periodically, but on a monthly basis through public relation channels to the press and through its own organs to its troops. By adding the categories honorable discharges and other separations to the totals for April 1944, released in late June, published Army losses almost immediately leaped from 156,000 to 1,163,000, even before the casualty surge began to show up in the figures. For those who did not look too closely at how the number was constructed, the clear implication was that most or all of these losses were combat-related. This new accounting method produced figures that seemed to be much more in tune with the combat losses of the British and the Soviets, and ostensibly demonstrated to the public and to both allies and enemies alike that America's commitment to the war was unequivocal and its resources were enormous. They also implied that America was already pulling its share of the load against the Axis powers. Releasing the artificially large monthly totals, which lumped together losses through purely administrative matters with battle and non-battle deaths, prisoners, and missing, while still withholding figures for the sick and wounded, would also prove useful for the Roosevelt administration, because doing so inadvertently provided a way to soften the potential blow to America's war resolve when a sudden upsurge of major ground operations beginning in the summer of 1944 caused real casualties to skyrocket. Through this month-by-month dissemination of figures combining administrative separations with selected combat-related categories, soldiers, airmen, and the public at large became at least partially conditioned to seeing steadily growing million-plus loss figures months before it became apparent that American troops were now experiencing the frightening attrition of manpower that had been commonplace among the other antagonists for several years. For example, in August 1944, after the standard 75 days it took to collect, collate, vet, and publish the data, the War Department released an inflated total Army losses figure of 1,234,000 for December 7, 1941 through May 1944. As noted earlier, however, it was department policy not to indicate how many of these were casualties directly related to combat. By this time, combat-related casualties numbered no less than 194,000 men, and that figure did not include the appalling losses to sickness in the overseas theaters. The June 1944 reporting period, which covered the first 3 weeks in Normandy and 2 from the Marianas, was added to the total made public in September, and was handled in the same manner as the other recent releases. The 1944 through 45 casualty surge had begun that month, and was clearly visible in the marked jump in the number of total losses reported. That figure, still minus the sick and wounded, suddenly spurted well beyond the roughly 1,250,000 mark to 1,279,000 in the space of just 1 month. If the War Department had not taken certain measures, such as putting an almost complete halt to the Army's administrative separations, the figure released for the August 1944 reporting period would have soared to approximately 1,407,000. The total losses formula had certainly produced much larger numbers that were seemingly more in sync with the casualties suffered by the United States' principal allies, but the problem now had to be considered from a different perspective. At what point did the numbers become too big and start to become a hindrance to the war effort? The Army was on track to release the August figures in November, and one can only speculate as to whether or not there was now, after only 6 months of using the uniform news system, an apprehension that the upcoming tally would constitute a psychological crossroads for the American people. It was clear that attrition alone could push the total Army losses past the 1.5 million mark in the December release. The American public, already uneasy over the lengthening name-by-name casualty lists appearing in nearly every hometown newspaper, would be sure to take notice of such huge numbers. The release of loss figures in the 1.5 million range would not only provide a long string of zeros guaranteed to command the attention of editorial writers and pundits, but also coincide with fresh combat along Germany's western frontier and in the Western Pacific. Additionally, the release of these loss figures and the intensified fighting would occur at precisely the time that the Army was formulating both the following year's steep increase in draft quotas for the planned 1945 and 1946 invasions of Japan's home islands, as well as the points discharge system, which would allow some soldiers to be released after a specified amount of time in combat combined with length of service. In full view of the German and Japanese intelligence gatherers, Army Chief of Staff Marshal, Secretary of War Stimson, and President Roosevelt were already contending with the political fallout from their decision to withdraw 110,000 men from college under the ASTP and transfer them and others from the Army Air Forces to the Army Ground Forces, AGF. Later, during the uproar over the transfer of Army Service Forces troops and even more Army Air Forces personnel to the AGF, principally to compensate for severe losses among the infantry, an exasperated General Marshall told a gathering of historians, "I think I heard from the mothers of most of these men who were taken from the other branches, and from every father whose son I was forced to take out of college." The artificially high casualty listings would serve only to aggravate a worsening situation. Of course, the War Department had put itself onto this path the previous summer by releasing total loss figures that included the full range of the Army's administrative separations. But the department could minimize or delay this fast-approaching public relations bombshell, which was likely to explode at the worst possible time, immediately before selective service inductions were scheduled to be nearly doubled in preparation for the Japan invasions, by returning to some form of narrowed criteria for publicly released casualty figures. The War Department did not publish figures in October, but in November it publicly experimented with various formulas that distinguished casualties from total losses. One listed a narrow range of specific combat-related casualty categories, a complete reversal of the policy of presenting total losses. This format restated the baseline numbers at a far lower level and resulted in a figure of 384,395 Army battle casualties through October 6, 1944. The category wounded, 208,392 men, was displayed for the first time since April, but those incapacitated by disease were still not included. Once reinstated, however, the listing of wounded could not easily be made to go away. When the monthly total losses figure was released 2 weeks later, it glaringly excluded wounded in action from the total of 1,357,000 through August 31, 1944. Although the respective figures represented endpoints 5 weeks apart, the number of wounded was a subject of intense interest to soldiers and civilians alike, and all could do the math. Adding wounded to the equation pushed total Army losses to far beyond 1.5 million. Members of the relevant congressional committees from both parties would have been aware of or had access to this data, but the methods by which casualty information was released to the public were of no particular interest to them. As for the press, radio copy was, with a few notable exceptions, basically lifted from the newspaper headlines, and a newspaper's world began and ended on the day it was produced. These kinds of changes in methodology, compressed here but at the time spread far apart in a saturated news environment, were essentially invisible, certainly less pressing than a troop ship being torpedoed or a train derailment. And even if a particularly observant columnist noticed what was going on and wrote a piece about changes in how casualty data was released, it is difficult to see how his newspaper, operating under wartime censorship guidelines, would publish it. It was the numbers themselves, not how they were crafted, that were key to public perceptions, and the casualty surge had rendered the policy of releasing total losses politically unacceptable only 7 months after it had been initiated. Yet the battle casualties formula was not completely satisfactory either, particularly in how it was presented. The War Department's January 1945 release of figures, which stopped short of Germany's December counterattack in the Ardennes, used the same formula as the revamped November listing and displayed a cumulative Army casualty figure of 483,957. The department also stated that some 55,000 enlisted men from the Air Forces and 25,000 men from the service forces are being transferred to the ground forces by the end of January. When figures next appeared in the February 2, 1945 edition of Yank, it was apparent that total losses listings had finally been completely abandoned. But the narrowly constructed Army battle casualty listing, which incorporated the first week of the German counteroffensive, had nevertheless climbed to a whopping 556,352 through December 21, 1944. Moreover, instead of continuing to list the numbers in easy-to-read column form, they were now buried within a lengthy paragraph that included Navy casualties, limited comparative analyses for weeks in mid-December, estimates of German losses for the same period, and a warning that the number of returned sick and wounded is now so large that the medical department can no longer make it a policy to send patients to hospitals nearest their hometowns. Further down the column was also a reminder that the United States still had not experienced the grievous human cost incurred by its stalwart British ally. Under the headline British Losses was a breakdown by country of the 1,043,554 casualties within the British Empire. It stated that the United Kingdom suffered most heavily, with 635,107 military casualties, a figure far larger than the U.S. total to date. Manipulating the way casualties were reported, however, could only go so far to mask the fact, sensed more than specifically known to most Americans, that roughly 65,000 of their young men were now being killed, wounded, injured, or declared missing in combat theaters each and every month during the casualty surge. And this did not include the sick and psychological casualties. From afar, the Japanese militarists took careful note. The Roosevelt administration and military chain of command tried to soften the psychological impact of these losses through efforts ranging from the nonsensical to the well-considered and straightforward. European theater commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower sent out a directive to use the term reinforcement for individual soldiers sent to units at the front instead of replacement, which had a cannon fodder ring to it. This order went essentially unnoticed and unenforced at lower command levels, since a young rifleman sent forward from what was now called a reinforcement depot was nevertheless understood by all concerned to be a replacement for another soldier killed, sick, missing, or wounded. Dr. Arthur G. Voles later recalled, "I clearly remember the introduction of the British term reinforcement for replacement. It was a useless exercise. People in the replacement stream and the ETO were well aware of what faced them. When I crossed the Channel with a replacement package in early September 1944, one of the lieutenants in another package aboard the ship was returning to the continent for the second time following his third wound. He didn't have any illusions." General Marshall, however, took a very different tack. Shortly before Germany's Ardennes counteroffensive and the announcement of increased selective service inductions, he stated in a public address at New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel that, "We are daily confronted with the bitter human cost of this great struggle. We do not have the destroyed homes of England or daily casualties among our peaceful civil population as they do. But because of our expanding battlefront, our military casualties are steadily increasing. The great battles now in progress must be kept going. Every front must be kept blazing until we break the Nazi control of the German army and people. It is far better to accept heavy casualties for a brief period than the much greater total that inevitably accumulates from the daily attrition of prolonged periods of inactivity on the battlefield." Passions ran high during the winter of 1944 through 45. Almost midway through the bloody fighting for Iwo Jima, and with Allied forces in Germany stalling on the wrong bank of the Rhine, the invasion of Okinawa was still weeks away. Marshall assured Congressman William E. Hess in a March 5th letter, "I and others in responsible places in the War Department are keenly sensitive to the daily casualties we are suffering." The next day he wrote to General Eisenhower in Europe that there was a terrific drive-on against the use of 18-year-old men in combat, which has been fulminated by a speech by Senator Robert A. Taft on the floor of the Senate. Although casualty information was made available to members of Congress by Marshall and Stimson in numerous closed sessions at both the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill, the War Department felt that continued publication of the cumulative totals was inflammatory, and during its intense negotiations with Congress over the sensitive manpower issue, the Army abruptly went from running monthly listings to running no listings at all. The last U.S. casualty figures ever displayed in Yank were in its March 9, 1945 edition. Published losses through February 7th totaled 782,180, including 693,342 for the Army alone, and were displayed next to a tongue-in-cheek cartoon depicting a lone pup tent flanked by a campfire and swaying palm trees under a starry sky. From inside the tent in this idyllic scene comes a voice. So I says to the captain, "Where are all these guys to send overseas?" A Japanese intelligence specialist may have wondered what this cartoonist was getting at. An American soldier certainly wouldn't have known either if Yank was his sole source of information. The last time that publication had run anything on the draft was nearly a year before, when it printed comments from Selective Service Director Brigadier General Lewis B. Hershey and informed readers about the War Department's announcement that the Army had reached its planned strength of 7.7 million. Beyond the pages of Yank, however, the Roosevelt administration and commanders of both the Navy and Army were putting the publication's future readers, young men who had yet to enter the armed services, as well as the rest of America, on notice that the war was far from over and that additional sacrifices were necessary. Months before public demand peaked in May 1945 for what was essentially a partial demobilization in the middle of the war through the Point Discharge Plan, the Roosevelt administration and the Army struggled with how to juggle the nation's rapidly dwindling reserves of eligible manpower. Secretary Stimson continually pressed for better legislation to support manpower needs and stressed to Congress that selective service calls are now confined almost entirely to combat replacements. Fortunately, a short-term personnel crisis caused by unexpected and extensive troop losses during Germany's December counterattack in the Ardennes was solved, although less by the arrival in Europe of Army replacements already in the pipeline than by the draconian culling of excess support personnel in the European theater's rear areas. Germany's action had also opened up an interesting opportunity. With the invasion of Japan now less than a year away, Stimson hoped there might be some benefit to be derived from Hitler's last throw of the dice. He believed the Battle of the Bulge would help soften congressional resistance to a variety of manpower proposals to tighten draft deferments on such groups as agricultural workers. He also wished to expand the categories of those to be inducted, although one proposal in particular made no headway since the Senate, with soon-to-be President Harry S. Truman as its presiding officer, balked at the House bill to draft women nurses. On January 4, 1945, Stimson was pleased to write in his diary about the general excitement in Congress over the German attacks, making it possible for us to get legislation that would give us more individuals from the draft. A classified telegram sent the day before from Director Hershey to the state selective service directors got to the heart of the matter. Although Congress and the public were understandably focused on the Ardennes fighting, this January 3rd message tied proposed or directed changes in various draft deferments to the long-term needs of the coming one-front fight against Japan, rather than to a passing crisis participated by the German counteroffensive. In his message, he quoted a letter from the director of the Office of War Mobilization, Truman's future Secretary of State, James F. Jimmy Burns. The Secretaries of War and Navy have advised me jointly that the calls from the Army and Navy to be met in the coming year will exhaust the eligibles in the 18 through 25 age group at an early date. The Army and Navy believe it is essential to the effective prosecution of the war to induct more men in this age group. The following week, on January 11th, Secretary Stimson held a press conference to announce that the Army's monthly selective service call-up, which had already been increased from 60,000 to 80,000 in January, was to be ratcheted up again in March to 100,000 per month. The total draft calls actually climbed to over 140,000 when the Navy and Marine calls were added. 1 week later, President Roosevelt, Chief of Staff Marshal, and Admiral Ernest J. King, the Chief of Naval Operations, sent letters outlining the military's critical manpower needs to House Military Affairs Committee Chairman Andrew J. May. Those letters were released to the New York Times on January 17, 1945. The public, and by default the Japanese, were informed in front-page articles that the Army must provide 600,000 replacements for overseas theaters before June 30th, and together with the Navy will require a total of 900,000 inductions by June 30th. In the winter and spring of 1945, the administration had thus moved from discussing official published cumulative casualty numbers in the past tense to discussing them in the future tense. Interestingly, briefings and motivational addresses held by the Army at such diverse locations as the Pacific-bound U.S. First Army Headquarters, still in Weimar, Germany, B-29 training bases in the southwestern United States, and the Pentagon all utilized a uniform figure for expected casualties that was somewhat lower than the ones released to the New York Times, just 500,000. Frank McNaughton, an early Truman biographer who had worked on Truman's Senate Investigating Committee, also noted that inter-service politics of the day led to the Navy leaking casualty figures that were somewhat larger. Those figures showed up in some very public places. Kyle Palmer, the longtime political editor of the Los Angeles Times, had traded in his editorial desk for a position as the paper's war correspondent in the Pacific. Attached to the Central Pacific headquarters of Admiral Chester A. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet, CINCPAC, he covered the first aircraft carrier strikes against Japan and the costly U.S. invasions of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, then made a brief return to Los Angeles for a medical checkup. Before he shipped out again, Palmer hammered away at the need for additional manpower in both articles and appearances before civic groups. It will take plenty of murderous combat before our soldiers, sailors, and Marines polish off the fanatical enemy, he declared. Under the headline, Palmer warns, "No easy way open to beat Japs," the Los Angeles Times quoted one of his speeches. "We are yet to meet the major portion of the ground forces of the Jap Empire." And the next line must have been particularly gratifying for senior Japanese generals and admirals to read in their intelligence summaries. They have 5 million or 6 million under arms, and it will cost 500,000 to 750,000, perhaps 1 million lives of American boys to end this war. At this point, it is worthwhile to mention that veterans of World War II have been roundly dismissed when claiming that they remembered that they had been told that the invasion of Japan might cost 500,000 casualties. In fact, these reading-starved troops had been regularly exposed to such numbers from the fighting against Germany in both Army organs and hometown newspapers. Similar figures were now appearing for the upcoming fighting in Japan, and the Army was making it a priority to warn soldiers and the home front alike of prolonged fighting ahead through all means at its disposal. 1.5 years was given as the minimum time to get it over unless there is a sudden collapse. Chapter 3. The First Army and Kwantung Redeployments. We dreaded and we feared the specter of the Kwantung Army. We pleaded with the Russians since the very day of Pearl Harbor to pin down the Kwantung Army, relieve pressure upon our hard-pressed forces in the Philippines, and thereby save the Pacific from the Japanese, as General MacArthur put it. At the same time, we and the Soviets worried lest the Japanese assault the USSR first, like the jackal Mussolini had jumped the reeling French in 1940. When, for example, the American military mission proposed to the Russians in December 1943 that a U.S.-supplied logistical base be set up east of Lake Baikal in Siberia, the Soviet Army authorities were shocked by the idea and literally turned white. Alvin D. Cook's The Myth of the Kwantung Army, 1958. Both the United States and Imperial Japan engaged in massive redeployments of their forces before the expected invasion of the home islands. The number of formations involved, 20 American divisions from Europe and, ironically, an almost equal number of Japanese divisions of the Kwantung Army in Manchuria, together with a host of independent brigades and 4 more divisions from China and Korea. But while the U.S. formations flowed as one continuous river of men beginning in June 1945, the Japanese movement started in early 1943 and occurred in fits and starts as the Imperial Army desperately tried to shore up the Empire's deteriorating situation. The American counter to Japan's attempted cutting of the sea lanes to Australia in the summer of 1942 was both bigger and faster than the Japanese expected. When the Imperial divisions rushed forward to New Guinea and Guadalcanal from Java and Sumatra failed to right the situation, the dearth of a meaningful reserve in the home islands meant that combat forces had to be pulled from the Empire's relatively quiet western frontiers. The movement of the 20th and 41st Divisions from Korea and northern China to New Guinea in February 1943 went smoothly, but setting a pattern that would soon become all too familiar, the in-theater reinforcement of the island was stopped cold when in March U.S. aircraft sent nearly the entire convoy carrying the 51st Division to the bottom of the Bismarck Sea. Next, the 32nd and 35th Divisions, redeployed from China, were largely destroyed while en route by U.S. submarines in April and early May. Belatedly, Japan was now raising new divisions, which freed up the 52nd to be sent to Truk in November 1943, where it sat out the war in the bypassed garrison amid conditions of increasing deprivation, and the 43rd in a pair of convoys to Saipan in May 1944. Though the second convoy was terribly mauled by nearly continuous submarine attacks that sank 5 of its transports, most of its troops were rescued, only to be landed as disorganized, weaponless survivors just days before the U.S. invasion. However, the garrison at nearby Guam, another Marianas Island and U.S. possession slated for recapture, was defended by the crack 29th Division, which arrived from Manchuria in February. It and the 14th Division sent to the Palau Islands were the first 2 Imperial divisions weaned away from the Kwantung Army, guarding Japan's richest prize on the Asian mainland. Al Cooks described this self-contained autonomous army as the cream of the entire Japanese armed forces and the master of the greatest industrial potential on the Asiatic continent. Naturally, the Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo was reluctant to withdraw any units at all from Manchuria, in spite of the fact that the Red Army in Asia was no longer capable of conducting large-scale mechanized operations. Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin had pulled significant forces from the border for the defense of Moscow in the winter of 1941, and quickly siphoned off the rest, replacing them with less capable formations designed principally to train soldiers for combat against Germany, as well as relatively immobile garrison divisions. Yet it was only with the greatest trepidation that these first 2 of the Kwantung's then 19 divisions were withdrawn in February 1944. They would not be the last. In June, the Empire's absolute zone of national defense burst wide open when the Americans bypassed the fortress atoll of Truk in favor of a direct thrust at the Marianas Island chain 600 miles to the northwest, then utterly crushed a long-planned Japanese counterstroke in the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Immediate action was needed to bolster key defensive positions on Japan's doorstep before the United States' next move. Having still made no serious effort to increase the Army's strategic reserves, IGHQ could only count on the Kwantung as a pool of ready soldiers. Great profit in terms of both time and lives saved had been obtained by the twin U.S. drives through the Southwest and Central Pacific, ignoring certain Japanese garrisons other than using them for periodic target practice. As American forces drew closer to the home islands, though, the ability to simply isolate and move on became a diminishing option, and both sides knew it. A vanguard of 7 Kwantung divisions was rapidly dispersed to threatening points in the Pacific in June and July 1944, even as fighting still raged on Saipan, Guam, and Tinian. The 1st, 8th, 10th, and 24th would battle until extinction in the service of the Emperor within the next year in the Philippines and Okinawa, as would the Kwantung 14th Division elements sent to Peleliu earlier that year. Another formation, the 109th Division, formed in June 1944, specifically for the defense of the key bastion of Iwo Jima and under the direct control of IGHQ in Tokyo, would meet the same proud end, while the Kwantung's 23rd and 2nd Armored Divisions, though beaten down to mere skeletons, continued organized resistance in the mountains of northern Luzon until ordered to surrender in August 1945. Only 2 of the above Kwantung formations, the 28th bypassed on Miyako-jima near Okinawa, and 9th on Formosa, were denied the honor of battle. The previously mentioned Kwantung 23rd Division was shipped to Luzon later than the others, in October 1944, after General Douglas MacArthur's return to the Philippines. By a strange twist of fate, this division, which had been badly mauled and surrounded by Soviet tank columns during a bloody border clash in 1939, survived its 8 months of combat with the Americans as well, surrendering as a decimated but still functioning formation in the mountains of northern Luzon on August 15, 1945. But that was still many months away in an unknown future. And although comparatively free movement of imperial units within the Philippine archipelago was maintained during those first months of the American invasion, the 23rd Division's unscathed arrival held as much to do with pure luck as it did with the fact that the U.S. carrier operations were being seriously disrupted by the opening round of kamikaze strikes. IGHQ decided against attempting to send more forces to the Philippines from Manchuria in the face of growing U.S. land-based air power. The attrition by decree of the Kwantung continued in December and again in January 1945, with respectively the 12th and 71st Divisions sailing into the East China Sea, to what the Japanese believed to be the next likely American target, the island of Formosa. IGHQ in Tokyo fully agreed with the U.S. Navy's assessment that Formosa was ideally situated to block the flow to Japan of the oil, tin, rubber, K9, and other vital areas of the East Indies area, and U.S. codebreakers duly watched as the original 2-division garrison climbed to 5+, none of whom would ever confront an American invasion. The 3rd former Kwantung formation reinforcing Formosa, the 9th Division, did not come directly from Manchuria, but was withdrawn from Okinawa, where it had earlier been sent to form the keystone of the island's defense. The removal of nearly 1/3 of Okinawa's combat troops in December 1944 ultimately saved many thousands of American lives there, and was seen by its garrison commander as nothing less than a body blow. "If the 9th Division is detached and transferred," he said, "I cannot fulfill my duty of defending this island." Not counting the considerable number of air and service units that had been sucked out of Manchuria, the Kwantung Army, in terms of its veteran formations, was now 12+ divisions thinner in January 1945 than it had been just 11 months before. The Kwantung also held few illusions about the state of affairs, and its own exhaustive studies led it to conclude that its strength had been weakened far beyond estimation, and that even though new divisions were rapidly formed, they had only a fraction of the fighting effectiveness of the transferred divisions. Senior Japanese military leaders initially rationalized this pronounced reduction in combat power as being of little consequence, because the Soviets had earlier done the exact same thing, and former Premier General Hideki Tojo characterized the strength of the Soviet Far Eastern armies and the Kwantung as being in balance during a private audience with Emperor Hirohito on February 26th. Although generally correct in terms of pure manpower and for the correlation of forces at that moment, this analysis left much to be desired, and the emperor asked if the Soviets were likely to attack Japan. Tojo replied that his most recent information was inconclusive, but hastened to add that the Soviets were committed fully against Germany, and that only if the latter collapsed would the USSR possess sufficient reserves to fight Japan. With both Soviet and Allied armies now fighting on German soil, such an answer could not have been completely reassuring. The Soviets, in fact, were already preparing to fulfill secret agreements made with the British and Americans at the recently concluded Yalta Conference. Campaign planning for the invasion of Manchuria would begin in earnest within weeks, and the first eastbound shipments of men and material along the Trans-Siberian Railroad were already scheduled to start in April. The suddenness of the U.S. recovery after Pearl Harbor, plus the shocking speed and power of its twin drives across the Pacific, particularly while engaged in massive operations against the Germans, amazed the Japanese, who, despite the seemingly relentless character of the American advance, always seemed confident that the juggernauts must surely run out of steam or be defeated in just one more decisive battle before Japan's sacred soil was truly threatened. It wasn't until January 1945, after their spectacular failure in the Battle of Leyte Gulf, that various concrete structural and organizational steps started to be taken to prepare the nation for the grim series of battles that were certain to take place within Japan itself. Steep increases in conscription were instituted concurrent with the activation in March, April, and May of 45 divisions, 16 of them strong mobile formations, with the balance to be used for coastal defense. Refer to Chapter 7. When completed, this rapid buildup would far exceed what MacArthur's headquarters estimated in March 1945 as the maximum increase in the Japanese force structure, with the new divisions alone equaling the total number of such formations that his headquarters believed would be available in the home islands by the end of the year. By mid-June, Emperor Hirohito would preside at 8 palace ceremonies in full-dress army uniform, complete with sword and medals, as 103 regimental flags were bestowed upon newly formed units. Training and equipping these formations was going to be a difficult but not insurmountable task, in view of the fact that the Japanese had correctly deduced that the principal invasion operations would come in the late fall of 1945 on the southern island of Kyushu and the early spring of 1946 near Tokyo. But IGHQ, which had always underestimated the speed at which the Americans could act, now flew to the other extreme, believing the Americans capable of striking anywhere at any time, including the home islands themselves, as early as June, if the Americans were willing to risk a smaller ad hoc operation. With virtually none of the new formations expected to be fully combat-ready before summer, IGHQ drew down the Kwantung yet again in March as the 11th, 25th, 57th, and 1st Armored Divisions were ordered back to Japan, and the 111th, 120th, and 121st Divisions were sent to defend Korea against possible incursions by the Americans, followed shortly by 4 experienced divisions in the Chinese hinterland that were pulled back to protect threatened coastal areas like Shanghai. In addition, IGHQ's Army component reasoned that an American invasion of Kyushu would also free at least 2 of the 3 Kwantung divisions that had been moved to southern Korea, since Olympic would not leave enough U.S. troops available for a similar operation in Korea prior to the main invasion on Honshu's Kanto Plain. Although American submarines and aircraft rendered Japanese movement in the East China Sea nearly impossible, as would future Soviet operations in the Northern Sea of Japan, Imperial forces would have still retained considerable freedom of action in the Sea of Japan's critical southern reaches between Korea and the home islands to make this movement of 2 additional divisions possible. The hemorrhage of men and equipment from Manchuria only stopped when the Soviet Union on April 5, 1945, announced that it would not renew its 1941 neutrality pact with Japan. Naturally, this immediately precipitated yet another scramble, this time to send understrength and second-rate divisions in China north to rebuild the Kwantung, as well as raise new formations locally, a process begun only half-heartedly the year before. The IGHQ's, indeed the entire Japanese government's, propensity to bounce like a pinball from one crisis situation to the next with seemingly little realistic strategic planning is a subject that has been thrashed over for more than half a century. Failures in battle, however, did lead IGHQ to institute 2 projects that would have had a profound impact on Japanese defense planning. First, their inability to defeat the Americans in the Marianas prompted an immense building project in central Honshu's Nagano province involving complex layers of tunnels within 3 mountains as a refuge for the emperor, as well as both the center of the government and IGHQ's headquarters in the event of an invasion of Honshu. Refer to Chapter 14 with additional references in 7 and 8. Second, when it became clear that victory could not be obtained in the Philippines, a dozen tankers at the Sumatra oil fields were ordered to be topped off with all the refined fuel they could carry in March 1945, then rushed north before U.S. air power choked off the shipping routes to the home islands. This refined fuel formed a secret strategic reserve, held back from training and ongoing tactical needs, that was to be used solely for kamikaze operations defending Japan itself. Refer to Chapter 8. In addition to the Americans and Japanese, a third force redeploying for the invasion of the home islands was the lion's share of Britain's Royal Navy, as well as comparatively small slices of His Majesty's Army and Air Services, all operating not as independent, self-sustaining forces acting in unanimity with the Americans through a combined headquarters, but completely within the operational structures of SINCPAC, U.S. Army Forces, Pacific AFPAC, and U.S. Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific, USAF-TAF. In the beginning, the prospect of working with the British services in the Pacific was not looked upon favorably by the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, or virtually any senior American commanders, because of the well-founded fear that the British simply did not have the ability to adequately support even modest operations so far from Europe. Consequently, when agreement was reached for the employment of air and naval forces over the vehement protests of Admiral King, it was stressed that the British contingents must be balanced and self-supporting so that they would not create a drain on strained U.S. resources. As envisioned in the summer of 1945, the ground and air elements, in combination with the full-bore Royal Navy commitment, would ultimately entail that nearly 1 million British and Empire servicemen be gathered for Operation Coronet, the invasion of Honshu near Tokyo. The Royal Navy began shifting warships, large and small, to the Indian Ocean after the Normandy invasion, and the tempo picked up sharply after arrangements were made in the fall of 1944 for the new British Pacific Fleet to operate with the Americans. Ships from the Atlantic and Indian Oceans joined the U.S. task forces in time to take part in strikes launched up and down the Japanese coast, plus Formosa, and they aggressively defended the invasion shipping off Okinawa. Although dwarfed by the U.S. Navy's Pacific Fleet, The British naval commitment to the Western Pacific was already the largest sustained concentration of their sea power in history, in terms of both tonnage and manpower, and it was destined to grow still larger. Plans formulated in the spring of 1944 called for maintaining a Pacific deployment centered around 5 fleet carriers, 5 light fleet carriers, 6 battleships, and 25 cruisers before the spring 1946 invasion of the Tokyo area on Honshu. Moreover, much of the smaller but still potent British East Indies fleet, supporting operations in Southeast Asia, was to be folded into their Pacific Fleet by December 1945, at which point a remarkable 90% of the 866,000-man Royal Navy and essentially all of the available Commonwealth naval forces afloat were scheduled to take part in Coronet and other operations against the Japanese, either directly or along the vast supply lines and facilities in their respective countries. Getting the RAF's heavy bombers up and running in the Pacific was a much harder proposition. The British had originally envisioned a deployment of 20 Lancaster bomber squadrons called Tiger Force at a base built from the ground up in northern Luzon. The cancelled Cagayan Valley airfield complex, however, also had required its own small port to be built to support a projected peak strength of 96,000 RAF, Royal Engineers, and other personnel. Plus, it was so far from Japan that combat missions would have suffered badly from the poor trade-off between bombs and the required aviation fuel. Next, the Americans volunteered to turn over Miyakojima's airfields, some 450 miles closer to Japan, after what undoubtedly would have been a costly campaign to annihilate its sizable dug-in garrison centered around the Japanese 28th Division from Manchuria. The lengthening struggle for Okinawa and critical lack of Army service troops for airfield and base development forced the Miyako invasion to be cancelled and threw Tiger Force planning into confusion. Fortunately, the Americans offered to shoehorn a smaller contingent into the extensive but already overcommitted airfield complex being rushed to completion on Okinawa. Agreement was reached to co-locate an initial 10 British and Canadian squadrons, 220 aircraft, including some Mosquitoed light bombers, with their old 8th Air Force comrades. This vastly simplified the RAF's manpower requirements, particularly regarding its engineer commitment, which for the time being shrunk to just 34,890. At war's end, the first convoy of Royal Engineers was closing on Okinawa, and a second with ground crew and more engineers had cleared the Panama Canal. Although the Chiefs of Staff in London had actively promoted the commitment of the RAF and Royal Navy in the Pacific since 1943, they realized early in the process that their Washington counterparts desired absolutely no British Army participation during the invasion of Japan, and early estimates of what they might contribute after the defeat of Germany went into a black hole in the Pentagon. Consequently, while there was a vague intention to have ground troops involved in the fighting on Japanese soil, British proposals put forth as late as April 1945 called only for units from Europe to reinforce the Southeast Asia Command, SEAC, fighting in Burma and soon Malaysia. It wasn't until early July 1945 that a concrete proposal for a British-led land combat component was put forth. By now, however, the British found that the Americans' attitude had made an abrupt and unexpected about-face. On the heels of the Okinawa campaign, the Americans were having to face the fact that the invasion was going to be even more costly than anticipated. After a meeting of the combined Chiefs of Staff at Potsdam, a pleasantly surprised Field Marshal Lord Allenbrook wrote that things had turned out more successful than I had hoped for, while he also admitted that the British chiefs, because of the limited nature of their proposed commitment, were treading on thin ice in their efforts to gain a meaningful role in deciding Pacific strategy. General Marshall had even assured them that their views would be considered. This was no small matter to the British, since they could now claim to have an ability to influence the course of the campaign on Honshu, and Britain would enhance its post-war role in the Far East by taking part in the climactic battles half a world away from Europe. Moreover, the commitment of all three services to combat in Japan would help to slow the steady decrease in Lend-Lease shipments that began in earnest with the defeat of Germany. And then there was the determination of the British and Commonwealth governments to see the war through to the bitter end. After a private meeting with President Truman at Potsdam, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill wrote in a memorandum that the President was weighted down by the terrible responsibilities that rested upon him in regard to the unlimited effusion of American blood. Churchill later spoke for both his outgoing coalition government and the new Labour government when he said, "We were resolved to share the agony of the final and perhaps protracted slaughter." The "we" in this case was the Commonwealth Corps, 3 to 5 divisions created from what even a U.S. official history derisively called the so-called increment forces. Initially, it included the British 3rd Infantry Division from Europe and volunteers from the armies of Australia and Canada, who would be organized into their own national formations, most of whom would have to be retrained on U.S. equipment. New Zealand was doggedly attacking the systemic roadblocks to adding to their own 2nd Division when the war ended. But a proposal to field a British Indian Division from SEAC was nixed by MacArthur because of logistic and linguistic complications. It was planned that the passage of the British 3rd Infantry Division and air units of Tiger Force across Canada and the United States be accompanied by the maximum possible press coverage, and a lead element of the cross-continent trek, the 20th Anti-Tank Regiment, was preparing for its Atlantic crossing when the war ended. Prime Minister Churchill clearly had in mind that his commitment would grow considerably beyond what was promised at Potsdam if the war became prolonged. Moreover, both domestic and international political considerations dictated that senior U.S. commanders would just have to swallow hard and accept additional British troops if higher than expected casualties during the earlier all-American invasion Operation Olympic indicated that a larger force structure would be needed for Coronet. Unlike the grudging acceptance of British land forces, the prospect of Canadian participation in the Pacific was viewed favorably by General Marshall and General MacArthur. Canada's soldiers had taken part in Pacific ground operations with the Americans in August 1943 in the Aleutians, and looking ahead to the ultimate invasion of the home islands, the General Staff in Ottawa came to the conclusion as early as January 1944 that it is desirable that Canada should participate in the war with Japan by sea, land, and air. The two North American governments agreed that Army elements would be organized and equipped along American rather than British lines, but that the individual units would still retain regimental affiliations with their current uniforms. The Canadian Army Pacific Force, CAPF, was to be centered around the newly reconfigured 6th Infantry Division and fully integrated into the U.S. order of battle under an American Corps headquarters. Some Canadian soldiers moved south in the fall of 1944 to begin specialized training at U.S. facilities, and by the time of the Potsdam Conference, when Churchill volunteered Commonwealth divisions to the invasion, roughly 1,200 instructors were already undergoing training at bases and camps spread across the states, with more on the way. All training and preliminaries had been conducted under the government-to-government agreement that the CAPF would serve with American forces, since part of the objective was to forge closer ties between the United States and Canada. Thus, Churchill's proposal, if accepted by the government of Ottawa, would not only be at odds with the existing arrangement, but also would insert a British layer of command between the Americans and Canadians, and raised the disturbing possibility that Canada's full-blood entry into the Pacific War would be seriously delayed if its forces had to now wait for a separate British corps structure to be formed and trained for fighting the Japanese. The war's sudden termination postponed the public unpleasantness that was sure to come between Ottawa and London. But the dissatisfaction of Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King and his war cabinet finally boiled to the surface after yet another unilateral British proposal was made, this time involving the British Commonwealth Occupation Force, BCOF, for the occupation of Japan. There was no delay at all, however, in what could only be termed a forceful response from down under. Aside from the Canadian Division, the most acceptable and ready Allied formation was the powerful Australian First Corps, which MacArthur, on April 19, 1945, had requested for Coronet. In the face of loud political pressure at home to just sit tight and let the war run its course with diminished Australian involvement, the Aussie High Command already had started the process of freeing up its forces and options by eliminating or heavily attriting organized Japanese resistance in captured Australian and British territories to the north, which in effect were holding down roughly half of Australia's combat elements. The surprise announcement of Churchill's proposed Commonwealth Corps came in the midst of these operations, and the First Corps' cleaning up of the last Japanese resistance to its invasion of oil-rich Borneo. And even more galling was the British assumption that one of their generals with no experience fighting the Japanese, a corps commander from the Italian campaign, would lead the force, and that British officers would make up his staff. Australian war leaders, civilian and military, were determined that their army not be submerged in an organization that, in any event, might not even be ready in time to take part in the fighting. On the question of command, their official history of the period stated, "It is unlikely that the Australian government would have concurred in the appointment of an army commander who had no experience of fighting against the Japanese." Indeed, the sarcasm was dry and pointed when the new Australian Prime Minister, Joseph B. Chifley, fired off a cable to Churchill's equally new successor, Clement Attlee. "It is noted that you refer to British commanders. This expression is taken to mean officers of the United Kingdom forces, and not officers of Commonwealth forces. There are, of course, in the Australian forces, officers who have distinguished themselves in the campaigns in the Middle East and the Pacific, who have claims for consideration in the appointment of commanders and staffs." Events soon to play out in the formation of the BCOF provide a sure indication of how the command struggle for the Commonwealth Corps would have been resolved had the war continued. In this instance, the government in London was dragged kicking and screaming into conceding the occupation's top spot to a succession of Australian commanders. In the meantime, though, the Australian invasion force itself was at least temporarily cut back to one reinforced division. The announced downsizing of the U.S. and British armies after the victory in Europe made retention of 6 deployed Australian divisions a political impossibility, and plans were formed to cut this number in half. This in turn forced the Australian commitment to Coronet down to a reinforced division amalgamated from the First Corps' formations, while the other 2 divisions continued to deal with the very sizable Japanese forces still fighting from the northern New Guinea coast through New Britain, Rabaul, to Bougainville. Sustained efforts to further degrade or completely eliminate these garrisons would free up numerous Aussie brigades, but the fielding of a full-up, pure Australian corps of more than 2 divisions was now highly unlikely. The Australians, nevertheless, were ready to give it their all and planned to keep a watchful eye for any signs that other Commonwealth elements, specifically the British, were slipping behind schedule. In such an eventuality, they were fully prepared to make their own arrangements with the other Commonwealth governments, specifically the New Zealanders, and MacArthur maintained that it was unthinkable that the AIF, Australian Imperial Force, should be separated from the U.S. forces after they had been fighting together for 3.5 years. One thing is certain. The Commonwealth Corps' late organization and retraining with American equipment, plus no reasonable expectation that time and resources would be available to train the Canadians in the specialized procedures for storming an enemy beach, would have all conspired to guarantee that no British Empire ground units would take part in the initial landings near Tokyo. The Corps would, however, be part of the assault reserve afloat to come ashore with other American elements relatively early in the Coronet battle, and before the massive pile-on of forces that included the U.S. 10th Army. It is also reasonable to suggest that, with the Canadians very unlikely to take part, and the British just as likely to be depending on the Australians to round out the 3rd Infantry Division's support elements, the Commonwealth Corps was going to be principally an Australian and New Zealand AMSAC formation, commanded by an Australian 3-star general. In any event, MacArthur made no secret of the fact that he planned to establish his invasion headquarters aboard an Aussie carrier during the actual assault landings, and was emphatic that he would hoist his flag on an RAN, Royal Australian Navy, ship. Lastly, there were the Soviets, who planned to invade the northernmost home island of Hokkaido little more than 2 weeks after their armies stormed into Manchuria. It must be noted, however, that both the Soviet Army's intent and capabilities are regularly blown well out of proportion by breathless individuals who have not bothered to closely read the works of the principal Western scholar to have intimately examined this subject. At one point, the Soviets had looked at the possibility of conducting an amphibious operation to seize the relatively populous southern half of the island. But between their essentially non-existent assault shipping, some transportable artillery but no armor, woefully inadequate naval gunfire support, and no ability to provide air support for the operation, plus the fact that the Japanese 5th Area Army's defenses in southern Hokkaido, although undermanned, were well developed and recently upgraded, the Soviets wisely changed course. U.S. planners looking at the same territory estimated that 4 U.S. infantry divisions and 1 armored division, with the customary lavish support, were required for much the same task. Instead, the Soviets switched to an operation calling for landings at a small, isolated port on the northwest coast. When the war ended, plans were on hold for the piecemeal insertion of 2 87th Rifle Corps infantry divisions, supported by a naval infantry battalion and as many as 2 construction battalions, while a 3rd division continued mopping up the Kuril Islands and could eventually be made available for the lodgment. It was intended that air elements sufficient to support the invasion be hastily deployed forward to capture Japanese airfields on the southern half of Sakhalin Island, and the Soviets would have been able to do this with not an excessive amount of difficulty. The Soviet Navy's support was another matter, and the operation's naval component was so ludicrously small that the 2nd Rifle Division to land would have had to wait until the 6 Lend-Lease LCIs, landing craft infantry, and a variety of slow-moving vessels used in place of assault shipping, trawlers, torpedo cutters, sub-chasers, and American-made minesweepers, returned more than 200 miles to a recently secured Sakhalin port to pick them up. Soviet warships had conducted no exercises, either combined or on their own initiative, in naval gunfire support of troops ashore, and all ships' anti-aircraft protection and training were dangerously inadequate. Despite the obvious deficiencies in Soviet amphibious capabilities, limitations in both manpower and material for this operation, and likelihood that the understrength 87th Rifle Corps would have been easily contained by minimal Japanese forces in this heavily mountainous region, A successful lodgment would nevertheless have served the wider political purposes of the Soviet government by its simple presence on Japanese soil, if Washington had given a green light to the escapade. Chapter 4. The Pacific Buildup and Berlin Decision. I told President Roosevelt that a so-called negotiated peace was impossible in this kind of war, where one side was fighting for civilization and the other side represented barbarism. There was no common meeting ground, and there therefore necessarily had to be a fight to the finish. That a fight to the finish meant a long, horrible contest where we needed all the manpower that we could summon. Henry L. Stimson, Diary Entry, January 11, 1945. As the last of the Kwantun's crack divisions disembarked unscathed from their transit across the Yellow Sea, and surviving tankers from the southern oil fields reached Japan, U.S. Army planners completed what they hoped would be the final iteration of the redeployment plan that they had been laboring over since early 1944. They had originally and optimistically believed that 2,442,000 men could be shipped to the Pacific from Europe and the United States, concurrent with 1,600,000 to the United States, all on the transport ships projected to be available after the defeat of Germany. Unfortunately, the plan assumed that the Nazis would surrender by January 1945, and that 9 months would be available for the overseas movements. There was also no way that the Pentagon planners could anticipate that in little more than a year, and unlike the Navy and Marines, the Army would find itself having to demobilize much of its manpower for political reasons. These and other matters forced the number of Pacific-bound men down and down again to 1,694,000 in December 1944, then 1,074,000 in March 1945. Before the reality of increasingly casualty-intensive combat against the Japanese began to push the numbers back up. U.S. Army Forces Pacific, under General Douglas MacArthur, planned to absorb a myriad of new units during the last 6 months of 1945. The table of organization and equipment TOE strength of these formations totaled 1,039,000 men, who would swell AFPAC to some 2,440,000 by 1946, a figure that does not include either attrition replacements or the Navy, Marine, and yes, even some Army elements that were being added to the forces operating under the SINCPAC headquarters of Admiral Chester Nimitz in the Central Pacific. Excluding ground forces that would pass into the control of field commanders after the assault landings, planners estimated that the Navy in the Pacific would steadily swell to more than 1,150,000 men, plus approximately 270,000 Marines, most of whom would pass into AFPAC's control. Nor did it include the Army elements flooding into the Marianas and Okinawa to join the new U.S. Army Strategic Air Forces, USASTAF, led by General Carl A. Spaatz. Between June 1945 and March 1946, Spaatz's command would increase by 166,000 men to 313,700, with more than two-thirds coming from the Army Air Forces and the balance split between the ground and service forces. Secretary of War Stimson would later report that the number of American military personnel involved in operations to subjugate Japan was of the order of 5 million men. If all those indirectly concerned are included, it was larger still. After the defeat of Germany, all combat divisions in Europe were placed into one of 4 categories. Category 1 units were to stay as part of the occupations of Germany, Austria, and northeast Italy, while Category 2 units were to redeploy for the invasion as part of the 8th Army and 10th Army, already in the Pacific, and the odd-number U.S. 1st Army from the European theater. Category 3 units were slated for extinction and subject to a huge reshuffling that sent their low-point men to replace high-point men, lost from the Pacific-bound and occupation divisions. Meanwhile, their own high-point soldiers, those with scores totaling up to the magic number 85 or more, were transferred to Category 4 divisions to be sent home for discharge. The Category 4s, however, would first have to cool their heels at camps in France, while the Category 2s shipped out for the United States, where they would take on additional replacements while the cadre from Europe was on 30-day leave. To ensure that the base infrastructure to support these men was ready to receive them, 400,000 soldiers from non-divisional support service and construction troops were to be sent directly to the Pacific via the Panama Canal because of the Army engineers' exasperating shortage of units and failure to receive enough replacements for the ones already in the Pacific theaters. More than 155,350 of these urgently needed service support and engineer soldiers left port from May through late August. By the time that representatives of Imperial Japan signed surrender documents aboard the USS Missouri on September 2, 1945, all but 2 of the initial 16 divisions bound for the Pacific had arrived in the United States, and at least 4 more in Europe had received alerts for commitment to the following year's battles in Japan. Earlier in March, the replacement stream for the war against Germany was for all practical purposes shut down. Correspondingly, ground replacements arriving in Europe, which had already dropped from 58,555 in March to 46,302 in April, now plummeted to only 737 in May. The principal beneficiary of a replacement pipeline directed solely toward the Pacific was AFPAC, which was delighted to report that their perpetual understrength was reduced to less than 5,000 men, thanks to the arrival of 46,420 replacements in May. By the end of the following month, MacArthur's command found itself with its first overstrength in the 3.5 years since Pearl Harbor, 23,029 men, in spite of a larger than anticipated number of soldiers having to be shifted to replacement depots in Okinawa, where the much-bloodied 10th Army was fighting under CINCPAC. As far as the Army's senior leaders in Washington and Supreme Allied Headquarters Europe, SHAFE, were concerned, the balance of fighting against Germany was simply going to be a giant mop-up stretching from the Adriatic to the North Sea. Not that mopping up, even in the strategic sense, is a painless affair. On the ground, it still involves the lone platoon clearing a small wood, or the regiment-sized combat command forcing a river crossing in the face of heavy small arms and even artillery fire. Men are killed and wounded every day through what the British euphemistically refer to as normal wastage, until the last scattered resistance is finally snuffed out, and American casualties in the European theater amounted to 41,058 and 2,028 in April and May, respectively. Yet even if the Germans did manage to form some semblance of an organized defense in a national redoubt centered in the Bavarian Alps and western Austria, such a concentration could be isolated, dissected into smaller and smaller pieces, and thoroughly pummeled by tactical air elements. Operations to reduce or force the surrender of die-hard Nazis might persist into the summer, but with manageable casualties unaffected by any movement of forces to the Pacific, because they would be spread over a period of time and replaced by troops already on hand from the demobilized Category 3 divisions. The planned redeployment and shift to a single Pacific-oriented replacement stream did, however, have an unavoidable impact on one long-anticipated operation in Europe, the final Allied drive on Berlin. If you had asked an American soldier trudging down a dusty French road where the fighting against Hitler's Nazis would finally end, Berlin would have been the answer, whether the GI wore stripes on his sleeve or stars on his collar. On April 4, 1945, General Omar N. Bradley's 12th Army Group issued final orders for the drive into the heart of Germany. The Ninth Army, under Lieutenant General William H. Simpson, was instructed to seize a bridgehead over the Elbe River and be prepared to continue the advance on Berlin or to the northeast, the latter move being one that would put the First Army on its right into the capital instead. By April 13th, Simpson's army had its bridgehead, and orders were issued to expand it to include Potsdam, when he was told 2 days later by Bradley to halt on the river. The question of what to do about Berlin had been boiling for weeks among the SHAFE commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower, London, and Washington, with the British Prime Minister and Chiefs of Staff stressing the political and psychological importance of seizing Berlin, while Eisenhower, with the decisive backing of President Roosevelt and General Marshall, firmly maintained that the focus must remain on the German army itself. But why this almost single-minded determination to seemingly throw out the window the fundamental Clausewitzian dictum that war is dominated by the political object on the part of Eisenhower? The SHAFE commander had stated several times that he would take advantage of an opportunity to capture Berlin cheaply, and even cheerfully adjust his plans if so ordered. But Eisenhower's bosses in Washington, although under heavy and persistent pressure from Churchill and others to do so, pointedly refrained from issuing such orders, and the British were wise enough to not press for a formal decision by the combined Chiefs of Staff because of the simple fact that all concerned knew the United States had another dangerous foe to conquer in addition to the Nazis. Time was tight. Shipping was tight. And while most of the Category 2 divisions destined for 1946 operations in the Pacific were not part of the 9th and redeploying First Armies eyeing Berlin, but belonged instead to Third Army, much to the chagrin of its commander, who would soon find this out, there was little muscle behind the spearheads on the Elbe River. Eisenhower reminded Marshall that his center of gravity was far to the rear, and both commanders knew well that a soldier-intensive battle in Berlin would force the bulk of U.S. forces east and commit them to a fight of unknown duration at the exact time that many European theater divisions had to prepare for an about-face that would send them west. Hundreds of Eisenhower's smaller, non-divisional engineer and support elements were critically needed in the Pacific, and the invasion schedule, with little margin of error, required that many of them begin the process of leaving directly for the Pacific, where they would be immediately absorbed into MacArthur's AFPAC, not for Operation Coronet in 1946, but for Olympic, a scant 6 months in the future. Moreover, the replacement spigot, in anticipation of no significant fighting, had been shut off, and divisions were already beginning to be pulled from combat operations in preparation for the movement west. One of them, the Ninth Army's 95th, received its marching orders on the very day that Simpson was ordered to sit tight at the Elbe. The War Department had begun as early as February to press Eisenhower for his redeployment plans, and his intelligence chief, Major General Kenneth Strong, who had great respect for the Germans' resilience, also cautioned Eisenhower right up to the very end to take no chances. The Supreme Allied Commander had frequently mentioned to Strong the worries he had about readying troops for movement in the Pacific, but was willing to consider making a run at Berlin if it could be done on the cheap, perhaps 10,000 casualties, and asked Bradley what would be the cost. Bradley's answer that it might be as high as 100,000 casualties slammed the door on any further discussion. For although Army Group Commander Bradley thought in terms of this as being a pretty stiff price to pay for a prestige objective, the strategic complications presented by this quantity of losses was crystal clear at Eisenhower's level of command. Eisenhower had not yet been fully briefed on Olympic, and Marshall was allowing him great latitude in deciding on the closing offensive actions. But even though the SHAFE commander was not anxious to send his divisions east, Marshall was also keeping a close eye on the situation, lest the British senior commanders and Churchill somehow succeed in maneuvering Eisenhower into an ill-considered attempt to seize the city. He had little to worry about. For both soldiers, there was no question at all that a full-scale battle east of the Elbe must be avoided, because if it did occur, precisely how would Eisenhower manage to reconstitute the units from which the approximately 100,000 men were deducted? The answer is Eisenhower couldn't. To do so would either gut his occupation forces or require potentially severe dislocations for Coronet by throwing some Category 2 divisions into the cauldron, outcomes that would have put at risk national war aims. Subjecting Category 2 divisions to potentially heavy and prolonged combat was not a risk that anyone in the U.S. chain of command would even suggest. The 9 Third Army divisions earmarked for the Pacific, and 5 more in the European theater scattered from Bavaria to the Rhineland, 2 more were in Italy, simply could not be a part of any battle for Berlin, nor would it have been likely that the Category 2s from the 1st and 9th Armies be tasked with anything more than flank protection. With the British having their own troubles pushing units toward Denmark, and other American armies rushing south to head off any German consolidation in the Alps, the grim task of wading into the 321-square-mile urban area would have fallen on the still dispersed 1st and 9th Armies. Eisenhower, meanwhile, would be in the uncomfortable position of having to explain to Joseph Stalin, to whom he had outlined his closing moves in central Germany, why he was now sending his forces in a different direction than where he told the Soviets to expect them. U.S. divisions racing forward to be committed in 1s and 2s, instead of a clenched fist, invited very severe losses once they got inside the city. The replacement stream to the European theater was shut down for good, yet units savaged in house-to-house fighting must be at least partially reconstituted for reasons of morale and politics. There are some very uncomfortable ways to do this in theater through a draconian culling of service and support units, but that would have been highly disruptive and carried out practically on the heels of the same situation during the Germans' recent Ardennes offensive. To make matters worse, many of those potential replacements were scheduled to ship out for the Pacific. And would it be a separate shuffling of personnel, or one attempted as part of the planned redeployment musical chairs? Put simply, the U.S. Army in Europe did not have the manpower where it needed it to adequately support a brutal street fight in Berlin, generating casualties that were neither anticipated nor prepared for in one lump during April and early May. Nor would replacements be readily available afterward to reconstitute the infantry's depleted ranks. Eisenhower could, however, cover several months of stiff but incremental fighting in the redoubt with what was on hand. The Soviets, meanwhile, were already massed within striking distance of the capital, and anxious to crush the Nazi beast in one final titanic blow. Eisenhower's forces were more dispersed than is commonly realized, had accomplished their part in the defeat of Germany, and had other things to do. That requirements for the invasion of Japan were a factor in the American resolve to not get bogged down in Berlin has remained off the radar screens of historians, because constraints on the U.S. Army from the dispersal of its forces and general lack of troops was so fundamental, so elementary, that it need not be outlined and reiterated in communications among the senior commanders in Washington and Europe. There was the occasional cryptic comment or shorthand reference to the unfavorable disposition of American forces, or prohibitive casualties, but that, frankly, was all the generals really had to say among themselves, because all concerned understood that a costly, open-ended battle this late in the campaign would throw carefully laid redeployment and occupation plans into turmoil. And for what gain? No one but Churchill envisioned that a half-century-long struggle for control of Europe was about to begin, and that the struggle would have Berlin at its apex. What they did know was that wherever the American field armies came to a stop, and at least a dozen U.S. divisions were already conducting combat operations in the future East Germany, they would soon move yet again to the temporary national occupation zones agreed upon at the Yalta Conference. Thus, while the gigantic movement of men to the Pacific would, in the end, have no effect on the outcome of the war with Japan because of the war's early termination, it did influence what many consider to be one of the most important decisions of World War II, a decision that would have a pivotal impact on Germany and East-West relations during the Cold War. And unlike the final death throes of the Nazis, which saw Soviet troops engage the bulk of German strength and suffer 352,475 casualties, including 78,291 dead, during their final 23-day assault on Berlin and central Germany. American casualties for essentially the same period would be 43,086, with 8,351 killed in action. Many of these soldiers were hastily buried in battlegrounds that would soon be turned over to the Red Army as part of the Soviet-administered territory. Over the next 2 years, some 2,334 Americans, including many Army Air Forces personnel lost earlier, were reinterred in U.S. military cemeteries after the military government authorities of both nations made agreements for their painstaking recovery from what would later become East Germany. It is not surprising that most of the focus on the U.S. Army's redeployment has centered on the large 14,000-man combat divisions. Because of their all-arms makeup of a wide variety of fighting and support elements, plus their degree of independence during battle, they have been of great interest to historians and military professionals alike. Divisional Veterans Associations ranks were also swelled after the war by the surprisingly large numbers of soldiers cycled through the longest-serving divisions whose exploits were featured in the movie-tone newsreels and newspapers around the country. Other, less famous divisions still garnered much national interest, and even more attention locally in the case of National Guard units, the ranks of which retained a strong regional flavor long after their frontline infantry battalions had been nationalized through the daily grind of combat. Unlike these formations, however, the 400,000 European and Mediterranean theater non-divisional service and construction troops destined for the Pacific are rarely given a second thought. By the spring of 1946, when the last of these men were to finally reach the Far East, there would be 236,000 Army engineers fielded on just the Kanto Plain near Tokyo during Coronet, almost as many as existed in MacArthur's entire command in October of the previous year, some 253,400 Army engineers. On top of this, there were another 59,000 Naval Construction Battalion personnel and 25,000 Australian engineers under AFPAC when Japan surrendered in September 1945. In the summer of 1945, however, Navy, Army Air Corps, the Army Transportation Corps, with its own fleet of allocated Liberty ships and chartered transports, plus MacArthur's private navy of more than 130 transports and cargo ships, were struggling to deliver the redeploying service forces and roll up the Southwest Pacific bases that were now far to the rear and irrelevant to the coming invasion. Filling out the U.S. Sixth Army's TOE with the men and equipment required for the grim fighting on Kyushu was a daunting task, but one that was likely to be adequately addressed because the functions and interchangeability of service and support units make them relatively easy to plug into the scheme of operations, and because of the sheer effort behind the movement. Unfortunately, adequate was as good as could be hoped for Olympic, since the redeployment and roll-up of these elements following the sad pattern of earlier Pacific efforts was grinding along at a painfully slow pace and inhibiting the ability of many such units to engage in the planned support of the buildup of which they were a part. The situation would have largely rectified itself during the run-up to next year's Operation Coronet because of the Herculean efforts of military engineers in the Philippines and Okinawa. But that was then, and this was now. A July 28, 1945 accounting of units controlled by or in transit to the Sixth Army shows that 221 of them at the now useless Pacific bases in New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and even New Caledonia were yet to depart for the Olympic staging areas on Luzon or Okinawa. Fully 355 more of this truly eclectic collection of combat power multipliers, the 1527th Engineer Dump Truck Company, 239th Quartermaster Laundry Detachment, 443rd MP POW Processing Company, 3073 Quartermaster Refrigeration Company, 3083rd Ordnance Motor Vehicle Distribution Company, 30th Traffic Regulation Group, 814th Signals Service Company, Port, 671st Medical Collection Company, 1018th Engineer Treadway Bridge Company, 24th Signals Heavy Construction Battalion, 2855th Engineer Well Drilling Detachment, and so on, were somewhere along the pipeline between Europe and the Western Pacific. Not counting 16 general hospitals that were going to stage directly from the United States during the invasion, there were 32 other units known to be deploying from the States. But the very large number of military government units were excluded from the tally, so the number from the States is even larger. The going was also slow for the Army Air Forces, where the problems of demobilization threatened to swamp the machinery established for redeployment. And while this would, like so many of the redeployment's teething problems, work itself out over time, as of war's end, only 319th Bombardment Group, an A-26 Invader medium bomber outfit, plus the 369th and 514th Air Service Groups had reached the Far East intact and initiated operations. 8th Air Force Headquarters was officially transferred to the Pacific on July 16, 1945, but aside from a few key figures from the European theater, its personnel at that time all came from the Pacific or United States. The initial combat elements of the 8th were going to be hastily declared operational in order to get them into the air on what would turn out to be the last day of the war. But Okinawa's still very limited runways were tied up by previously scheduled 5th Air Force missions, and it did not achieve operational status until after the close of hostilities. The Air Force later conceded that when Japan surrendered in mid-August 1945, the units redeployed from Europe to the Asiatic-Pacific theaters were still insignificant in number. But this certainly wasn't anticipated as late as the March 1945 timeframe, when it was believed that most of these elements would deploy non-stop to the Far East. Early Army Air Force's redeployment plans seem to have been formed by staff who were either unaware of just how tight the shipping situation was, or operated under the assumption that ample vessels would simply become available. This, however, is only a guess, and one official Air Force historian found the situation so murky that he was driven to speculation. Perhaps the setback AAF planners had suffered when Germany failed to collapse on schedule in the fall of 1944 caused them to be caught off balance when VE Day did come, despite the fact that it had been so long in sight. Perhaps it was merely the magnitude of the operation that made the redeployment machine so slow in getting underway. Estimates for the number of direct transits hit rock bottom when the May 15, 1945 revised redeployment forecast announced that the Army Air Force units set to sail for the Pacific had been slashed to only a Service Command Headquarters, a Fighter Wing Headquarters, and 2 complete air service groups, before some relief to shipping bottlenecks elsewhere freed up more assets for AAF use. A small number of elements were put back on the list, and units culled from the 9th, 12th, 15th, and old 8th Air Forces received orders to pack up and be ready for a long sea voyage when the assigned vessels became available. 2 12th Air Force units destined for the new 8th on Okinawa, the 35th Fighter Group, and the 547th Air Service Group eventually got as far on their way to the Pacific as the Panama Canal on VJ Day. But with the announcement of the Japanese surrender, orders were changed, and the transport headed for New York. Chapter 5. Not a Recipe for Victory. I am sure people do not realize how close we came to catastrophe. Shortages of personnel forced us to strip division after division that we had trained. This drove the division commanders to strenuous protests. Just as those new units were reaching an excellent standard of efficiency, we would rip them to pieces in order to provide men as replacements for the growing battles overseas. We lacked sufficient replacements because deliveries from selective service were short in terms of 100,000 or more. We were confronted with a terrible problem for which the armies in the field paid the price. We had just enough and no more, and it all went in. General George C. Marshall, June 11, 1945. Implementing the November 1945 invasion of Kyushu, Operation Olympic, was going to require fully half of the U.S. Army's divisions in the Pacific and half of the Marine divisions as well. These 13 picked formations, really 14 division equivalents because of the addition of 2 heavily augmented regimental combat teams, belonged to the U.S. 6th Army under Lieutenant General Walter Kruger. Although a few had not yet been severely bloodied, all were veteran units with the exception of the 98th Infantry Division fresh from Hawaii, while 4, the Americal, 25th, 77th, and the 2nd Marine, had seen so much fighting that their most experienced soldiers had been scooped up wholesale and whisked away to staging locations for the trip home during the mid-war demobilization. 3 of the 6th Army's divisions, the 1st Cavalry, 43rd, and 77th, formerly with 10th Army, had fought well into the summer on central Luzon and Okinawa, but would nevertheless have an amount of time to refit and take on replacements that would have made division staffs in the European theater green with envy. The relatively new U.S. 8th Army of Lieutenant General Robert L. Eichelberger had landed on Luzon in late January 1945, then initiated wide-ranging amphibious operations throughout the central and southern Philippines in February with 5 divisions, some culled from the overweight 6th. By summer, an extensive reshuffling resulted in 3 divisions being sent to the 6th in exchange for 5 others, as the 8th absorbed all divisions not retained by Kruger's command for Olympic. The 8th and 10th Armies were also in the process of receiving their shares of the European theater divisions when the war ended, as was the newly arrived 1st Army of Lieutenant General Courtney Hicks Hodges, the only odd-number European theater army given the job of also fighting the Japanese. Interestingly, the 1st was assigned 3 divisions from the U.S. 10th Army on Okinawa and 3 from the Marines, thus giving it far more major combat elements from the Pacific than from Europe. As for Lieutenant General Joseph Vinegar Joe Stilwell's 10th Army, it was quickly stripped of nearly every Army and Marine division in its order of battle after the Okinawa campaign, and would likely lose all of them. but was just as speedily going to be repopulated with redeployed formations. The apportionment of European theater divisions to Operation Coronet's 3 American field armies was roughly a month from finalization when the war ended, and the order of battle on the accompanying AFPAC chart was purely notional, produced only to give commanders and staffs an overview of what was going to be available for the desperate fighting on Honshu. An example of this is the 96th Infantry Division in the 24th Corps under the 1st Army. While the Corps' other divisions and headquarters had still not been shifted out of the 10th Army by war's end, the 96th was reassigned not to the 1st Army, but to the 8th. And of the 5 lettered corps which would command the actions of 3 divisions apiece in battle, only A was confirmed to be the 13th Corps headquarters and staff of Major General Alvin C. Gillem, but even this was subject to change. The other corps commanders and staffs that had yet to be matched up were Major General James A. Van Fleet's 3rd Corps, Major General Clarence R. Hubner's 5th Corps, Lieutenant General J. Lawton Collins' 7th Corps, and Major General Matthew B. Ridgway's 8th Airborne Corps. And while this list includes some of the Army's foremost combat leaders, General Marshall in Washington suggested that this who's who should be further expanded. Much has been made about the mythical Black Book of George C. Marshall, in which he was reputed to have listed the strengths and weaknesses of officers that he had met earlier in his career. But Marshall may have had something very real in mind relating to pastel deception operations. Refer to Chapter 14, when he initially put forward the names of 4 specific divisional commanders from Europe for MacArthur's consideration: Major General Maxwell D. Taylor, Major General Anthony C. McAuliffe, Major General James M. Gavin, and Major General Robert T. Frederick. Aside from their reputations as well-rounded and aggressive officers, each man coincidentally belonged to the exceedingly small circle of general officers with extensive airborne experience, and the latter 2 carried the additional distinction of being regularly mistaken for battalion or even company commanders when in the field with their paratroopers. The baby-faced Gavin of the 82nd Airborne Division was widely touted in the press as being the youngest general since George Armstrong Custer, while Frederick, who was only 8 days his senior and wore a thin mustache in a failed attempt to hide his youth, commanded the 7th Army Airborne Division, Provisional, then 45th Infantry Division. MacArthur, however, was having none of it. He replied that his divisions were already magnificently officered, and diplomatically threw the suggestion back at Marshall. I believe, moreover, that in view of the splendid record of the 4 general officers you named, that careful consideration should be given to their appropriate assignment to redeployed divisions. This was a disappointing and rather disingenuous answer, in light of the fact that the new 98th Infantry Division had as yet seen no combat, and undoubtedly there were some European commanders who hoped to replace Major General Robert S. Beetler at the helm of the 37th Infantry Division, for although he was an excellent fighting general, Beetler had risen to his position through the National Guard, a practically scandalous state of affairs to some officers in the regular army. Lieutenant General Kruger, Beetler's commander throughout most of the war, would later comment that Beetler's only trouble was he was a damn National Guardsman. MacArthur had earlier ignored the Chief of Staff's intent when Marshall said in an April 6th message that those who had not demonstrated a high standard of battlefield prowess should be replaced by European theater soldiers who had. Marshall specifically mentioned that Lieutenant General George S. Patton, who was about to have most of his 3rd Army divisions redeployed out from under him, as well as Omar Bradley, both deserved to fight in the Pacific. Before D-Day, in fact, Patton had directed his intelligence section to maintain a situation map of Pacific operations, as well as the Soviets' Eastern Front, and perform regular briefings on the theater. Then, on March 24, 1945, the day after his Third Army forced a crossing over the Rhine, he ordered that terrain maps for Japan be obtained with a special emphasis placed on its rivers. Another helpful hint by Marshall in June that Patton and various other generals were available to replace the 10th Army commander recently killed on Okinawa by Japanese artillery fire was also disregarded by MacArthur. The Army Chief of Staff finally put his boot down when MacArthur stated that he planned to move one of his corps commanders into the 10th Army top spot, and Marshall curtly informed him that he had directed General Stilwell to take the job. Stilwell, who had been fighting Japanese field armies and an inept, duplicitous Chinese leadership since 1942 in the China-Burma-India theater, was an excellent choice for the job, and most recently had been placed in command of Army Ground Forces, where he brought his experience to bear in training forces for the upcoming invasions of Kyushu and Honshu. Even as late as mid-August 1945, when the Japanese announced their surrender, and months after Stilwell took command on Okinawa, the 10th Army was still a mighty nebulous entity, and the only two redeploying divisions that would actually make it to the Far East, the 86th and 97th, had not yet left the United States. The victims of an unforeseen German offensive, War Department politics, and the Army's perpetual manpower shortage, these two formations had originally not been envisioned to be part of the redeployment at all. The 97th Infantry Division, followed by the 86th, completed amphibious training specifically for the invasion of Japan at Camp San Luis Obispo, California, the year before, and both were briefly co-located at nearby Camp Cook before the Germans' December 1944 strike in the Ardennes. Throughout the period that they trained for fighting the Japanese, Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson in Washington was pushing to have more of the Army's manpower allotted to the formation of additional combat divisions like them, but General Marshall was just as adamant that the lack of soldiers, and especially officers, made it impossible to efficiently support more divisions. The Germans' Ardennes offensive brought renewed pressure from Stimson to create such formations, but Marshall was just as firm that this could not be done without creating immense manpower disruptions. Marshall had successfully rebuffed Stimson for almost a year on this issue. But in the crisis atmosphere of the current emergency, head-on fights, Stimson's description, erupted between Stimson, Marshall, and Marshall's Deputy Chief of Staff, Major General Thomas T. Handy. Mr. Stimson gave orders to start work on 10 new divisions, said Marshall. I told Mr. Stimson that I opposed this to the point of resigning, and asked him to tell the President this. Then he dropped it. The only way to keep peace in the War Department family was for Marshall to send the uncommitted 86th and 97th Infantry Divisions to Europe, in spite of the fact that they would have absolutely no impact on either the current emergency or the defeat of Germany. Stimson disliked this option almost as much as Marshall, because the units were functionally the nation's total strategic reserve, since the other uncommitted divisions in the United States were already slated for the European theater. The ostensibly small amount of forces available to reinforce Eisenhower was the stated reason for having these divisions pull up stakes in California, but the impression among their officers and men alike was that they were really being sent to Europe because their leaders in Washington had panicked over the temporary German resurgence. This was only reinforced when it became clear to the men that more than a half-dozen other fresh divisions were sailing to Europe ahead of them. The 86th and 97th crossed the Atlantic together between February 14th and March 1st, 1945, in a 60-ship convoy to Le Havre, France. Elements of both divisions were involved in combat operations by early April, as the German army, having expended nearly all of its reserves in the Ardennes offensive and elsewhere, neared its final collapse. By the end of the war, they had suffered 1,714 casualties, fighting their way into Czechoslovakia and Austria, respectively, and then revisited Le Havre, from which they were shipped home in June. Because they were the first redeployed units to return and had already undergone amphibious training, both divisions were sent back to the West Coast again and speedily readied for movement to the Pacific, after their soldiers received the mandatory 30-day leave due Pacific-bound veterans. With few demobilization points accrued by VE Day, they became a ready asset for freeing up long-serving troops in the Far East, and both shipped out across the Pacific just before VJ Day, the 86th for garrison duty in the Philippines and the 97th for the occupation of Japan. Not an insignificant amount of travel since their February boarding of eastbound troop trains in California. What did the Japanese know about this enormous movement of men and material, all aimed directly at them? As noted earlier, the fact that Japanese units took few American prisoners and were, in any event, functionally annihilated or cut off shortly after they entered combat, meant that they had few opportunities to obtain, let alone communicate, meaningful and comprehensive battlefield intelligence to higher headquarters. Consequently, IGHQ in Tokyo operated largely in the dark on such fundamental matters as the U.S. order of battle, except for what they could obtain from their German allies, until that avenue was finally eliminated as well. Communications intelligence directed principally at U.S. Navy message traffic, aided all too often by weak American signals discipline, and long-range aerial reconnaissance, sometimes selectively allowed for deception purposes, provided glimpses of the frightful buildup. But as they had done throughout the war, the Japanese leaned heavily on American press reports. The IGHQ planning documents and reports from 1945, as well as post-war interrogations and recollections of both formal and informal meetings of senior officers and other civilian officials, frequently display an almost touching faith in the accuracy of the American media and the veracity of official U.S. military pronouncements. Comments such as the partial demobilization and reconversion following the end of hostilities in Europe aroused optimism, and rejection of the national conscription law, increases in labor strife, criticism of strategy, etc., are obstacles to success of the government's war measures, can only have been derived from a close monitoring of the press. Moreover, in addition to unconfirmed reports, changes to IGHQ's interpretation of the U.S. Army's order of battle in 1945 cited published press releases from the Allied Expeditionary Headquarters on 22 May, Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Powers made on the 1st of June, an announcement made by the United States, and an early June announcement by Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Forces. This is not to say, however, that the conclusions of Japanese analysts were correct, and there is even some evidence that mistakes on the German Army's interpretation of the U.S. Army strength, prompted by the Allies' extensive deception campaign ahead of the Normandy invasion, eventually crept into Japanese estimates as well. Although the U.S. Army's fielded infantry divisions were numbered 1 through 106, there were numerous gaps in the sequence where units simply did not exist. Widespread press reports throughout 1942 that the Army planned to raise roughly 200 divisions of all types did not go unnoticed by the Germans and Japanese, who were able to closely follow the sometimes raucous deliberations of one House and 5 Senate investigations of the manpower question. It took a while for the realities of industrial, agricultural production and Army Air Force needs, plus the snowball effect of severe monthly shortfalls in the number of men inducted, to be fully appreciated. but by 1943 the number of such formations was scaled back considerably and eventually shrank to a planned troop basis of 100 divisions. It was soon apparent, however, that even this could not be properly maintained, and on the heels of a public announcement that an expansion of the force by at least 12 divisions was going to be deferred until 1944, the Army found that it instead had to cut the 100-division goal still further to a barely adequate force of 90 divisions. This removal of 10 divisions, essentially one field army, already scheduled for activation, was kept a closely guarded secret, lest this news lead the American public to overconfidence and a relaxation of the war effort, and because it could lead the enemy to conclude that the reduction signified that the United States was unable to fulfill its mobilization schedule. The Germans and Japanese knew nothing of the removal of these formations, informally referred to within the U.S. Army as ghost divisions, the unorganized component regiments and artillery battalions of which may also have been known to them. In addition, 19 more completely fictitious phantom divisions with corresponding support elements and even fake corps and Army field headquarters were created for a wide-ranging deception operation designed to support the invasion of France in 1944. And unlike the unorganized ghost divisions, which were quietly dropped, the Army, with the full and energetic cooperation of the British, went to great lengths to make the apparent existence of the phantom formations seem as real as possible, by allowing tantalizing glimpses of their simulated troop movements, radio nets, encampments, and interaction with Phantom Corps headquarters as well as real units. The deception included vehicle markings for non-existent units, and even shoulder patches worn by some of the skeletal engineer and intelligence elements making up the Phantom divisions in Britain, as well as ports of embarkation in the United States. The patches, in fact, were commercially produced, along with legitimate insignia under Standard Army contracts, and allowed to enter the military collector's market through one or more firms in Manhattan, and a shoulder patch exchange administered by Yank. These patches were designed and produced under the direction of Arthur Dubois, chief of the heraldic section of the Office of the U.S. Army Quartermaster General, who supplied them and fabricated heraldic data along with authentic patches, insignia, and data to National Geographic magazine for open publication in a special edition. The Germans believed completely in the existence of the Phantom divisions, and their patch designs, conveniently supplied by double agents in Great Britain, ultimately ended up on a U.S. Order of Battle wall chart in the German Army's theater headquarters, OB West, in Paris. But why not just use some of the announced but unactivated ghost divisions for the deception? On one hand, considerable work had already taken place on the mechanics of how these units would be organized and trained. Plus, there were elements within both the Army and War Department, running as high as the Secretary of War himself, advocating that at least a portion of these formations be activated. In addition, the Phantom divisions were created to enhance certain perceptions that the Germans already had formed about the U.S. mobilization. First, that we could, and according to the deception did, field a large number of airborne divisions in order to conduct significant operations almost anywhere along their Atlantic wall. And second, the perception that the United States could raise an army numbering in the hundreds of divisions. Consequently, more than half of the Phantom divisions were either airborne formations, the 6th, 9th, 18th, and 21st, ones with very high numbers, the 108th, 119th, 130th, 141st, and 157th, or both, the 135th Airborne Division. This and other faulty intelligence was duly passed along to the Japanese by the German High Command, which was held captive by the deception operation until it finally unraveled in early August 1944, after some of the real divisions, which were also part of the ruse, appeared in Normandy, and their supposed commander, Patton, was found to be leading the American breakout from the invasion area. In the spring and summer of 1945, Japanese intelligence produced U.S. order of battle analyses based on 1. Definitely known American units they or the Germans had faced in combat, 2. A range of strategic intelligence sources that were both constricted and problematical, 3. Allied disinformation passed on by the Germans, and 4. Faulty assumptions that had much in common with those of medieval map-makers who drew mythical islands where they supposed land might be. The Japanese believed that the U.S. Army contained a minimum of 96 infantry divisions, including the airborne divisions and single mountain division, far more than the true total of 72 such formations. An examination of the order of battle charts from mid-June and July 1, 1945, readily reveals that Japanese intelligence analysts had simply filled in a string of numbered divisions that only sporadically corresponded with the ghost divisions that the U.S. Army pulled back from activating in 1943. The phantom divisions created for the Normandy invasion are another matter. The bogus airborne and high-number phantom divisions do not appear in the IGHQ forecasts of what America might hurl at them, but nearly all of the remaining phantom divisions do, and they generally carry Germany as a geographical designation, while most of the other imaginary divisions are listed as being in the United States. Although it may simply be a coincidence that 9 phantom divisions are present in the latter order of battle chart, up from 8 in the spring, it appears more likely that this reflects the influence of German intelligence. In spite of Japanese intelligence being wrong on the specifics of the U.S. order of battle and their overestimating of the number of divisions likely to take part in the invasion, document after document demonstrates that they were uncannily accurate on the more pressing questions of precisely where and when the divisions would be committed. To put it bluntly, they had figured us out. Colonel Hattori Takushiro, twice chief of the Army General Staff's Operations Section and secretary to the War Minister General Anami Korachita, not only told U.S. Army interrogators in 1945 that they expected the initial invasion to be launched on Kyushu in October 1945, but also named the precise locations of the landings. Instead of a grinding war of attrition, the American military hoped for a less costly battle of maneuver. But what Hattori told the Sixth Army's intelligence chief, Colonel Horton V. White, just after the surrender, indicated that this had not been in the cards, and it must have made the intel officers' hair stand on end. They expected the invasion to be made during or after October 1945. They expected it to be made on southern Kyushu, and that our landing would be made on the beaches of Miyazaki, Ariake-Wan, and Satsuma Peninsula. Their available combat forces had been deployed according to these expectations, with reserves being strengthened when hostilities ceased. The Japanese forces planned to make a final stand near the beaches, and units were instructed to remain in place until annihilated. Heavy counter-offensives in the beach areas were planned, and little preparation was made for defense in depth. U.S. Army campaign planners envisioned the opening U.S. assault on southern Kyushu as one where overwhelming American strength would be directed against only a portion of Japan's forces, cut off from reinforcement, and MacArthur had originally expected the Sixth Army to face from 6 to 10 enemy divisions on Kyushu by the time the invasion was launched near the end of 1945. Unfortunately, as demonstrated above, and confirmed by Edward J. Drea and Alvin D. Cooks in separate studies, after 3 years of island hopping and end runs, the Japanese had gained a clear understanding of the methods and logistical requirements of America's rigidly set-piece amphibious operations, and correctly deduced that southern Kyushu would be the next stepping stone on the drive toward the heart of their empire. When interrogated after the war, Major Hori Azo, a general staff officer charged with divining American intentions, simply noted that an invasion of Kyushu made strategic common sense. U.S. decryptions of intercepted radio transmissions, largely confirmed or supported by air reconnaissance, began to display an alarming buildup to intelligence staffs in Washington and Manila, even as the Joint Chiefs confidently assured the new American President, Harry Truman, in mid-June that Kyushu could be cut off from significant reinforcements from Honshu once U.S. air power on Okinawa could be built up. The Japanese feared this as well, and had moved quickly to transfer troops and supplies to the threatened area before the bases on Okinawa could be brought fully into play. By combining reinforcements with the existing garrison and indigenously raised units, troop strength on the island climbed from 4+ division equivalents at the end of April to 6 1 month later. By the end of June, it was up to MacArthur's projected maximum of 10, and soon reached 13+ division equivalents. And while this was not immediately apparent, it had become alarmingly clear by the third week in July that a Japanese buildup was occurring at a swift, steady pace, with the end not in sight. MacArthur's intelligence chief, Major General Charles A. Willoughby, warned, "If this deployment is not checked, it may grow to a point where we attack on a ratio of 1-to-1, which is not the recipe for victory. The rate and probable continuity of Japanese reinforcements into the Kyushu area are changing the tactical and strategical situation sharply. Massing in present attack sectors is evident. Unless the use of these communication routes is restricted by air and/or naval action, enemy forces in southern Kyushu may be still further augmented until our planned local superiority is overcome, and the Japanese will enjoy complete freedom of action in organizing the area and in completing their preparations for defense." Willoughby applied a standard military analysis based on force ratios, terrain, recent experience, and other factors to the number of known Japanese troops on Kyushu that produced a range of possible U.S. battle casualties running from approximately 210,000 to 280,000 during the push to a stop line almost halfway up the island. The intelligence chief then rounded this down to a conservative estimate of 200,000 battle casualties inflicted by the 13 to 14 Japanese divisions then accounted for on Kyushu. The figure implies nearly 500,000 losses to all causes during Operation Olympic, although perhaps 50,000 of these men would return to duty after light to moderate care. Unfortunately, Japanese troop strength continued to soar. Several months later, when Willoughby wrote an appreciation for field grade and general officers, he referred to these Japanese divisions accounted for in his July 29, 1945 intelligence analysis, but did not note that an additional 2 divisions and a division equivalent, 2 armored brigades, had appeared by the time Japan surrendered. This was not an oversight, for although the July 29th intelligence report, though classified, was nonetheless widely disseminated and known, the existence of the new divisions had not been released beyond the top-secret summaries of decoded Japanese radio traffic, and thus could not be included in Willoughby's unclassified assessment. In any event, the number of stated Japanese divisions was sinister enough as it was, and Willoughby said so to his military audience. Interestingly, this same analysis by MacArthur's intelligence chief could be, and eventually was, breezily dismissed by critics of Truman's decision to use nuclear weapons as simply a post-war creation, since it was not committed to paper until several months after the fighting was over. And naturally, this begs a question. Just what did President Truman and his senior military and civilian advisors know about potential casualties during the invasion? Chapter 6. The decision. We knew that the Japanese had been making these ploys, and they'd been suggesting some prince, Konoye Fumimaro, to see the Russians. We knew that these ploys were being made. There must have been a party which, on some terms, would talk about quitting, but we weren't at all sure that that party would succeed. Harvey H. Bundy, Special Assistant to Secretary of War Stimson. The situation in the Pacific involves countless American lives, and it seems clear to us that every type of weapon should be utilized. William J. Donovan, Director, Office of Strategic Services, July 18, 1945. The Japanese defenders of Okinawa were inflicting casualties on U.S. combat units at a rate that was both faster and higher than in previous campaigns. The ratios of only 4.6 and 5 Japanese casualties, usually deaths, for every 1 American battle casualty during the recent fighting on Leyte and Luzon, respectively, were far closer than what had been experienced during earlier Southwest Pacific operations. By Okinawa, the ratio had shrunk to 2-1, and an even more appalling 1.25-1 during the brutal fighting that had finally sputtered to an end on Iwo Jima. How did the terribly costly Okinawa and Iwo Jima campaigns affect the thinking of President Truman and senior members of his administration? First, it is important to understand that all of these men had long been in positions that enabled them to absorb ongoing military intelligence, and were deeply involved in the never-ending struggle to get enough American men into the war. Moreover, the long-expected casualty surge that they had all known was coming finally arrived in the summer of 1944, with D-Day in France and the invasion of the Mariana Islands in the Pacific. Of America's roughly 1,250,000 combat and combat-related casualties in World War II, nearly 1 million of this number would be suffered from June 1944 to June 1945, a degree of losses that people today would understandably find astounding. For almost a year before the invasion of Okinawa, a Joint Chiefs of Staff JCS planning group in the Pentagon had been working on a document outlining its concept of the final stages of the Pacific War. This document was released for comment by other groups on June 6, 1944, and approved for submission to the Joint Chiefs as JCS 924, Operations Against Japan Subsequent to Formosa, midway through the month-long battle for Saipan in the Marianas. It was regularly updated well into the Truman presidency. At Saipan, the cost of 3,426 American dead, plus more than 13,000 wounded, to kill 22,000 Japanese defenders, had a sobering effect on the JCS's Joint Strategic Survey Committee, which presided over the refinements made to Operations Against Japan Subsequent to Formosa. Through the spring of 1945, long after its name was rendered obsolete by the rush of events, JCS 924 was used as the primary outline for planning the series of campaigns to culminate on Japan soil, Operation Olympic against the southernmost island of Kyushu in late 1945, and Operation Coronet against Tokyo itself in spring 1946. In the document's August 30, 1944 annex, the planners estimated the number of Japanese troops that could be made available to defend the home islands at 3.5 million. An extrapolation of that number against a not yet complete count of the destroyed Japanese garrison on Saipan led planners to conclude that in our Saipan operation it cost approximately 1 American killed and several wounded to exterminate 7 Japanese soldiers. On this basis, it might cost us 500,000 American lives, and many times that number wounded in the home islands. This Saipan ratio suggested that defeating Imperial Japan would be at least as costly as the defeat of Nazi Germany, and the ratio set the standard for strategic-level casualty projections in the Pacific. Perhaps the most telling example of this is the fact that the Army Chief of Staff, George C. Marshall, personally used this ratio to estimate casualties in upcoming operations at precisely the time when the Army's manpower requirements for the coming year, 1945, were being formulated and before Truman became Vice President. The Army would not move beyond preliminary studies for continuing operations in 1946 until the spring of 1945. Together with the experience of combat attrition of line infantry units in Europe, the Saipan ratio provided the basis for the U.S. Army and War Department manpower policy for 1945 and became a critical factor in both 1. The ratcheting up of selective service inductions from 60,000 to 100,000 men per month in order to feed the replacement stream for what would be a one-front war against Japan, then projected to last almost into 1947, and 2. The corresponding expansions of the training, supply, and medical infrastructures to support increased manpower needs. All of this took place as the war in Europe was winding down, and indeed the capacity of Army ground force replacement training centers reached a wartime peak of 400,000 in June 1945, nearly 2 months after U.S. Army divisions pulled to a halt along Germany's Elbe River. Later in the summer of 1945, General MacArthur's intelligence chief, Major General Willoughby, would develop a formula dubbed the Sinister Ratio, based principally on the Okinawa fighting. But the practical side of the August 1944 Saipan ratio was that, whether or not a very general formulation of that type would hold up in the final analysis, at least 2.5 years in the future, it indicated that very high troop strengths would have to be maintained in the face of an increasing public demand that the longest-serving troops be returned home after the defeat of Germany. The War Department and Army solution was to tighten draft deferments on such groups as agricultural workers and expand the categories of those to be inducted while simultaneously initiating a point system that allowed some soldiers to be released after a specified amount of time in combat combined with length of service. Yet even before public demands peaked during May 1945 for what was essentially a partial demobilization in what was then viewed to be the middle of the war, the Roosevelt administration and the Army struggled with how to juggle America's dwindling reserves of eligible manpower. In January 1945, directives from Selective Service Director Brigadier General Hershey and Director of the Office of War Mobilization Jimmy Burns, as well as letters to Congress from President Roosevelt, Marshall, and King, which were subsequently released to the press, all pointed up America's urgent manpower needs. The near doubling of draft calls and corresponding increases in the training infrastructure all occurred as the daily press recounted the bloody fighting on Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Meanwhile, in Congress, both houses passed legislation that 18-year-olds could not be sent into combat unless they had finished a minimum of 6 months of training, and the Senate, with Vice President Harry Truman engaged each and every day as its presiding officer, balked on a House bill to draft women nurses. This raises an interesting point. Truman is frequently referred to as having been a former battery commander during World War I, but in reality he had only recently left the active reserves as a highly respected colonel in the Reserve Officer Corps. After serving with distinction as a battery commander during the Meuse-Argonne offensive in World War I, the former Missouri dirt farmer had renewed his commission and rose through the ranks to become the commander of the 381st Artillery Regiment in 1932, and then was offered command of the 379th Artillery Regiment in 1935. very senior positions in a very diminutive between-wars club called the U.S. Army. Truman took his commission seriously and immersed himself in soldiering in spite of his increasing duties in a series of political positions. He was a familiar figure at the Fort Sill and Fort Riley artillery ranges, and after arriving in Washington as a newly elected U.S. Senator, he admitted in a letter to his wife that he played hooky from a meeting of the Senate Appropriations Committee to attend a lecture on General Robert E. Lee by Douglas Southall Freeman at the Army War College. On another occasion, when an Army friend, future Treasury Secretary John Snyder, paid a visit to him in Washington, the two artillerymen drove over to the Gettysburg battlefield to perform what the Army today calls a terrain walk, in order to examine the military aspects of the ground that Union and Confederate forces fought over in 1863. Truman had been a member of three key armed services committees: the Military Affairs Committee, the Military Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, and the Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program as its chairman. The Transportation Act of 1940, known as the Wheeler-Truman Act, was formulated by Truman and greatly increased America's preparedness for war. When hostilities finally broke out, Truman went to General Marshall offering to rejoin the regular army, but was rebuffed by the Chief of Staff, who said it was more important for him to stay where he was because "you've got a big job to do right up there at the Capitol with your investigating committee." In spite of all this, however, Truman was regularly characterized by historians who tend to study the Roosevelt and Truman presidencies independent of what was happening in Congress, as being completely out of the loop during this period, when brutal legislative fights were taking place right in front of them on the Senate floor, over the politically explosive questions involving the lives of virtually millions of young Americans. It is as if Truman supposedly went brain-dead during the several months he was vice president. In fact, after the 1944 presidential election, Truman personally petitioned Marshall to assign an officer to the tiny vice presidential staff so that he could better monitor military affairs. Vice presidents did not have military liaison officers until Truman, as they say, made it happen. As we have seen, there was plenty to monitor, such as the politically painful ramping up of the selective service calls, and what the radically increased draft quotas meant in terms of the planned invasions of Japan was essentially this. Starting in March 1945, when levies were increased to 100,000 per month for the U.S. Army alone, the Navy and Marine Corps counted separately and brought the total March call-up to more than 141,000, nearly every man inducted would enter the replacement stream now oriented for a one-front war against Japan. The Army did not sugarcoat the prospect of a long, bloody war for the soldiers in the field and new inductees. In June 1945, it warned that various major factors, none of them predictable at this stage of the game, will decide whether it will take 1 year, 2 years, or longer to win the Far East War. Not everyone in the Pentagon believed the war would last that long. With the end of the war in Europe in sight and Japan's imperial army soon to bear the full weight of American might, some strategic planners were clearly more optimistic about how potential losses against the Japanese might play out than were other strategic planners, whose thinking paralleled that of the Pentagon's manpower and medical planners, crunching the numbers generated by the Pacific fighting. The estimate from the Saipan ratio that subjugating Japan might cost us 500,000 American lives, and many times that many wounded, appeared in the long run to be unrealistically high to a cross-section of strategic planners and senior leaders in Washington. After all, it seemed reasonable to assume that U.S. forces would learn how to better cope with Japanese defensive techniques through hard-learned battle experience. For briefing purposes, the implied top-end figure of approximately 2 million battle casualties built from the Saipan ratio was slashed to a best-case scenario figure of 500,000, in spite of the casualty figures from Okinawa. This number was not so huge as to make the task ahead appear insurmountable, and it was far lower than the already publicly released figure of 600,000 men needed to be inducted through June, which would carry the Army through Operation Olympic and other worldwide needs during that period. Much of the Navy-Marine Selective Service target of 300,000 had to do with the manning of the rapidly expanding fleet and not casualty replacement. The battle casualty figure of 500,000 became the operative one at the working level among strategic planners during the spring of 1945. Future four-star general and West Point Superintendent Andrew J. Goodpaster, then a staff officer working for the JCS, noted that Secretary Stimson used the number regularly, and the figure, now representing total casualties and not just deaths, was given in briefings at such diverse locations as the U.S. First Army Headquarters in Weimar, Germany, B-29 training bases in the southwestern United States, and to newly assigned planning personnel at the Pentagon. This smaller figure was not constructed from either previous or ongoing combat operations, and appears to have been based purely on the assumption that the U.S. military would certainly learn to better counter Japanese tactics. Whether bravado or racism figured most heavily in its creation is unknown, but the assumption nonetheless neglected the fact that, as evidenced by the casualty ratios then emerging from Iwo Jima and Okinawa, the Imperial Japanese Army was riding its own learning curve. The low 500,000 number for total battle casualties, used widely in briefings, was not, however, used for ongoing operational purposes, and it had no effect on the nearly doubled selective service call-up, the expansion of the Army's training base, or the plans of the Transportation Corps, Medical Corps, and other U.S. Army organizations. For example, at the same time that the lower figure was appearing in briefings, the Army Service Forces under Lieutenant General Brehan B. Somervell was working with estimates of approximately 720,000 for the projected number of replacements needed for dead and evacuated wounded through December 31, 1946, numbers that included only U.S. Army and Army Air Force personnel and did not include Navy and Marine Corps losses. And neither the briefing nor planning figures factored in the feared mass executions of captured U.S. and other Allied personnel when Japan was invaded, because the personnel in question were already removed from the U.S. force structure. Yet while the low 500,000 figure originated as simply a public information tool divorced from actual planning, as anyone who followed the Enola Gay controversy can attest, its effect was nevertheless pronounced and long-term. Pentagon planner Samuel Halpern said 45 years later that the figure made a deep, indelible impression on a young man 23 years old. It is something I have never forgotten. As if out of the blue, a seemingly unlikely character now entered the discussion of projected losses for the invasion of Japan: former President Herbert Hoover. Condemned to a political wilderness by his own party and the Roosevelt administration, Hoover was well outside of the Washington mainstream in spite of his frequent but low-key assistance to congressional committees. Even this limited activity, however, brought him to the attention of what the editor of Truman's private papers, Robert H. Farrell, has described as a Pentagon cabal of smart colonels, a group of men who, according to one of its members, believed it their duty to ensure that vital facts and intelligence reports from a wide variety of different agencies were acted upon rather than ignored. Their method, quite simply, was to get the material into the hands of a certain few senators and congressmen who were both totally trustworthy as intelligence receivers and highly able to get actions without letting the sources of their facts become known. Papers discovered by the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library's senior archivist, Dwight M. Miller, revealed that this revolving group contained both European and Asiatic intelligence specialists. Coalesced as early as 1942, was known to or utilized by a number of senior Pentagon officials, such as the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Major General Clayton L. Bissell, and had at least 4 military intelligence officers at its core: Colonel Peter Vischer, Colonel Joseph A. McKellar, Colonel Percy G. Black, and Colonel Truman Smith, the latter an intimate of General Marshall, who had only recently retired but was very much plugged in. Colonel Ivan D. Yeaton may have been actively involved as well, and the colonels worked closely with William LeVar, who held numerous senior positions during the war, including Chief of the Commerce Department's American Republics Unit combating Axis and communist activities in South America. The recipients of their highly classified offerings included Howard Smith, who was chairman of the House Rules Committee and powerful Special Committee to investigate executive agencies, as well as Republican Senators Styles Bridges, George Malone, John W. Bricker, Thomas E. Dewey's running mate in 1944, and one lone Democrat, the chairman of the Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, Harry S. Truman. In addition to these legislative officials, said LeVar, one of our very best transmission patriots was not in Washington. That was, of course, Herbert Hoover. LeVar had apparently met Hoover in the early 1920s, and an extensive correspondence exists between the two. But while LeVar may have been the one who opened a dialogue between Hoover and the colonels, several of the group were soon making the periodic trips to the former president's high lair atop the Waldorf Towers in Manhattan to discuss selected items. The briefings and materials received by Hoover were all classified, and the colonels found that Hoover, in spite of his outsider position, was always able to securely use them for the Republic's good. A close examination of Hoover's papers makes it clear that he had a very comprehensive understanding not only of ongoing military matters unknown to the general public, but also of developing high-level policy considerations. Indeed, it was his knowledge and insight which placed the incurable number cruncher Hoover in such demand by members of Congress. Although he regularly received richly detailed reports from Army and Navy Journal publisher John Callan O'Loughlin, who obtained his information, nearly all of which was top secret, from a wide variety of senior officers up to and including Chief of Staff Marshall, both Dwight Miller and Robert Farrell had long believed that the nature of the information in the former president's hands indicated that Hoover had a pipeline into the Pentagon for intelligence information. Discovery of the colonel's connection to Hoover certainly verifies their contentions. Farrell also points out that this discovery virtually guarantees that JCS 924, outlining the endgame in the Pacific, would have been made available to the former president. This is a basic document, said Farrell, and it is inconceivable that they would not show Hoover the plans for the invasion of Japan, which included the Saipan ratio suggesting up to 500,000 American dead. After Truman became president, Stimson, who had formerly served as Hoover's Secretary of State, attempted to get the two statesmen together, but Hoover would not insert himself into the process. He would not go to the White House without an invitation. On May 15th, 2 days after a lunch and afternoon meeting at Stimson's Long Island estate, Hoover provided him with a memorandum outlining his views on ending the war with Japan. In this document, and another prepared for Truman later that month, Hoover suggested that the invasion could cost 500,000 to 1,000,000 lives, an estimate that pointedly warned of as many as twice as many deaths then postulated by the Army in JCS 924. Stimson sent the paper to Marshall's staff for comment and hid its origins by stating only that it had been authored by an economist. Had Hoover come up with this larger top-end number himself, or had it come via the cabal of smart colonels? An important clue comes from yet another source, Kyle Palmer, the Los Angeles Times longtime political editor. Palmer had traded in his editorial desk for a position as the paper's war correspondent in the Pacific. Attached to the headquarters of Admiral Chester A. Nimitz, Central Pacific Commander, he covered the first aircraft carrier strikes against Japan and the costly U.S. invasions of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, then made a brief return to Los Angeles for a medical checkup. Before he shipped out again, Palmer hammered away at the theme that it'll take plenty of murderous combat before our soldiers, sailors, and Marines polish off the fanatical enemy in both articles and appearances before civic groups. Under the headline, Palmer warns, no easy way open to beat Japs, the Los Angeles Times quoted from one of his speeches. We are yet to meet the major portion of the ground forces of the Jap Empire. They have 5 million or 6 million under arms, and it will cost 500,000 to 750,000, perhaps 1,000,000 lives of American boys to end this war. What is interesting about this statement is not that Palmer's top-end figure matched what Hoover had put in the memo to Stimson just 2 days earlier, because while it is true, noted Farrell, that possible high casualty figures were appearing in newspapers, planted by Nimitz's press organization, one must assume that Hoover would not have written Truman about a figure taken from a newspaper. The real value of Palmer's figures lies in the fact that Palmer's statement on Japan's potential troop strength also matched the revised estimates then being pushed upward from the mid-1944 estimate of approximately 3.5 million by intelligence officers in the Pentagon. This information was not yet widely disseminated, even within higher headquarters organizations, and almost certainly was leaked to Palmer through Nimitz's command, which, like the rest of the Navy leadership, was still angling, sometimes buttressed by selective leaks to the press, to swing future operations away from a direct assault on Japan's home islands to a campaign of encirclement and blockade designed to starve the Japanese into surrender. As noted earlier, the U.S. Army's initial planning for the twin invasions of Japan, Operation Olympic against the southernmost island of Kyushu in late 1945 and Operation Coronet against the Tokyo area in 1946, had begun in earnest in the summer of 1944. JCS 924's Saipan ratio was based on the early assumption that U.S. forces would have to face approximately 3.5 million combatants. But as further analysis of Japan's manpower and training capabilities was conducted, the realization began to slowly dawn within the Army bureaucracy that their opponent's two-tiered mobilization system was on its way to producing at least 5 million trained and properly equipped soldiers, a force far surpassing what U.S. specialists originally believed probable. Greater Japanese troop strength invariably changed the projections of how many American casualties they might be able to inflict, and this became an even more critical issue as the fighting raged on Okinawa, where U.S. ground force casualties had averaged nearly 7,000 per week during the first half of April, and had dropped back to a still appalling 3,000 plus each and every week that the campaign ground on. As Japan invasion planner George McComb succinctly put it, every time Japanese troop strength increased in the home islands, they had to revise the casualty numbers up. Military intelligence analysts would have been the very first personnel working the revised figures against the Saipan ratio, plus other ratios developed from more recent operations. And it was members of this same close-knit community that made up Hoover's Pentagon pipeline. 2 days after their meeting, Secretary Stimson again failed to persuade Hoover to visit Truman without a specific invitation, but finally succeeded in convincing Truman of the need for a meeting. Against the pointed advice of some of his political staff from the Roosevelt administration, on May 24th, Truman invited Hoover to the White House, writing out the invitation in his own hand, placing a 3-cent stamp on the envelope and mailing it himself. This was apparently his staff's first, and far from the last, experience with Truman's propensity to use the U.S. Postal Service to circumvent their better judgment. The two presidents finally met on the 28th. Before they parted, Truman requested that Hoover prepare memorandums on the issues discussed. Upon his return to his home at the Waldorf in New York, Hoover prepared extensive notes on the meeting, which had apparently started early and lasted far longer than expected. He then produced 4 memoranda on 1. The European Food Organization, 2. The Domestic Food Organization, 3. The creation of a War Economic Council, and 4. The Japanese situation. In Memo 4, a brief work less than 700 words in length, Hoover stated twice that the cost to America from an invasion of Japan could run from 500,000 to 1,000,000 lives. It and the other memos were sent to Truman via the president's longtime friend, Press Secretary Charlie Ross, in order to avoid possible mischief from the Roosevelt holdovers. Hoover's letter left New York on either Wednesday, May 30th or Thursday, May 31st. Truman, like his congressional colleagues and anyone who read the New York Times closely, knew that the Army was in the midst of trying to induct 600,000 men as replacements through June of that year. This, however, only covered the Army's needs through Olympic, and what Hoover had done in his Memo 4, the Japanese situation, and the earlier memorandum to Stimson, was to cut to the bottom-line cost, as represented by the Saipan ratio, of a U.S. victory in the war through the defeat of the Imperial Japanese Army on the home islands, with the Chinese, British, and presumably the Soviets taking on a roughly equal number of imperial troops on the Asian mainland. The existence of these memos, as well as 2 subsequent Pentagon analyses of the memos requested by Stimson, are widely known, and all have been noted in a variety of venues. What remained unknown, however, was the president's reaction to the memos, and one scholar of the Truman era, speaking specifically of Memo 4 with the casualty estimates, even maintained that there is no proof that Truman ever saw the Hoover memo. Recently discovered documents at the Harry S. Truman Library and Museum tell a different story. The discovery of the post-Hoover memo, Truman, Grew, Hull, Stimson, Vinson exchange, sheds new light on the importance of Hoover's Memo 4 by demonstrating not only that the president saw the memos, but that he had singled out Memo 4 for extensive, high-level scrutiny. What we now know, said Farrell, is that Truman seized upon this memo and sent memoranda to Secretary Stimson, Under-Secretary of State Joseph C. Grew, Director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion Fred M. Vinson, and former Secretary of State Cordell Hull, asking for written judgments from each. Moreover, adds Farrell, the discovery of this exchange not merely shows that Truman knew about such a high casualty figure far in advance of the decision to use atom bombs against Japan, but also that Truman was exercised about the 500,000 figure, no doubt about that. Truman received the material from Ross, and after writing from Herbert Hoover across the top, he forwarded the original copy of Memo 4, Memorandum on Ending the Japanese War, to his manpower czar Vincent on or about Monday, June 4th. The War Mobilization and Reconversion Director did not bat an eye over the casualty estimate when he responded on Thursday, June 7th. He returned both the original memorandum and Truman's directive to examine it, as well as his own memo suggesting that Hoover's paper be sent to Stimson and Grew, as well as Hull, who was currently in Bethesda Naval Medical Center. Truman agreed and had his staff type up additional copies of Memo 4 on Saturday, June 9th. Carbon copies were also made and sent them to Stimson, Grew, and Hull. Truman asked each for a written analysis of Memo 4 and told Grew and Stimson that he wished to discuss their individual analyses personally, eye to eye, after they submitted their papers. Grew immediately initiated an oral and written exchange on the memo with longtime Roosevelt advisor and speechwriter Judge Samuel L. Rosenman, who was then serving as Truman's special counsel. Stimson subsequently sent his copy to the Deputy Chief of Staff, Major General Thomas J. Handy, because he wanted to get the reaction of the Operations Division staff to it, and mentioned in his diary that he had a talk both with Handy and with Marshall on the subject. Hull was the first to respond. He branded Memo 4 as Hoover's appeasement proposal in his June 12th letter, because it suggested that the Japanese be offered lenient terms to entice them to a negotiating table. Hull did not take issue with the casualty estimate. Grew also did not take issue with the casualty estimate in his June 13th memorandum, and confirmed that the Japanese are prepared for prolonged resistance and that prolongation of the war will cost a large number of human lives. It should also be noted that Grew's opinion would not have come as any surprise to the President, since he had told Truman, ironically, just hours after the meeting with Hoover, that the Japanese are a fanatical people capable of fighting to the last man. If they do this, the cost in American lives will be unpredictable. One can readily surmise that Hoover and Grew's statements, hitting virtually back-to-back in the midst of America's costliest campaign in the Pacific War, were not of much comfort to the new Commander-in-Chief. Grew's memorandum, messengered by government courier, and Hull's letter both arrived on Wednesday, June 13th, and Truman subsequently met with Admiral William D. Leahy on the matter. In addition to serving as the President's White House Chief of Staff, the Admiral was also his personal representative on the Joint Chiefs and acted as unofficial chairman at their meetings. The day after the Hull and Grew messages arrived on Truman's desk, Leahy sent a memorandum stamped urgent in capital letters to the other JCS's members, as well as Secretary of War Stimson and Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal. The President wanted a meeting the following Monday afternoon, June 18, 1945, to discuss the losses in dead and wounded that will result from an invasion of Japan proper, and stated unequivocally that it is his intention to make his decision on the campaign with the purpose of economizing to the maximum extent possible in the loss of American lives. Economy in the use of time and in money cost is comparatively unimportant. The night before the momentous meeting, Truman wrote in his diary that the decision whether to invade Japan or bomb and blockade would be his hardest decision to date. The President's meeting with the JCS and service secretaries took place before one of the recipients of Truman's directive, Stimson, had submitted a written response. It was not until after the meeting and several drafts that Stimson wrote, "The terrain, much of which I have visited several times, has left the impression on my memory of being one which would be susceptible to a last-ditch defense, such as has been made on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and which, of course, is very much larger than either of those two areas." We shall, in my opinion, have to go through a more bitter Finnish fight than in Germany, and we shall incur the losses incident to such a war." At the Monday meeting, all the participants agreed that an invasion of the home islands would be extremely costly, but that it was essential for the defeat of Imperial Japan. Said Marshall, "It is a grim fact that there is not an easy, bloodless way to victory." There was also considerable discussion of the tactical and operational aspects surrounding the opening invasion of Kyushu, the southernmost of Japan's home islands, with the emphasis on their effects on U.S. casualties. One portion of that discussion would have a great impact on the Enola Gay debate 5 decades later. The meeting transcript states that Admiral Leahy recalled that the President had been interested in knowing what the price in casualties for Kyushu would be, and whether or not that price could be paid. He pointed out that the troops on Okinawa had lost 35% in casualties. Leahy noted, "If this percentage were applied to the number of troops to be employed in Kyushu, he thought from the similarity of the fighting to be expected that this would give a good estimate of the casualties to be expected. He was interested, therefore, in finding out how many troops are to be used in Kyushu." Leahy did not believe that the narrow presented figure of 34,000 ground force battle casualties in a ratio table accompanying General Marshall's opening presentation offered a true picture of losses on Okinawa, which, depending on the accounting method used, ran from 65,631 to 72,000, largely because of combat fatigue and psychiatric breakdowns. He used the total number of casualties to formulate the 35% figure. Since Leahy, as well as the other participants, including Truman, already knew that ground force casualties on Okinawa were far higher than 34,000, and approximately how many men were to be committed to the Kyushu fight, he was obviously making an effort, commonly done in such meetings, to focus the participants' attention on the statistical consequences of the disparity. 50 years later, Leahy's use of the 35% figure from Okinawa as a way to gain a better understanding of potential casualties during Olympic was to be controversial. The table of organization and equipment strength of strictly ground force combat units at the commencement of Operation Olympic was 190,000 troops. Applying the 35% to this TOE results in a thumbnail casualty estimate of approximately 63,000 for the first month, and indeed Leahy noted in both his diary and autobiography his impression that Marshall was of the opinion that this number represented likely casualties from some undefined portion of the invasion. However, even though 63,000 is in line with a 1-month estimate derived from the TOE, one can only guess at what the number truly represents. Because it is not in evidence in the meeting transcript, and Leahy attached no parameters to the estimate, it has been discarded by military historians who instead used more properly documented estimates. The number is mentioned here because, according to Martin Harwitt, former director of the National Air and Space Museum, it is the figure ultimately adopted by that institution at the insistence of Stanford professor Barton J. Bernstein as the total number of casualties expected by the U.S. military during the invasion of Japan. Use of the artificially low figure further inflamed veterans' passions during the Enola Gay controversy and contributed to Harwitt's dismissal. In any case, none of the meeting's participants found Leahy's approach in the least unusual, or took issue with his statement that 35% would give a good estimate of the casualties to be expected. Instead, Marshall presented the most recent figure for the troop commitment, 766,700, and allowed those around the table, including Leahy, to draw their own conclusions as to long-term implications. A discussion then ensued on the sizes of the opposing Japanese and American forces, which was fundamental to understanding how Leahy's 35% might play out. Finally, Truman, who had been monitoring the rising casualty figures from Okinawa on a daily basis, frequently with Leahy at his side, cut to the bottom line, since Operation Olympic was only the first of 2 invasions. The president expressed the view that it was practically creating another Okinawa closer to Japan, Tokyo, to which the chiefs of staffs agreed. More discussion ensued, and Truman asked if the invasion of Japan by white men would not have the effect of more closely uniting the Japanese. Stimson stated that there was every prospect of this. He added that he agreed with the plan proposed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff as being the best thing to do, but he still hoped for some fruitful accomplishment through other means. The other means included a range of measures from increased political pressure brought to bear through a display of Allied unanimity at the upcoming conference in Potsdam, to the as yet untested atomic weapons that it was hoped would shock the Japanese into surrender. Continued discussion touched on military considerations and the merits of unconditional surrender, and the president moved to wrap up the meeting. The president reiterated that his main reason for the conference with the chief of staffs was his desire to know definitely how far we could afford to go in the Japanese campaign. He was clear on the situation now, and was quite sure that the Joint Chiefs of Staff should proceed with the Kyushu operation, and expressed the hope that there was a possibility of preventing an Okinawa from one end of Japan to the other. Chapter 7. Japanese Defense Plans. The capture of Okinawa cost the United States Navy over 4,900 sailors killed or missing in action, and over 4,800 wounded. 10th Army lost 7,613 killed or missing in action, and 31,800 wounded. Sobering as it is to record such losses, the sacrifice of these men is brightened by our knowledge that the capture of Okinawa helped to bring Japanese leaders to face the inevitable surrender. Samuel Eliot Morison, The Two-Ocean War. The Okinawa operation achieved its objective, which was more important than the aforementioned figures of war results. This strenuous fighting provided us with valuable time to complete the general preparations for the homeland decisive operation and to delay the enemy's attack. Moreover, the brave resistance of soldiers and civilians struck the enemy with horror and made him more cautious about attacking the homeland. Hattori Takashiro, The Complete History of the Greater East Asia War. What do the Japanese know or think they know about the invasion plans? This became the central question faced by key intelligence personnel in the Pacific and Washington. By late July 1945, it was clear that the Japanese were rapidly building up their forces at the exact spots targeted by Operation Olympic. But the communications intercepts that revealed this activity could only go so far in providing a window to the assumptions by IGHQ that led to the massing in Kyushu. While off the mark in numerous particulars and some of the data which led to these assumptions, the Japanese were ultimately correct not only in the sequence, timing, and areas to be assaulted, but also in the specific invasion beaches and the approximate number of U.S. combat divisions slated to plunge over them. Throughout the summer, the Army staff group within IGHQ struggled to come to grips with the likely size of the U.S. invasion operations. Estimates fluctuated, but based on a comprehensive analysis of distances between U.S. ports and forward bases, available shipping, and other logistical factors, the Japanese believed that the opening invasion on Kyushu would be conducted by 15 divisions in the late fall, with a potential follow-up of up to 25 divisions U.S. plans called for 14 divisions and no follow-up, as only one field army was to be committed. For the Kanto plain on which Tokyo is situated, a force of some 25 divisions was expected in the spring of 1946, with an additional 25 more possible. Actual U.S. plans entailed a slightly larger initial force, 28 divisions, followed by at least 10 to 12 American and British Commonwealth formations. Paralleling strategic discussions within the U.S. military, questions were raised at different times throughout the spring and summer over whether the United States might not decide instead to wait out Japan by imposing a lengthy blockade, or take an opposite approach by launching a ground invasion immediately at the Tokyo area. For this latter tack, the Imperial Army Staff Group believed that if, and it was an extremely big if, the U.S. felt that it had attained a large enough preparatory concentration in the Philippines and Marianas, a strike directly at the Tokyo area might be attempted with as few as 30 divisions. The Japanese military thought that they could deal with such an eventuality, but only with the greatest difficulty, since the staggered development of the home island's defenses necessitated that preparations on the Kanto plain not be completed until early 1946, and that this buildup was surely to be adversely affected by American air power. For similar reasons, the possibility of a lengthy blockade before a ground invasion was even more worrisome than an early assault on Tokyo, since Japanese supplies were clearly finite. But the prospect of Kyushu being bypassed was thought to be extremely unlikely, because an operation directly against Tokyo would then have to be carried out beyond the range of ground-based aircraft, and a delayed invasion was also unlikely, because the enemy's objective will be the early termination of the war. The Army Staff Group explained that President Truman's message to Congress on June 3, 1945, made clear the elements of strategy in the war with Japan: A. To envelop the Japanese army in various places and destroy it piecemeal. B. To increase pressure on the Japanese forces by ground, naval, and air attack so they will become static. C. To achieve operational objectives with a minimum of loss. Beyond Truman's domestic considerations was the assessment that manpower requirements of a blockade and bombardment would impose very real constraints on the United States' strategic options, because such a course could entail the maintaining of massive and largely inactive forces in the Pacific while waiting for the blockade to finally strangle Japan. U.S. planners generally believe that this could take as long as 2 years. The IGHQ's Army Staff Group maintained that the U.S. landings necessary to close a ring around the home islands were the Korea Straits and the central China coast at Shanghai, in addition to Kyushu, but that such moves would mean that there will not be enough American troops to use in the decisive battle in the Kanto area the following spring. The staff group believed that U.S. troops would still have to land at Kyushu to form an effective blockade. The result of the multiple assaults, they argued, was that U.S. forces would have to be deployed from the Kyushu area to make an invasion of the Tokyo area possible, and that if the initial invasion force could not be destroyed, Kyushu's defenders should prevent these troops from being used against Tokyo by prolonging aggressive action on Kyushu. Okinawa, with fewer than 3 full divisions, held out for 100 days against a U.S. force more than 5 times as large, was regularly trumpeted as an example of Imperial Army troops stretching out a campaign in the face of a vastly superior enemy. Throughout all the agonizing formulation of assessments and reassessments, the High Command remained steadfast in its April decision to give the first perceived target, Kyushu, top priority in men and supplies, with build-up in the ultimate but later target, the Kanto Plain on which Tokyo is situated, not going into high gear until the defensive preparations on Kyushu were completed in September. All other areas in the home islands were far down the priorities list, except the southern tip of Shikoku, across the Bungo Strait from Kyushu. IGHQ was confident that America could be forced to sue for peace, not only because the Japanese army was intact and still relatively unbloodied, but also because the large and growing number of airfields had made it possible to preserve planes from severe bombing prior to the invasion, and the American landing operations would require more than 3 times the number of transports used in the war against Germany. Hence, there would be more chances to attack the U.S. supply lines. Their defense plans were both comprehensive and chillingly prescient. The following account of Japanese defense preparations, Homeland Operations Record, originated as 4 studies prepared immediately after the war by the Japanese government's 1st Army and 2nd Navy demobilization bureaus, under orders from General MacArthur's headquarters. Members of the Allied Translator-Interpreter Service, a component of the Intelligence Section G2 of Headquarters Far East Command, quickly translated and released the manuscripts in October 1945, and they are frequently cited in the 1950 reports of General MacArthur. In the mid-1950s, the War Histories Room staff at the Japanese Ground Defense Force Key Personnel School began work on a combined volume at the request of the Foreign Histories Division of Headquarters United States Army, Japan. The resulting 255-page 1959 monograph, Homeland Operations Record, corrected many errors and filled many gaps in the earlier manuscripts, after which a retranslation of ambiguous portions was undertaken. Nevertheless, the following excerpt, the first of 3 in this narrative, had to be heavily abridged and edited for clarity. This also entailed the shifting of numerous paragraphs into a more coherent order, and author's notes have been added. To better understand the following, readers should take note that the Japanese formation referred to as an army or field army is, like its Soviet counterpart, generally analogous to an American or British corps of approximately 3 combat divisions. A Japanese area army equates to an Anglo-American army of as few as 2, and sometimes as many as 4 corps formations. A Japanese general army is functionally the same as a Soviet front, an Anglo-American army group. An independent mixed brigade is made up of 3 to 6 infantry battalions, in addition to artillery and engineer elements of 1 company to 1 battalion each. Most of the material in the Homeland Operations Record describes a series of Japanese defense plans released in April 1945, and covers many of the subsequent changes that were made as the situation evolved and plans were modified throughout the summer. Homeland Operations Record. Reorganization of the Army Commands. Recognizing that defeat in the Philippines was only a question of time, and with the knowledge that an invasion of Japan proper was now a definite probability, IGHQ moved to strengthen the homeland's defense forces on February 6, 1945, by reorganizing 3 military districts, Eastern, Central, and Western, and adding 2 more, Northeastern and East Coast. The Army commands within the new military districts were likewise increased to 5 and redesignated as area armies. Aside from the reshuffling of areas, the addition of 2 additional districts and corresponding area armies, and the redesignation of the commands, there was little change in the command organization, and the commanders of the area armies continued to act as commanders of the military districts. As had been the case prior to the reorganization, the commanders reported to the Commander-in-Chief of Defense, General Prince Naruhiko Higashikuni, heading up the General Defense Command, GDC, on matters concerning the area armies, and to the War Ministry under General Anami Karachita on all military district affairs, which included any necessary civilian administration or coordination, as well as lines of communications activities such as ordnance, medical, and signals operations. The GDC and the 5 area armies received orders from IGHQ outlining the duties and missions of the reorganized command, instructions which differed from previous directives in that defense against air attack was no longer the primary consideration. Now the strengthening of land defenses at the most logical invasion points was emphasized, and the protection of land transportation and harbor facilities was also stressed. As was customary in IGHQ orders of this type, the GDC was instructed to cooperate with the Navy and by aggressive use of their air arm destroy any invasion fleet while it is still at sea. Reorganization of Japan's defense forces. On April 8, 1945, with invasion imminent and inevitable, it was realized that the defense of Japan was too great a task for the one defense headquarters. Accordingly, it was decided to divide the country into eastern and western defensive areas and to establish separate General Army Group headquarters in each to control the ground defense forces in the two areas. The 1st General Army, incorporating the Kanto Plain and Tokyo, extended from the Nagoya area through northern Honshu, while the 2nd General Army was responsible for the Osaka-Kyoto area south through Kyushu. At the same time, the Air General Army was established to assume the task of directing air defense. The 1st Air Army, Eastern Japan, which previously had been concerned primarily with training missions, and the 6th Air Army, Western Japan, already a tactical force, were brought under the operational control of the Air General Army. Note: the division of the country into two defensive areas and reorganization of the Army's ground commands were put into effect because the increase in the number of combat formations on Honshu and Kyushu necessitated a corresponding increase in command organizations to both train and field them in combat. The April 8, 1945 directive establishing army groups in eastern and western Japan further stated, in order to meet the expected gradual increase in pressure upon land and sea transportation services, self-sufficiency in each district and area army will be emphasized, particularly as regards food, material repair, and certain classes of arms and equipment procurement. In addition, the newly appointed divisional district chiefs were veteran generals hailing from their own birthplaces and were picked through a selective procedure intended somewhat to cement local relationships. Thus, while the government recognized that a unified national structure was absolutely essential to the prosecution of the war, a realistic view of what Japan would inevitably face drove the moves to strengthen local self-reliance, a move made extremely difficult not only by the ongoing deterioration of industrial capacity, but also by the lack of trained Army staff and logistic officers. The Ketsu-Go operations. Simultaneously with the activation of the 1st, 2nd, and Air General Armies and the initial phase of the Shogo victory operation against American forces at Okinawa, IGHQ issued orders for the implementation of the Ketsu-Go decisive operation. This operation was designed as an all-out joint defense effort to be conducted by the entire strengths of the Army, Navy, and Air Forces. Entirely defensive in nature, the operation divided the Japanese home territory, including the Kuriles, Karafuto, southern Sakhalin, and Korea, into 7 zones in which might be fought the final decisive battles to determine the fate of the nation. Ketsu-Go No. 1, Northern Military District, 5th Area Army. Ketsu-Go No. 2, Northeastern Military District, 11th Area Army, 1st General Army. Ketsu-Go No. 3, Eastern Military District, 12th Area Army. Ketsugo No. 4, East Coast Military District, 13th Area Army. Ketsugo No. 5, Central Military District, 15th Area Army, 2nd General Army. Ketsugo No. 6, Western Military District, 16th Area Army. Ketsugo No. 7, Korea, 17th Area Army. Ketsugo No. 3 provided for the defense of the Eastern Military District, including the Kanto Plain, by the 12th Area Army under the direction of the 1st General Army. This Kanto Plain area was considered the most vital part of the nation, containing the Imperial Palace, the nation's capital, centers of government administration, many military facilities including the highest military headquarters, and the great Tokyo Kawasaki Yokohama Industrial Complex. In addition, the Kanto Plain was one of the important rice-producing centers upon which the populace of the area and the military forces of the Eastern Military District were dependent. For this reason, the 12th Area Army initially had more material and greater strength at its disposal than did the other area armies. Unfortunately, progress in fortification construction was hampered by real estate difficulties and political interference. Defensive positions had been planned on the assumption that the most logical points for landings of invasion forces were Kujukuri-hama, located north of the Bose Peninsula and east of Tokyo, Sagami Bay to the south, or the shore of the Kashima Sea, northeast of Tokyo. By April, only the defense positions at Kujukuri-hama had made significant progress. The others were still in the initial stages of construction and had to wait their full allotment of resources until after the defenses on Kyushu were nearly complete. The best prepared defensive works by August were located in the Sagami Bay and Kujukuri-hama areas, as these offered the most advantageous landing sites for an invasion force, and it was estimated that decisive battles would undoubtedly be fought in those areas. Ketsugo No. 6 was concerned with the defense of Kyushu by the 16th Area Army under the direction of the 2nd General Army. That the enemy would direct its initial attack at Kyushu was regarded as a virtual certainty, and as a consequence the island's fortification was of the greatest urgency. Kyushu's defense was also the most difficult of all the home island districts, as it had the greatest length of vulnerable seacoast to defend. Preparations for Ketsugo No. 6 had an almost equal priority with those of Ketsugo No. 3, and had an earlier October 1945 completion date designated by IGHQ. By dint of strenuous efforts, positions on the Osumi and Satsuma peninsulas and on the Miyazaki Plains were roughly 50% completed in April, and preparations in the Ryukyu, Okinawa, Miyakujima, and Oshima to the south were also well advanced. In addition, communication facilities had been vastly improved, and stockpiling of supplies and ammunition was proceeding satisfactorily. Defenses in other areas. Although the Kanto Plain, Tokyo area was considered the most important parts of the country to be protected, defenses in the other areas could not be neglected. The Shimokita Peninsula and the Tsugaru Strait in the northern part of Honshu, and the entrance of Ise Bay and the Nagoya area were also of great importance. The 1st General Army, utilizing the 12th Area Army, would concentrate on building up defenses of the Eastern Military District, but would also render all possible assistance to the 11th and 13th Area Armies in their defense preparations. Estimate of U.S. invasion plans. Note: Ketsu Operation Numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7, outlined in the Homeland Operations Record, received a substantially lower priority than Numbers 3 and 6 of the 12th and 16th Area Armies, and are not repeated here beyond this one-paragraph summary above. The document's outline of plans to defend Kyushu, however, will be recounted in detail. Inter-service agreements. In the various orders and directives issued by IGHQ regarding Ketsugo, inter-service cooperation was stressed. The basic plan for the operation called for the Navy to defend the coasts by attacking invasion fleets with its combined surface, submarine, and air forces. The Air General Army would cooperate with the Navy in the accomplishment of the first phase of the defense. Should the enemy succeed in making a landing, the area army concerned would assume command of all naval ground forces in its area and would exercise operational control of air forces in support of ground operations. Although no specific agreement was ever reached regarding the operational control of land-based naval aircraft, it is assumed that the 1st and 2nd General Armies and their subordinate area armies would have been given operational control of naval air units in the event of an invasion. The details and actual implementation of the inter-service cooperative agreements would be worked out by mutual agreement between the commanders of the 1st and 2nd General Armies, the Air General Army, and the Navy General Command. Below this level, commanders of the area armies would also cooperate with, and could expect cooperation from, naval and air units in their areas. Note: agreements principally centered on infantry combat training for Navy personnel, the limited use of each other's service's air bases by its sister service, clarification for the command chain of Army personnel at Navy bases, and other matters such as the command of Special Attack Suicide Forces. The Army's Operations Section Chief at IGHQ later wrote, "The Army wanted very much to assume the unified command of the entire ground operations even during operational preparations, but owing to the Navy's opposition, the Army's wishes were not realized." Finally, an agreement was reached, providing that the 1st and 2nd General Army commanders may issue orders to Navy elements during operational preparations only in matters regarding ground defense plans and necessary training. The military secretary to General Anami blamed the lack of a unified command on the strong opposition mainly on the part of the Navy Minister Yonai Mitsumasa, and stated that the reason for his resistance was not very clear, beyond both services' own time-honored traditions, which were difficult to reconcile. Mutual support. An integral part of the Ketsugo operational planning included reinforcement of sectors under attack by troops transferred from other districts. Since enemy air raids had already seriously disrupted the transportation system, and it was known that every effort would be made to completely neutralize the entire system, time schedules were planned to provide for all troop movements to be made on foot. This, in turn, would require the defending force in contact with the enemy to conduct successful holding actions for long periods. The Air General Army also recognized the need for mutual support, both in defending against enemy air raids and in combating an invasion. Accordingly, on July 1, 1945, the principles of the Seigo Unified Air Defense Plan were published, and the air forces of both the Army and Navy organized to send the maximum support to any area under air or ground attack. Note: the assumption that U.S. air power would force all marches to be performed at night and along secondary roads, which offered better opportunities for concealment than primary roads, resulted in transit estimates of up to 65 days for two divisions moving from Kyushu in the event that an invasion was launched at Kanto without a preliminary operation against Kyushu. However, this was largely due to the fact that the divisions would first have to move surreptitiously and in small pockets from Kyushu to the southern tip of Honshu. Up to 8 divisions reinforcing the Kanto area from points all across Honshu would begin arriving in staging areas centering around Nagano, north of Tokyo, and other parts, within 10 days of receiving their marching orders, and another 5 would follow from as far as Hokkaido within 30 days. A variety of employment options were examined by IGHQ, and the stockpiling of food and munitions at key points was stepped up at all command levels. Reinforcement options for Kyushu will be examined next. Estimate of U.S. invasion plans. On the 19th of April, senior staff officers of the area armies were called to a meeting at the 1st General Army's new headquarters. The battle for Okinawa was at its height, and although the defense was stubborn, it appeared that the U.S. would be successful in taking the island because of the massive forces assigned to the task. It was certain that Allied forces would immediately begin preparations for the invasion of Japan after the capture of Okinawa. Intelligence estimates indicated that while the invasion might come as early as July, it was not believed that the U.S. would be prepared to launch an invasion until the fall of 1945, probably sometime after the 1st of October. It was believed, however, that the assault on Japan would be made as soon as possible after that date. All defense preparations, therefore, were to be completed by the end of September. Note: prioritization of the 1st General Army's efforts naturally occurred, and as summarized in Ketsugo No. 3 preceding, the best prepared defensive works by August were located in the Sagami Bay and the Kujukurihama areas. Struggle for equipment and supplies. With the 1st General Army limited in what logistical support it could provide, the individual area armies made efforts to obtain weapons, ammunition, and construction materials through their own channels. Since much of the shortage of supply at the troop level was attributable to lack of transportation, the area armies used their non-organic transportation and were successful in obtaining much of the material required, particularly that which was needed for construction of coastal fortifications. As a result of the observations of the commander-in-staff of the 1st General Army, new operational and logistical plans were made on the 7th of May at a meeting with the senior staff officers of the area armies. The new plans were outlined. Once more it was emphasized that an invasion could be expected in the fall and that operational preparations must be complete by that time. Mobilization. A mass mobilization resulting in a tremendous increase in the strength of Japan's armed forces, particularly the ground forces, was one of the most important facets of defense planning. A series of 3 mobilizations were to be completed by late summer 1945. Although the order of battle published for the 1st General Army in April showed a large number of division-sized units, many of them were not operational at the time of activation, and some of them were in fact still in the planning stage. Although manpower aspects of the mobilization plans were proceeding according to schedule, firepower had not increased in the same ratio, as production of weapons had not kept pace with the induction of men. Thus, while the 1st General Army was almost doubled in numerical strength, many of the recently added divisions were virtually unarmed when organized. 2 types of divisions were formed during the mobilization period: coastal defense and assault groups. In general, the divisions in the 100 and 300 series were largely immobile and earmarked for coastal defense, while those in the 200 series had assault missions. The coastal defense divisions were strongly reinforced with artillery, which increased their firepower but had decreased mobility. The assault divisions also had firepower superior to that of the average division, but were highly mobile. These latter divisions were to be used as shock troops to hit the enemy after the invader had been contained by the coastal defense divisions. Note: in addition to numerous independence brigades, and excluding the last 4 Kwantung divisions redeployed from Manchuria, IGHQ ordered the activation of 18 first-stage mobilization 100 series coastal defense divisions on February 28, 1945. 8 very high-quality 200 series assault divisions were activated during the second-stage mobilization on April 2nd. and 19 more as part of the third stage mobilization on May 23rd. Of this third group, 11 were organized as Coastal Defense 300 series formations, with the balance made up of 200 series assault divisions. Some of the first divisions activated in the first and second mobilization stages also experienced delays in becoming combat ready due to incomplete mobilization plans. 7 divisions were formally assigned to the 1st General Army and 5 to the 2nd General Army by early May. Within a few weeks, 7 more divisions were added to the 1st General Army and 4 divisions to the 2nd. Third stage mobilization. The final mobilization exhausted practically all the reserve manpower of Japan, and the majority of those called up were either untrained or old. If Japan had been attacked in May or June, it would have been impossible to conduct an adequate defense. However, the strong defense by the troops on Okinawa was buying time for preparations on the homeland. Because the organization of the 2nd General Army was steadily improving, and liaison with IGHQ and the area armies was further advanced, employment of units organized under the final mobilization was carried out smoothly in the most vulnerable area, Kyushu. The divisional-size units were completely organized by early July, and the smaller units by early August. Both the newly formed coastal defense and assault divisions were, however, inferior in quality of personnel and equipment to those previously organized. This was partially offset by the final mobilization coastal defense divisions being strongly reinforced with artillery. Note: while augmenting these formations' firepower was IGHQ's intent, the trio of 300 series divisions intended for Ketsugo No. 6 were deployed ahead of schedule, and at least initially with a heavy mortar section, substituting for artillery, because there was a chance that Kyushu might be invaded early. Japanese planners also reasoned that a quick deployment would also allow the divisions more time to familiarize themselves with their operational areas. 2nd General Army. It was obvious that if the enemy invasion operation should achieve any appreciable degree of success, communications and liaison between the 2nd General Army's area armies and their subordinate units might well be impossible, and that Kyushu, Shikoku, and Chugoku, the western portion of Honshu, would be completely cut off from each other. The establishment of at least one army command within each of these areas appeared, therefore, to be a vital necessity. Since an acute shortage of headquarters and staff personnel made the establishment of additional headquarters extremely difficult, it was determined to reorganize existing installations. The headquarters of the Zensuji Military Sub-District, Shikoku, was reorganized as the 55th Army Headquarters, and the sub-district was redesignated as the Shikoku Military District. As in the area armies and military districts, the commander and some of the staff served in dual capacities as members of the Army Headquarters and Military District Headquarters staffs. In the same manner, the Hiroshima Military Sub-District was reorganized as the 59th Army, and the sub-district redesignated as the Chugoku Military District. In Kyushu, the 16th Area Army had 2 subordinate army commands, the 56th, with the mission of defending the northern Kyushu area from Nagasaki east to the Bungo Strait and southern Honshu, and the 57th, which would defend Miyazaki Prefecture and the Osumi Peninsula in the southeast. Since it had been determined that Kyushu would undoubtedly be the scene of the initial invasion attempt, it was believed that 2 additional army headquarters would be required. One to take command of the units on the Satsuma Peninsula in the southwest, and a second to command the highly mobile reserve force. Here again, the shortage of personnel with command and staff experience posed a problem. To establish the Army headquarters for the defense of the Satsuma Peninsula, the 40th Army headquarters had to be redeployed from Formosa, with the commanding general and staff officers arriving by air on the 10th of June and assuming command on the 15th. The Army headquarters for the Mobile Reserve was still not organized by mid-August, and the war ended with the assault division still assigned to the 40th and 57th Armies for administrative purposes. Defense of Kyushu. Since it was generally conceded that the enemy would make his initial landings in Kyushu, the 16th Area Army had been given priority in the receipt of supplies and in the buildup of troop strength. Fortification construction had also been emphasized, and in general, preparations were further advanced in Kyushu than in other areas of Japan. Ketsugo No. 6 was the overall guide for the defense of Kyushu, but the 16th Area Army prepared its own detailed defense plan. Known as the Mutsu Operation, the Army's plan divided Kyushu into 3 principal sectors, which were, in turn, broken down into 7 area subdivisions. Mutsu Operation No. 1, Southern Kyushu. Part A, Miyazaki Plain. Part B, Ariake Bay. Part C, Satsuma Peninsula. Mutsu Operation No. 2, Northern Kyushu. Part D, Moji to Maebara. Part E, Karatsu to Sasebo. Mutsu Operation No. 3, Central Kyushu. Part F, Amakusa Area. Part G, Bongo Hoyo Channel. Deployed throughout Kyushu and adjacent islands, the 16th Area Army had 3 armies totaling 15 divisions, including 1 anti-aircraft division, 2 special attack forces, 7 independent mixed brigades, 3 independent tank brigades, and 2 fortress units. The defense concept under the Mutsu Operation Plan called for each army to hold 1 division in reserve. In the event of an invasion, the 16th Area Army would concentrate a force composed principally of the Army's reserve divisions and the 3 tank brigades, which would be utilized as an assault group to be rushed to the areas where the main enemy effort was being directed. During the period in which the assault force was being concentrated, the coastal defense units would contain the enemy as had been done on Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Note: IGHQ directed that no reserves were to be held back. As soon as the location of the enemy main effort has been determined, all reserves available in the Area Army will be redeployed to the decisive battlefront, leaving the coastal combat units to wage holding actions on the secondary fronts. As is evident from the 16th Area Army plans following, the 3 divisions to be used as the initial in Mutsu Operation Counterattack Force varied according to the locations of the American landings, and it was envisioned to occur as early as a week after the initial landings. Only Mutsu No. 1 is outlined, because Operation Olympic would not have activated the other plans. Mutsu Operation No. 1 covered the defense of southern Kyushu by the 40th and 57th Armies. This part of Kyushu was considered the most probable area to be invaded. Mutsu No. 2 provided for the defense of the northwest coast between Moji and Sasebo by the 56th Army and the naval forces in the Sasebo area of northwest Kyushu. Mutsu No. 3 was the operational plan for the defense of the central belt, extending from Shimabara Bay on the west coast northeast across Kyushu to the shores of the Bungo Channel. To further protect the coasts of Kyushu, the Gate Archipelago, or Goto Islands, west of Sasebo and Nagasaki, were defended by the Goto Group, 107th Independent Mixed Brigade, while the 109th Independent Mixed Brigade defended Tanegashima Island, south of the Shibushi Peninsula. Mutsu No. 1, Part A, was the defense of the east coast, particularly the plains area of Miyazaki Prefecture, by the 154th, 156th, and 212th Divisions of the 57th Army. In the event of an invasion in this area, those units would hold the attackers until the mobile reserve could be assembled and moved from their inland locations. The counterattack phase would be carried out by a mobile reserve composed of the 25th, 77th, and 216th Divisions together with the 4th, 5th, and 6th Independent Tank Brigades, which would move initially to Hanzhou and Suma. As an additional reserve to bolster the counterattack or launch a third-phase attack, 2 divisions would be sent from the 15th Area Army on Honshu, and if possible, 1 additional division from the 40th Army. Mutsu No. 1, Part B, would be activated if the enemy invaded the Ariake Bay region. Initial defense would be conducted by the 86th and 156th Divisions, plus the 98th Independent Mixed Brigade of the 57th Army. The mobile reserve for execution of the second phase would be composed of the 25th, 57th, and 216th Divisions, as well as the 4th, 5th, and 6th Independent Tank Brigades. These units would advance to Iwakawa to contain the invading force on the Shibushi Peninsula on the east side of Kagoshima Bay, and counterattack when conditions warranted. The 2 divisions from the 15th Area Army would be used as additional reinforcements to support the counterattack phase. Mutsu No. 1, Part C, provided for the defense of the Satsuma Peninsula region west side of Kagoshima Bay by the 146th and 303rd Divisions and the 125th Independent Mixed Brigade of the 40th Army. In the second or counterattack phase, the 25th M, 57th, 77th, 212th, and 216th Divisions together with the 3 tank brigades would advance to the vicinity of Injuin to hold the invaders on the peninsula and be prepared to execute the counterattack. Here again, 2 divisions from the 15th Area Army would be moved south to activate a third phase of the operation. Note: of the 4 assault divisions, the 25th from Manchuria and the 216th were expected to take part in the opening counterattack against a U.S. invasion force on any invasion beach. However, it was not originally envisioned that the 77th Division would be sent deep into the Shibushi Peninsula if Mutsu No. 1, Part B, was activated. Likewise, the 57th, another crack Kwantung Division, was not slated to take part in the opening phase of Mutsu No. 1's Part A contingency, and was, in fact, more than 300 miles to the north, since it was originally part of the Mutsu No. 2 counterattack force. It was only later that plans were made to move the 57th as well as the 4th Independent Tank Brigade, which was also based in the north, to locations in central Kyushu so that they could more quickly respond to a strike in the south. Although plans originally called for 2 divisions on Honshu to be prepared to reinforce the 16th Area Army, this was later expanded to 3 divisions and will be discussed in Chapter 14. With the U.S. 6th Army landing almost simultaneously at each of the possible invasion sites, the 16th Area Army of Lieutenant General Yokoyama Isamu would be confronted with the terrible choice of which part of the Mutsu operation to implement, and it was clear that Imperial forces would be under enormous pressure. The IGHQ staff studies confidently predicted that naval and air special attack forces targeting largely stationary invasion shipping might succeed in sinking as much as 30 to 40% of the vessels during landing operations. Reports of success during ongoing kamikaze operations at Okinawa prompted the estimates to balloon to as much as 50%, thus costing the Americans the equivalent of 5 combat divisions lost at sea. But while this level of success was accepted by IGHQ, commanders responsible for the conduct of ground operations within the scope of Ketsu No. 6 recognized that these estimates were excessively high. Their own figures indicated a possible maximum loss to the enemy of 20% of the invasion fleet transports, or about 3 divisions. But were even these conservative figures at all realistic? Chapter 8. Victory Might Be Salvaged. Myron Lieberman, G2, U.S. Army Air Forces, Far East. What percentage of success was necessary to make it worthwhile for the Japanese to continue the kamikaze tactics? Captain Inoguchi Rikibe, Imperial Japanese Navy. Inasmuch as the kamikaze attacks were the last means of any favorable results in the war, and the only chance for breaking down American resistance a little, we did not care how many planes were lost. Poor planes and poor pilots were used, and there was no ceiling on the number of either available for use. If enough damage could be done to American ships and enough American casualties resulted, perhaps there would be a New Deal later, in which some form of victory might be salvaged from the war. Interrogation of Captain Inoguchi Rikibe, March 7, 1947. In early 1943, the growing supremacy of U.S. warships and aircraft prompted some Japanese military leaders to contemplate the systematic use of suicide aircraft. But not until late the following year, after they had lost many of their best pilots at Midway, the Solomons, New Guinea, and the Marianas, was the kamikaze, the divine wind, examined seriously as a last-ditch alternative to conventional bombing attacks. A novice pilot willing to die for his emperor could fly an obsolescent aircraft into a warship infinitely more easily than he could aim a bomb at it, and sheer momentum would frequently carry a damaged, burning aircraft to its target even after its pilot had been killed. More experienced pilots, deemed too valuable to sacrifice, were to provide fighter cover or fly conventional strikes. At first, suicide attacks were organized on an ad hoc basis from Nichols Field in the Philippines, and on October 13, 1944, the aircraft carrier USS Franklin, CV-13, was apparently the first target of a kamikaze 1 week prior to official authorization of the 13-aircraft Shimpu Tokubetsu Kogekitai Divine Wind Special Attack Corps Unit of volunteer suicide pilots. First blood was drawn on October 25th and 26th, when a 5-plane raid sank the escort carrier St. Lo, CVE-63, and damaged 3 similar carriers. This prompted many more young flyers to volunteer, and on October 30th, a kamikaze attack damaged 3 large fleet carriers so severely that they had to be pulled back to the Ulithi anchorage for repairs. Within days, another large flat-top fell victim, as did 3 more toward the end of November. This stunning disruption of carrier air power spelled the loss of 10 Liberty ships and tank landing ships, LSTs, as well as 6 destroyer-type vessels during the opening days of the Philippines campaign, and had a pronounced effect on the conduct of the ground campaign. Buoyed by reports of both real and imagined U.S. losses in this and earlier battles, IGHQ decided to conduct its main battle for the Philippines on Leyte instead of Luzon, and transferred 4 infantry divisions to the island, along with various independent brigades and regiments. Although roughly 80% of Japan's ships taking part in the reinforcement effort were eventually sunk during the course of their round trips, most troops and supplies arrived intact, and several Japanese units were successfully evacuated when ordered off in January 1945. The conquest of Leyte eventually involved more than 100,000 additional U.S. ground troops than anticipated, and took so long to accomplish that the island never became the major staging base for the invasion of Luzon as was intended. Prior to the October-November battles, 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns had been the greatest killers of Japanese aircraft. After the kamikaze's appearance, however, Their lack of hitting power rendered them little more than psychological weapons against plunging aircraft. Commanders relied increasingly on the larger 40mm Bofors guns because they could blast apart a closing aircraft. As more became available, additional mounts of the twin and quad Bofors jammed already overcrowded deck spaces on everything from minesweepers and LSTs to battleships and carriers. Destroying enemy aircraft on ground, always an important part of carrier operations, was given increased emphasis, but the Japanese did not need extensive airfields to operate essentially one-way kamikazes, and planners worried that the Japanese would simply disperse and camouflage the thousands of planes remaining in the home islands and Formosa. It was also clear that radar picket destroyers would play a critical role in warning the fleet of approaching aircraft. The ring of such ships around Okinawa was to be beefed up considerably, with combat air patrols, CAPs, assigned to the most dangerous picket stations, since the highly vulnerable tin cans were likely to be the first target seen and dived on by inexperienced kamikaze pilots. The resulting ordeal endured by the radar pickets and the U.S. carrier fleet off Okinawa and Japan has been documented extensively. Exactly 400 warships and large landing craft were struck by kamikazes or bombs, including 32 that were sunk outright, with more than 40 so heavily damaged that they had to be scrapped, plus more than 60 others knocked out for extensive repairs. Yet, unlike Leyte, Okinawa was far removed from sources of Japanese ground troops, and the kamikazes, while deadly, had no practical effect on efforts to conquer the island stronghold. Upcoming operations on the Japanese home islands were shaping up to be another matter entirely. Japanese plans in mid-July 1945 called for the Imperial Army and Navy air arms to convert all obsolescent and obsolete aircraft into kamikazes. This amounted to 10,440 aircraft, including 3,230 fighters and reconnaissance planes, 1,810 bombers, and a whopping 5,400 trainers, thus leaving approximately 2,300 of the most modern combat aircraft for conventional operations to be carried out by the air regiments, as well as a miscellany of planes for administrative and training purposes. Not included in these figures were roughly 600 planes capable of being staged against American targets through Formosa, or the production of conventional aircraft, simple, purpose-built kamikazes, and even a small number of advanced jets. But despite the fact that production began to accelerate after the initial slowdowns caused by the dispersal of manufacturing plants, only a portion of this new construction would be ready for combat by Operation Ketsugo No. 6 in October, when the Japanese believed that the invasion of Kyushu would be launched. The Japanese assumed that of the 5,500 aircraft earmarked to destroy the Olympic invasion force, roughly 10% would not take part because of either mechanical difficulties or their destruction while still on the ground during U.S. fighter sweeps. They estimated that this would leave as many as 4,300 kamikazes and 700 conventional aircraft for strikes. And upon further analyses, the new Joint Air Staff believed that the number of escorting fighters could be brought up to some 2,000 conventional aircraft during Ketsugo No. 6 by staging aircraft in central and southern Honshu through fields closer to the battle. The Japanese devised a simple method for the immediate organization of fully equipped and completely staffed special attack formations, the mass conversion of existing training units to the new mission by decree. At least some Japanese fight instructors, not sufficiently infused with the Bushido spirit, were in despair over the lack of training being given to the novice kamikaze pilots. But airmen such as Captain Inoguchi Rikibe, commanding the 10th Air Fleet's Special Attack Pilot Training, enthusiastically enforced the new orders. Said Inoguchi, "Inasmuch as the kamikaze attacks were the last means of any favorable results in the war, and the only chance for breaking down American resistance a little, we did not care how many planes were lost. Poor planes and poor pilots were used, and there was no ceiling on the number of either available for use." According to Captain Fukida Mitsuo of the Combined Fleet's Air Operations Staff, members of the 1st Shimpu Tokubetsu Koguketai, usually referred to as Tokotai or simply Toko units, were some of the very best pilots in the Philippines, with an average of 300 flight hours apiece. By Okinawa, the average flight hours had dropped to roughly half among kamikaze pilots, and with the decision to launch massive, smothering attacks concentrated over little more than a week, came the conclusion that while 30 to 50 flying hours was desirable, a bare-bones 15 would have to do. However, the all-or-nothing death struggle ahead necessitated that the flight instructors themselves be designated as combat pilots, and well-trained ones at that, for the conventional aircraft. In addition, fully 900 pilots in Southeast Asia and the East Indies were to be transported back to the home islands by the end of August over safe air routes across occupied China and the Yellow Sea. Although it is unclear whether the 60 pilots shifted to Formosa to bolster the effort to interdict invasion shipping from the Philippines were included in this figure. The post-war United States Strategic Bombing Survey, USSBS, in Japan found that including the now former instructors, the Imperial Navy had 10,600 pilots at the end of hostilities, and the Imperial Army another 8,000. And while 5,950 Navy pilots were low-skilled, 2,450 were rated high enough for night missions, and 1,750 for dawn and dusk missions. Fully 2,000 flyers in the smaller Army force had at least 70 air hours under their samurai headbands. Ordnance to be supplied to the Special Attack Force units by the end of July were 3,000 each of 150-kilogram bombs, 7,250 kilogram bombs, and an additional 300 bombs at 800 kilograms, 1,764 pounds, to be used against heavily armored warships engaged in shore bombardments. Having correctly deduced both the location and approximate times of both Operations Olympic and Coronet, the Japanese decided to expend the bulk of the kamikazes allotted to Getsu-Go 6 during the pivotal first 10 days of the invasion of Kyushu, and were likely to repeat the tactic during Getsu-Go 3 when U.S. forces arrived off Honshu in 1946. In both cases, the landing forces themselves were to be the main focus of Japanese efforts, with additional aircraft allotted to keep the carrier task forces occupied. But where precisely was the aviation fuel to come from for such massive and wide-ranging operations? There was ample communications intelligence late in the war that the Japanese were suffering badly from a lack of fuel in both the civil and military spheres, including the fact that the aviation fuel allotment for training purposes had been severely curtailed. This was further reinforced in American eyes by the lack of fleet activity and manifestly weak reaction of the Japanese air forces to the strategic bombing raids conducted from the Marianas, and virtually no response at all to a series of shore bombardments by American and British battleships that it was hoped would lure large numbers of aircraft to their destruction. Refer to Chapter 10. The incoming intelligence data couldn't have been clearer. The home islands were completely cut off from their oil sources in the captured Dutch East Indies, and domestic oil facilities and storage was believed to have been destroyed by the B-29s. In addition to the ratcheting down of flight hours in their pilot training, reports obtained from neutral embassies also indicated that the civilian population had not only been deprived of liquid fuel, but that badly needed foodstuffs such as potatoes, corn, and rice were also being requisitioned for synthetic fuel production. So while American commanders in the Pacific were aware that some large number of aircraft and fuel stocks had been successfully hidden to await the invasion, the recurring weakness of Japan's response to attacks seemingly confirmed the idea that those aircraft were no longer able to maintain combat operations. To the most optimistic analysts, all the signs pointed to a slam dunk for American pilots who would end Olympic with considerably more aces among their ranks. Many Navy men, however, were less optimistic, since combat operations had clearly demonstrated that no matter how many nips were shot out of the sky, if a bogey managed to elude the caps, it stood a very good chance of actually crashing a ship. Nearly all took heart, however, that the Japanese had apparently run out of gas, not just figuratively, but literally. But what no one knew at the time, and failed to understand later, even though all the relevant data was discovered after the war and scattered throughout the USSBS, was that the Japanese had made a conscious decision early in 1945 to build up decentralized fuel reserves in the home islands, separate from stocks used for training and day-to-day activities, reserves which would only be tapped for the final battles. The IGHQ had seen the writing on the wall when U.S. forces re-established themselves in the Philippines and succeeded in rushing shipments of refined fuel from the East Indies past the newly established Philippine bases in February and March before the sea lanes were completely choked off. The annihilation of a 9-tanker convoy and their escorts off Khe Hon, French Indochina in January prompted the Japanese to switch to small convoys with dispersed escorts during the breakthrough transportation operation, a tactic which met with some success. U.S. aircraft and submarines sank roughly 2/3 of the tankers running north, but 4 or 5 got through with 40,000 tons of refined fuel. These precious cargoes, along with some domestic production, formed the core of what became Japan's strategic reserve. Although communications intercepts 1 revealed the buildup of tankers and cargo ships plus land-based air power to protect them, 2 quoted communications stating why the surge of tankers was being undertaken, 3 described transit routings to make American interception more difficult, and 4 chronicled the sinking of Japanese ships during the 2-phase operation. It was not understood by either those crafting or reading the magic summaries that the Japanese now had enough refined aviation fuel on hand, in ready but jealously guarded depots, and in the strategic reserves for Imperial Army and Navy air elements to carry out their assigned missions against the U.S. invasion fleets. Excluding fuel under the control of individual combat, training, and support units, or available in depots, the strategic reserve included 190,000 barrels of aviation gas in hidden Army stockpiles, and a further 126,000 barrels held by the Navy, much of it stored underground in the Nagano area of central Honshu. By July 1945, military stocks in the home islands were made up of the Japanese Army's 704,000 barrels and the Navy's 452,000, for a total inventory of 1,156,000 barrels of aviation fuel. It is instructive to compare this figure with the 604,000 barrels consumed from April to June 1945 within Japan's inner zone, incorporating Formosa to the south, west through Korea, and the former Russian territory far to the north. In spite of the fact that this period included 1,809 Navy and 848 Army combat sorties during the Okinawa fighting, along with an unknown number of administrative, training, and reconnaissance flights, The amount of aviation fuel used by the two air services actually decreased more than 132,000 barrels from the previous quarter, and 201,000 barrels from the one before that. How could this be, in light of the brutal and costly struggle between the U.S. fleet and the kamikazes? Economies in pilot training were enforced with such a rigid, one might say even fanatical determination, that overall consumption plummeted even as intensive airstrikes were launched from Kyushu and Formosa. This data paints an even more ominous picture of the true amount of aviation fuel available to Imperial Air Forces during the invasion of Japan, when one realizes that aircraft targeting U.S. fleet elements around Okinawa had to fly at great distances, roughly double to triple the miles they would have to fly during Olympic, and thus used up correspondingly more fuel per sortie. The many anguished accounts of Japanese flight instructors and unit commanders about their lack of fuel have served hand in glove with the completely accurate, if misleading, reports by U.S. pilots of the lack of Japanese air activity, to give an utterly false impression of the amount of gas that the Imperial Air Forces had hoarded to repel the invasion. The one bright spot in this grim equation was U.S. and British carrier strength. Essex-class carriers Bonhomme Richard and Shangri-La had joined the fleet during the prolonged Okinawa campaign, with the Boxer, Antietam, whose captain, James R. Tagg, was born in Japan, and possibly Lake Champlain arriving forward by January 1946. The U.S. Navy in the Pacific would have had as many as 25 American fleet and light fleet carriers, designated respectively CVs and CVLs, with roughly 1,912 aircraft available to conduct Olympic, as well as 10 of the operational Royal Navy equivalent classes, launching from 550 to 560 aircraft from 2 task groups. One ship, however, would not be part of the murderous row of carriers at the huge Ulithi Atoll anchorage and forward staging base. Although crewed by valiant, battle-hardened sailors, the Saratoga had been forced to leave the Western Pacific after being repeatedly struck by suicide aircraft during the Okinawa campaign. It would serve the rest of the war training air crews off Hawaii after extensive repairs, but the elderly Saratoga's relegation to the backwater of training operations was actually due not to combat damage, but to structural inefficiencies that hampered flight operations. With carriers of the Essex, Independence, Saipan, and Midway classes newly commissioned, or following wartime schedules that amounted to a stunning average of 1 carrier per month joining the Pacific Fleet from August 1944 through the spring of 1946, the grand old lady was no longer needed for frontline service. Unlike the Saratoga, the Enterprise, Bunker Hill, and Intrepid, also heavily damaged by kamikazes that they had to be sent stateside for extensive repairs, would be back by the invasion of Kyushu, as would the Hornet and Wasp, which both lost great lengths of their flight decks during summer 1945 typhoons. The light carrier Langley, sent home for a badly needed refit, would also have returned. In all, the U.S. Fifth Fleet of Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, handling operations to the west of a north-south coordination line east of Hiroshima and the Kure Naval Base at the 33rd Meridian, and the Third Fleet under Admiral William F. Bull Halsey, ranging far up the coast beyond Tokyo, would have approximately 35 American and British fleet carriers and more than 2,500 aircraft to hurl against Japan during Olympic. Moreover, accelerated replacement of torpedo squadrons by fighters in the carrier air groups guaranteed that nearly all these aircraft could be employed with great flexibility during the critical opening days of the ground invasions, and new night fighter squadrons were proving their worth daily. Even more carriers were on the way for Coronet. There was also a serious effort to make the Franklin combat-ready again after it was gutted by internal fires during the Okinawa fighting, and on paper it was scheduled to take part in the invasion of the Kanto Plain. Obviously, however, the early end of the war made the determined effort on the Franklin's rebuilding unnecessary and significantly stretched out the construction of many other carriers. In the summer of 1945, however, the U.S. Navy had no clue that the war would soon be over, and naval aviation's prospects for 1946 looked bright indeed, as the Lake Champlain plus the king-sized Midway and Roosevelt, designated CVBs, Fleet Carrier Big, with their armored flight decks, would have all joined the fleet by Coronet, or in time to support subsequent operations. Additional Essex-class ships, the Kearsarge, Princeton, and Tarawa, as well as the Saipan, the lead ship of a new class of light carriers, would come available in the summer of 1946, a fact masked by the dates of their commissionings and shakedown cruises, which occurred at a much more relaxed and economical pace during an unanticipated post-war environment. Interestingly, the projected surge of shipyard fresh carriers into the Western Pacific during the first half of 1946 would not represent a significant change in available flat tops, since the first carriers would have arrived in the winter and early spring of that year, when perhaps as many as half a dozen of their sisters would be sent back across the Pacific for badly needed refits or damage repairs. Indeed, the Joint Chiefs of Staff's deployment schedule produced for President Truman's use at the Potsdam Conference, 22 CVs, 9 CVLs, and 2 CVBs in the Pacific by March 1, 1946, was tempered by the warning that 3 months after the Kyushu operation, it is estimated that approximately 10% will either have been lost or still undergoing repairs to damage received in this operation. Irrespective of additional losses during Coronet, however, refits based solely on the normal wear and tear of sea service would have likely taken place after Coronet's initial surge, and as more ships arrived in the summer of 1946 to largely trade places with their sisters that had been commissioned in the latter half of 1944. Yet with the 5th Air Force firmly emplaced on the home islands and Imperial air power largely a thing of the past by summer 1946, it would have been unlikely for more than a handful of new carrier pilots to have even seen a Japanese plane in the air as they performed their daily grind of close air support for Army, Marine, and Commonwealth ground pounders. That delightful prospect, however, seemed still an eternity away in the summer of 1945, and the Navy looked to yet another source of naval air power to provide valuable support the extremely large number of escort carriers available for combat operations. Excluding the nearly 3 dozen escorts engaged principally in the transportation of replacement aircraft and setting up of advance air bases, at least 36 American and 6 British baby flat tops were originally envisioned to take part in some facet of Olympic, but the demands on these ships were extremely heavy, and many siphoned off to protect the far-flung elements of the invasion force. For example, 4 escort carriers were assigned to provide cover for slow-moving convoys plying the waters between the Philippines and Kyushu against more than 600 Japanese aircraft known to be operating out of or capable of being staged through Formosa. Just 16 of these ships, with approximately 450 aircraft, minus the large number of planes required to protect the vulnerable assault shipping, were scheduled to support the soldiers and Marines of the landing force directly. Recently commissioned escort carriers sailing to the war zone, plus the arrival of the British escort squadron that had fought in the Mediterranean, freed up more American decks for this task, eventually bringing the estimated number of ships to 24, handling approximately 670 aircraft. It should be noted, though, that in terms of caps and close air support, this number would functionally be reduced by 6 decks, as an escort carrier in each of the 3 amphibious groups would be solely dedicated to naval gunfire spotting and another for anti-submarine duties. Plans called for 136 aircraft from the escort carriers to be on station from dawn to dusk to provide a last-ditch defense of the landing areas, and with whatever aircraft available over this number tasked with providing close air support for the ground forces. Of course, virtually every one of the escort's aircraft would be required to maintain this continuous presence plus supply robust caps over the carriers themselves, and the assistance of ground troops would have suffered since many of those aircraft would inevitably have been siphoned off as they were at Okinawa. During Operation Iceberg, close air support sorties amounted to a paltry 704 of the 4,841 launched between April 7th and May 3rd, as protection of the Fifth Fleet and the landing support areas from kamikazes remained the top priority. Some help would come from the 5th Air Force, which planned to maintain 32 fighters over the invasion beaches at all times. This meager presence would be achieved by sending aloft hundreds of aircraft in a virtually continuous stream of squadrons on the long haul from Okinawa and a small number from nearby Kikaijima, which was to be seized for construction as an emergency forward strip in August. Upon reaching the invasion area, the Army aircraft would pass into the control of a Navy Commander-in-Chief, operating directly under the Commander Amphibious Force near Ariake Bay. Beyond, the beachhead fighters from one of the 2 fast carrier groups operating off Kyushu would attempt to form a barrier against Japanese aircraft halfway up the island. But the ability of the caps to actually maintain coverage of this area once battle was joined, the cap checkpoints averaged 15 miles apart over a clutter of cloud-covered peaks, was going to be extraordinarily difficult, even if a semblance of airborne control was initiated. Because of the heavy fuel consumption and ammunition expenditure during periods of intense combat, there would be a conveyor belt of nearly 250 aircraft in the air just to ensure that the 104 needed for the mid-island barrier and radar picket caps were maintained. Together with caps over the fleet and raids against known airfields, the southernmost task group of fleet carriers off Kyushu would be stretched to the limit. The second task group, immediately to its northeast, would be principally involved in protecting the easternmost picket stations, plus aggressive raiding from northern Kyushu through Shikoku and southern Honshu. No one could guess what kind of losses these carriers would suffer off Kyushu. Even with assault shipping bearing the brunt of Japan's wrath, a portion of both the fleet and escort carriers would also be knocked out of the fight and possibly sunk, and as noted earlier, the Navy had hung its hat on losses of approximately 10% when making an estimate for President Truman. Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher had himself experienced such occurrences months earlier at Okinawa. Japanese attacks had forced him to transfer his flag to the Enterprise, CV-6, after suicide and conventional strikes severely pummeled the Bunker Hill, CV-17, flagship of Task Force 58. When the Enterprise suffered a similar fate, he had to move yet again, this time to the Randolph, CV-15, which earlier had been grievously damaged by a kamikaze while it was anchored in the comparative safety of Ulithi. Okinawa represented the first coordinated effort by Japanese pilots to use cliffs and hills to foil U.S. radar. The size of the island and the distance to be flown from Japanese air bases, together with the fact that the Japanese had only just begun to experiment in this area, initially limited the usefulness of such tactics, but successes were nonetheless numerous. The literature is replete with references by sailors in ships that were close ashore to kamikazes appearing so suddenly that even fully alert crews had little time to respond. Jack Moore, who later served as a radar man in the Fletcher-class destroyer Wadley DD-689, noted that had the Japanese used such tactics during operations off Leyte, a tactical setting disturbingly similar to that of Operations Coronet and Olympic, the Wadley and many other ships might well have been sunk. When one had altitude, you could pick it up without much trouble. If they'd come out of those hills coming in low, rather than flying up here around 10,000 feet and diving down, frankly, they could have massacred us in the Philippines. Innovations were made to increase point defense capabilities by shortening anti-aircraft weapons response times during engagements that seldom lasted more than 50 seconds between when firing commenced on an incoming aircraft and it was either shot down or crashed into its target. By summer 1945, slewing sights for the 5-inch gun mount officer station were helping to ensure quick, non-radar directed action, and many U.S. vessels had begun to rig cross-connections between their 5-inch guns' slow Mark 37 directors and the 40mm guns' more nimble Mark 51 directors. These innovations, and a projectile in the loading tray, enabled the long-range 5-inch guns to come online more quickly to counter sudden attacks, but switch back to the longer-range Mark 37 director if radar found additional targets at a more conventional range. The new Mark 32 radar, which allowed early and accurate identification of incoming aircraft, also would have been widely distributed by the time of Operation Olympic. Although 20mm Oerlikon guns had proved vastly less effective against a plunging kamikaze than the 40mm Bofors, that did not mean crews were eager to do away with them in order to free up deck space, because these weapons at least had the advantage of not being operated electrically. Even if a vessel's power was knocked out, the door knockers could still supply defensive fire. And while production of the Oerlikon was discontinued, the advent of the kamikaze threat prompted the extensive remaining stocks to be reconfigured in twin mounts for replacement of a single gun mount in order to beef up the firepower from ship spaces already established for the weapon. By June 30th, 1945, 2,381 twin mounts had been installed on Navy ships in the Pacific, and 10,180 singles remained throughout the fleet. The numbers of quad, double, and single 40mm mounts stood at 1,585, 3,045, and 510, respectively. If the war had continued into the winter of 1945 and 46, the appearance of the 3-inch 50 rapid-fire gun would have generated great excitement within the Pacific Fleet. Early production models were slightly delicate, but the 3-inch 50 was nevertheless a marvelous new weapon that post-war single-mount test firings against Nagajima-type fighter planes demonstrated was as effective as two quad 40s against conventional planes. The Navy's Bureau of Ordnance reported that against the Baca-piloted rocket bomb, the advantage over the redoubtable Bofors was even more pronounced, as it took fully 5 quad 40s, 20 guns, to equal the performance of a single 3-inch 50. A few hundred of these rapid-fire guns would have been installed on a first-come, first-served basis before Coronet, as warships received overhauls or weapons upgrades at Pearl Harbor, West Coast Yards, and even Ulithi, with extensive crew training taking place in theater or as they headed west across the Pacific. And they would need the 3-inch 50 badly. Reviewing the outcome of the extended radar picket operations off Okinawa, an August 1945 report from Admiral King's staff came to the grim conclusion that one destroyer cannot be expected to defend itself successfully against more than one attacking enemy aircraft at a time. Many did, in fact, but were eventually overwhelmed, and noted that in the future a full destroyer division should be assigned to each picket station if the tactical situation allowed such a commitment of resources. Another tactical innovation under consideration by Admiral King's staff may also have been at least partially offset by corresponding changes in Japanese tactics had the war continued. For example, it was noted that while large warships' anti-aircraft gunnery was not affected greatly by evasive maneuvers, violent turns by a diminutive destroyer to disturb the aim of the kamikaze or to bring more guns to bear during a surprise attack caused extreme pitches and rolls that degraded accuracy. Gunnery improved dramatically when the small ships performed less strident maneuvers, even if fewer guns could be brought into play quickly. Unfortunately, by summer 1945, would-be suicide pilots were being told that because they did not need the big, broadside targets normally required when aiming bombs, the best results in their type of operation would come from bow or stern-on attacks that enabled them to be targeted by the least amount of defensive fires, a sort of divine wind crossing the T, perhaps made much easier by less radical destroyer maneuvers under consideration. How evolving U.S. and Japanese tactics actually would have played out during the invasions of Japan is anybody's guess, and most novice pilots would likely have continued to aim for the wide expanse of a ship's side. But an example of this new Japanese tactics' effectiveness, when properly executed, can be seen in the attack on the destroyer USS Kimberley. Spotting an incoming Aichi D-3A Val on March 29, 1945, the ship immediately maneuvered to bring the maximum number of guns to bear. The pilot, however, was able to line up low on the stern, in spite of the fact that the Kimberley was on hard right rudder, and he threw off the aim of the few guns that could be brought to bear by performing continuous right and left skids, while always remaining in the ship's wake. The Val began to smoke, but only the afterguns could bear, and each 5-inch salvo blasted the 20mm crews off their feet. In seconds, the plane came in over the stern, aiming for the bridge, and crashed aft of the rear stack between two 5-inch mounts, killing 4 men and wounding 57. Some historians and air power enthusiasts have tended to discount the potential destructiveness of the kamikaze, and have noted that many would certainly have been destroyed by pre-invasion fighter sweeps. To destroy them on the ground, however, U.S. forces would have first had to know where they were. U.S. air operations as recent as the 1991 Gulf War Scud Hunt and 1998 combat operations against Serbian forces in the Balkans illustrate that this is generally not as easy as some presume it to be. Throughout World War II, increasingly effective sweeps by U.S. fighters and medium bombers played havoc with Japanese air bases. Anticipating that attacks would only grow worse as the U.S. Navy and Army Air Forces neared the home islands, the Japanese stepped up the dispersion of their units and spread aircraft throughout more than 125 bases and airfields known to U.S. intelligence, and literally hundreds more that remained hidden. This effort intensified after the U.S. Navy caught hundreds of aircraft on the ground at Kyushu bases, preparing for suicide runs at Okinawa. As for the planes slated for use as kamikazes, they did not require extensive facilities, and many were in the process of being hidden away to take off from roads and fields around central billeting areas. In addition to the secret dispersal fields being constructed by the dozen, use of camouflage, dummy aircraft, and propped-up derelicts performed as desired during U.S. strikes against known facilities. After some initial sparring with carrier aircraft and Far East Air Force elements flying out of Okinawa, the Japanese essentially glued their aircraft to the ground, in order to preserve them for use during the invasions. The few available high-performance Ki-61 Hind Tony and J-2M Raiden Jack fighters were used against the B-29s, and the juggling of the limited assets available to the conventional air regiments, which had no access to strategic fuel supplies, was a separate and distinct matter from the acquisition and readying of special attack units. In fact, the Japanese planned no significant employment of either conventional or kamikaze aircraft, even during the approach of the American fleets, since Imperial headquarters believed that being drawn out early would cause needless losses, and correctly anticipated that U.S. forces would attempt to lure their aircraft into premature battle through elaborate feints and other deception measures. The massive Japanese response would occur only when they could confirm U.S. landing operations had commenced, and the one coordinated effort to entice the Japanese into the air before the end of the war, a series of mid-July coastal bombardments by U.S. and British warships, while swarms of fighters waited in vain to pounce, reinforced the notion within the U.S. command that the Imperial Air Forces were impotent. The Japanese had 7 interrelated advantages during the defense of the home islands that they did not have at Okinawa. Their aircraft could approach the invaders from anywhere along a wide arc, thus negating any more U.S. victories along the line of the 1944 Marianas Turkey Shoot or the spring 1945 Kikei-jima air battles, where long distances required Japanese aircraft to travel relatively predictable flight paths. Moreover, the perceived inability of the Japanese to send up large numbers of aircraft encouraged the U.S. Navy to believe that the landing area's immediate defense could be left to escort carriers and Army fighters from Okinawa, while the 1,900 aircraft of Task Force 58's fleet carriers were assigned missions as far north as 600 miles from Kyushu, well beyond Tokyo. Aircraft from only 2 of Spruance's task groups were dedicated to suppression efforts north and east of the screen thrown up by Admiral Clifton A.E. Sprague's escorts. The high mountains of Japan would have masked low-flying kamikazes from search radars, thus limiting ships' response times to incoming enemy aircraft. Plans were made to establish radar sites within U.S. lines and on the outlying islands as quickly as the tactical situation allowed, but this would have only a minor effect on the central problem, the mountains. In addition, most shore-based radar units during Olympic were not slated to be operational until after X+10, when the kamikaze attacks would be drawing to a close, assuming, of course, that a portion of the ships carrying them had not already been sunk. The radar picture would be further complicated by use of the now plentiful legion of night-qualified pilots due to the wholesale transfer of flight instructors to combat operations, along with some 5,400 wood and fabric training aircraft that were largely radar-resistant. Refer to Chapter 12. The Japanese were suffering from a severe shortage of radios, and some writers have discounted their ability to coordinate attacks from dispersed airfields and hiding places through telephone lines. At this point in the war, however, Japanese reliance on telephones was more a strength than a weakness. No ultra or magic intercepts here. U.S. forces could neither monitor nor jam the landlines, and like the Japanese electrical system, it presented few good targets for air attack. Related to the second advantage, the fourth had to do with the virtually static nature of the assault vessels while conducting the invasions. Because the ships disembarking the landing force would be operating at a known location, kamikazes would not have to approach from a high altitude, which allowed them the visibility needed to search for far-flung carrier groups, yet also made them visible to radar. Instead, they would be able to approach the mass of slow-moving transports, cargo ships, and defending destroyer-type vessels from the mountains, and then drop to very low altitudes. The final low-level run on the ships would offer no radar and little visual warning, as well as limit the number of anti-aircraft guns that could be brought to bear against them. During operations against U.S. ships at Okinawa, a much larger percentage of kamikazes got through to targets when flying under radar coverage to fixed locations, such as assembly and bombardment areas and the Karama-Reto anchorage, than those approaching the roving task groups at sea from higher altitudes. But despite the advantages offered by radar picking up the high flyers, operating at any fixed location invited concentrated attack, and the radar pickets near certain Japanese approach routes to Okinawa suffered far more than those on the move with fast carrier task forces. The U.S. Navy had begun extensive use of destroyers as radar pickets as early as the Kwajalein operation in January 1944, and by the end of that year, comparatively sophisticated combat information centers were effectively providing tactical situation plotting and fighter direction from select destroyers. Unfortunately, coordination within and timely communications from the radar picket's newly installed CICs presented a problem, with the centers frequently becoming overwhelmed by the speed of events and sheer quantity of bogies which, according to Captain Lefteris Lavrakas, rendered the CICs only partially effective in getting the job done, reporting all planes in sufficient time to shoot them down. Add a nearby landmass to the equation as at Kyushu, and things get dicey in a hurry. As previously noted, radar coverage of the countless mountain passes would have been virtually nil during the Kyushu operation, and the Fifth Fleet OAPs attempting to form a barrier halfway up the island would have been on their own. In any event, they would have been frequently out of direct contact with the pickets controlling their checkpoints. The barrier patrol over the 120-mile-wide midsection of Kyushu and Arnakusa Shoto, an island close to the west, would be able only to find and bounce a comparatively small percentage of attackers coming through the mountains, and this number would shrink even further with a modest amount of cloud cover. As it turned out, both Olympic and Coronet would have been launched during times when the weather would be ideal for Japanese purposes. Not only would the moderate to heavy cloud cover, ranging from 3,000 to 7,000 feet, tend to mask the low-level approach of aircraft to the landing beaches, but the inexperienced Japanese pilots searching for carriers out to sea from a high altitude would also find that these clouds provided good cover from radar-vectored caps while being no great hindrance to navigation. Perhaps most important of all, a proportionately small number of suicide aircraft got through to the vulnerable transports off Okinawa because of the natural tendency of inexperienced pilots to dive on the first target they saw. As a result, the radar pickets had, in effect, soaked up the bulk of the kamikazes before they reached the landing area. But accomplishing this entailed terrible losses, even though the destroyers frequently had their own caps and were supported by landing craft acting as gunboats. At Kyushu and Honshu, however, there would be no radar pickets on the landward side of the assault shipping to absorb the blows meant for the slow-moving troop transports and supply vessels, which would have had to lock themselves into relatively static positions offshore during landing operations. These were the ships that kamikaze pilots were specifically to target, and circumstance and terrain were going to go a long way toward helping them achieve their goal of killing the largest amount of Americans possible. These same troop transports and cargo vessels that were highly vulnerable while they lay off the invasion beaches, and that were indeed the prime targets, were the very ships in most critically short supply. World War II production figures for such vessels as Liberty ships, Victory ships, and LSTs are impressively huge, but worldwide commitments, intra-theater needs, and a persistent lack of discharge facilities had created a potentially dangerous lack of redundancy, especially for the second invasion, coronet. Unexpectedly heavy losses in assault shipping at Kyushu not only would have meant the deaths of many thousands of sailors and their human cargoes, but as we will examine in Chapter 15, it also could have seriously disrupted the U.S. military's ability to conduct the invasion of Honshu early enough to give ground operations and airfield construction a good start before the increasingly heavy rains of the spring and summer of 1946 weighed in on Japan's side. Another element worth emphasizing is that U.S. intelligence turned out to be dead wrong on the sheer quantity of Japanese aircraft available for the defense of the home islands. Early estimates that approximately 6,700 planes could be made available in a piecemeal fashion to throw against the invasions grew to only 7,200 at the time of the surrender, and turned out to be short by some 5,500 of the 12,700 aircraft that the Japanese planned to use in the opening 10-day phases of both operations. Moreover, production continued in hidden, decentralized factories in spite of material shortages and the U.S. bombing campaign. And that did not include aircraft available from the Asian mainland and Formosa. This difference would have had little practical effect on the Kyushu operation because of the restricted nature of Japan's Ketsu-Go-6 response to Olympic. But it would have been an unpleasant surprise during the invasion on Honshu, making that operation even more costly than anticipated. This was an obvious and highly significant intelligence failure that became clear once U.S. troops were on the ground in occupied Japan, and MacArthur's G2 chief, Major General Willoughby, adopted the attitude that the less said about it, the better. The disparity became even more ominous in light of the fact that the post-war examination of Japanese records revealed that Japanese aircraft losses at Okinawa were far below often repeated U.S. estimates for the campaign. Many Japanese aircraft were not destroyed on the ground, in flight, or in suicidal attacks. For example, of the 1,809 sorties logged by the Imperial Navy's 3rd, 5th, and 10th Air Fleets, which flew the bulk of the Okinawa missions, fully 879 kamikazes and escorts successfully returned to base after not finding a target or completing conventional missions. The number of kamikaze and conventional aircraft actually lost or expended by these units, combined with approximately 500 lost or expended by the Imperial Army at Okinawa, was roughly 1,430, or little more than a quarter the number of the 5,500 aircraft missed by U.S. intelligence on the home islands. 1,430 aircraft, which killed 4,900 U.S. sailors in Okinawan waters and severely wounded 4,800 more. Chapter 9. The Manpower Box. If the study shows that the behavior of nations in all historical cases comparable to Japan's has in fact been invariably consistent with the behavior of the troops in battle, then it means that the Japanese dead and ineffectives at the time of the defeat will exceed the corresponding number for the Germans. In other words, we shall probably have to kill at least 5 to 10 million Japanese. This might cost us between 1.7 and 4 million casualties, including 400,000 and 800,000 killed. William B. Shockley, Proposal for Increasing the Scope of Casualty Studies, July 21, 1945. Long before U.S. intelligence discovered the dangerous buildup in Kyushu and realized the true significance of Japan's wholesale conversion of pilot training units into kamikaze formations, it was clear that the massive scope of the Japanese mobilization was on the way to producing an imperial army far larger than what U.S. Army planners had anticipated. On the hills of Iwo Jima, and with the bloody fighting on Okinawa grinding on day by day, It was already becoming apparent to some that the Saipan ratio, currently at the top end of the casualty estimate spectrum with up to 500,000 American dead, was being outpaced by events as the fighting drew closer to the home islands. As noted in Chapter 6, Herbert Hoover's maximum figure of up to 1 million American dead was fully double the mortality figure used in JCS 924, and far beyond the cumulative total of the Army's replacement stream of 100,000 men per month that was by now several months into its implementation. Consequently, it is not surprising that when Secretary of War Henry Stimson solicited a staff opinion on the figures presented in Hoover's May 30th memorandums to President Truman, General Marshall endorsed the comments by the Operations Division Planner, who said that the estimate appears to deserve little consideration. The previous week, Marshall similarly endorsed an apparently different planning officer's comments on the same estimate in Hoover's earlier memorandum submitted directly to Stimson on May 15th after their Long Island meeting. Even though the two commentaries offered different interpretations, they were both sound appreciations completely in line with Army doctrine, and the Chief of Staff signed off on both. The May 15th memorandum traveled the same path as the May 30th memorandum requested by Truman. Marshall's Deputy Chief of Staff, Major General Thomas T. Handy, down to Brigadier General George A. Lincoln's Strategy and Policy Group, then back up the chain with its accompanying commentary to Stimson, who forwarded neither set of documents to Truman. The staff officer responding to the May 15th memorandum agreed that Hoover's casualty estimate was entirely too high, yet the pointed disclaimer that immediately follows, "under the present plan of campaign," is regularly deleted from accounts of the analyses by critics of Truman's atomic bomb decision, even though, excluding headlines, it is literally the only portion of the 550-word response with a typed underline. This emphatic qualifier would soon turn out to be highly perceptive. Hoover's estimate of 500,000 to 1 million dead implied, as the author of the later staff assessment correctly noted, total all-causes casualties running in the area of 2 million to as many as 5 million. These numbers were in line with casualties suffered by World War II's other major combatants, who had entered hostilities much earlier than the United States, and in themselves were not unimaginable if the intent had been to conquer virtually all resisting Japanese on the home islands by force of arms. Such, however, had never been the intent or desire of planners who firmly believed that, under the present plan of campaign, effective military control of all Japan could be obtained by the securing of a relatively few vital coastal areas on Honshu, and that the opening invasion of Kyushu would only entail seizing enough land to serve as a base to launch the Honshu invasion against the Tokyo area in 1946. Military and civilian leaders and most strategic planners believed that the Japanese, isolated and without allies, would surrender after their capital was taken and their cities destroyed, thus rendering unnecessary a bloody mop-up of the mountainous California-sized nation. The Army's 100,000 men per month replacement stream to the Pacific was believed to be fully sufficient to supply manpower to these limited but still daunting objectives, and it was envisioned that major offensive operations would be concluded by 1947. But would operations play out as expected? The present plan of campaign, upon which literally all of the Army's Pacific-related actions for the previous 11 months had been based, envisioned the opening U.S. invasion on southern Kyushu as one in which overwhelming American strength would be directed against only a portion of Japan's forces cut off from reinforcement. Unfortunately, after 3 years of fighting, the Japanese had figured us out, and gained a clear understanding of the U.S. methods and logistical requirements that were key factors in the selection of targets. IGHQ correctly inferred that southern Kyushu would likely be the next target, and were already moving quickly and decisively to reinforce Kyushu with a massive number of troops before it could be cut off by U.S. air and sea power, and 916,828 military personnel were either in position or in various stages of deployment on the island at the time of the surrender. At this point, however, the piling on of Imperial forces at the invasion sites was not yet apparent, though the massive Japanese mobilization in combination with the ominous upsurge of American casualties was. And while Secretary Stimson was willing to expose others' thoughts to the President unfiltered by his own analysis, as when he personally forwarded the letter of Manhattan Project engineer Oswald C. Brewster to Truman, he either saw nothing in the staff comments that warranted the Commander-in-Chief's direct examination, or was leery about the Pentagon staff's confident assertions that in spite of the casualties from Okinawa and Iwo Jima, the U.S. was not moving into the realm of the worst-case scenario outlined in JCS 924. Yet to Stimson and many Pentagon planners, the worst-case scenario now seemed a real possibility, and this begged a question. If the situation could be seen to be moving in that direction fully half a year before Olympic, was there an even worse case that had not been anticipated? As early as May 1944, Secretary of War Stimson repeatedly fretted over the lack of troops being committed to the upcoming invasion of France. He pushed hard for a greater share of the Army's limited manpower to be allotted to the formation of additional combat divisions, but the Army's senior leadership was just as adamant that the lack of soldiers, and especially officers, made it impossible to efficiently support more divisions. They argued that the greatest asset the United States brought to the Allied coalition was his immense production capacity. Stimson, fearing a possible stalemate on the Western Front, complained in his diary and to aides that the Army's Chief of Staff, George C. Marshall, takes quite a different view, a more optimistic view on some things that I think are rather dangerous. Yet he did not raise his concerns with President Roosevelt because he did not want to make an appearance of an issue with Marshall, with whom he was in fundamental agreement on so many matters. Events during the Germans' December 1944 Ardennes offensive proved that Stimson had been at least partially correct, and by May 1945 he was again concerned with the casualties question, this time for the invasion of Japan. And instead of grudgingly deferring to Marshall and the Army leadership as he had the previous year, he specifically wanted civilian personnel not connected to Army ground forces to be called in for a re-examination of manpower requirements for what he and Marshall both agreed would be a more brutal slugfest than the war in Europe, largely because of the terrain and the character of the Japanese soldier. It is instructive to briefly visit the casualties suffered by the U.S. Army between Stimson's combative memos to Marshall on May 10 and 16, 1944, and his June 9, 1945, initiation of a top-level review of the replacement system, as well as the manpower situation as it was seen at that time. As outlined in Chapter 5, the casualty surge that U.S. military and civilian leaders had long expected finally arrived in the summer of 1944 with D-Day in France and the invasion of the Mariana Islands in the Pacific. Of America's roughly 1,250,000 combat and combat-related casualties in World War II, nearly 1 million of this number would be suffered from June 1944 to June 1945, a number that people today understandably find almost incomprehensible. America was suffering an average of 65,000 combat casualties each and every month during the casualty surge, with November, December, and January figures for the Army and Army Air Force standing at 72,000, 88,000, and 79,000 respectively in post-war tabulations. The heavy American losses during the Ardennes offensive and lack of U.S. combat divisions to add weight behind General Patton's strike into the base of the Bulge spurred Stimson to press more forcefully to create additional combat formations in the European theater, and Marshall remained just as firm that this could not be done without creating immense manpower disruptions. Marshall had successfully rebuffed Stimson for almost a year on this, but in the crisis atmosphere of the current emergency, head-on fights, Stimson's description, erupted among Stimson, Marshall, and Handy, Marshall's deputy chief of staff. The compromise solution was to send the last 9 uncommitted divisions, some of which were already scheduled for deployment to Europe, across the Atlantic by mid-February, including the 86th and 97th Infantry Divisions, which had been training specifically for the invasion of Japan. Meanwhile, manpower requirements for that very operation were moving to the front burner as Stimson called a press conference on January 11, 1945, in which he announced that the Army's monthly selective service call-up, which had already been increased from 60,000 to 80,000 in January 1945, was going to be ratcheted up yet again in March to 100,000 men per month, in anticipation of the invasion of Japan. 1 week later, letters outlining the military's critical manpower needs were sent from Roosevelt, Marshall, and Chief of Naval Operations Ernest J. King to the House Military Affairs Committee and released to the New York Times and other newspapers on January 17, 1945. The public was informed in front-page articles that the Army must provide 600,000 replacements for overseas theaters by June 30th, and together with the Navy will require a total of 900,000 inductions. To handle the influx of draftees, the Army also planned to increase the number of training regiments to 34 in order to form a ready pool of replacements, and AGF replacement training centers were expanded to a wartime peak of 400,000 in June, long after U.S. divisions had pulled to a halt along the Elbe River. What this near doubling of draft quotas meant in terms of the planned invasions of Japan was essentially this. Starting in March 1945, when levies were increased to 100,000 per month for the U.S. Army and 40,000 for the Navy and Marines, nearly every man inducted would enter the replacement stream now oriented for a one-front war against Japan. The Army did not sugarcoat the prospect of a long, bloody war for the soldiers in the field and new inductees, and warned that various major factors, none of them predictable at this stage of the game, will decide whether it'll take 1 year, 2 years, or longer to win the Far East War. May 1945 saw the United States already several months along a selective service track to support roughly the same quantity of casualties over the 1-year period starting with the initial invasion Operation Olympic in the fall of that year, as it had during the 1-year casualty surge that began in June 1944. At this point, however, 2 disturbing things happened. 1. The discovery that the Imperial Army on Japan itself was gearing up to be nearly twice as large as the estimated 3.5 million the Army's original manpower requirements were based on, and 2. Okinawa, that the Japanese were capable of inflicting casualties at a much higher rate than anticipated. The clock was ticking, and the crux of the problem facing Stimson and the rest of the senior leadership had to do with the casualty ratios emerging from Okinawa, which, if duplicated in Japan's home islands, threatened to outstrip the carefully constructed replacement stream for troop losses projected through the end of 1946. This was both a military and political problem. Early in 1945, Stimson, in conjunction with Marshall and then Jimmy Burns, director of the Office of War Mobilization and Truman's future Secretary of State, had worked out the huge increase in selective service call-ups and other manpower issues at the exact time that numbers were being crunched within the Army to ensure that the criteria for a partial demobilization of the longest-serving troops through the point system would not be so drastic as to harm further operations against Japan. The politically painful selective service increase had been underway for several months by May, and the administration was now publicly committed to the partial, yet still huge, midway demobilization. However, when the emerging casualty ratio from Okinawa was extrapolated against the projected troop strength resulting from the increased call-ups and concurrent demobilization, it was apparent that the Army was in danger of finding itself in a manpower box, in which its 100,000 man per month replacement stream, originally believed to be more than adequate for both Olympic in 1945 and Operation Coronet on the Tokyo Plain in 1946, would fall far short of combat needs during Coronet, which involved 2, then eventually 3, field armies. As military intelligence officers in the Pentagon were beginning the process of crunching the new Japanese force structure figures and coming up with decidedly unsettling results, Stimson reached outside the administration of the newly sworn-in Truman for support of his manpower views. In secret from the cabinet and all but perhaps 1 or 2 members of the White House staff, Stimson was working to arrange a meeting between Truman and Stimson's old boss when he was Secretary of State, that incurable number cruncher Herbert Hoover, who had been testifying before congressional committees on some of the troublesome aspects of America's mobilization. Truman and Hoover met in the Oval Office on May 24th, referred to Chapter 6, and Hoover followed up by, at Truman's request, producing a memorandum which, in the middle of the bloody fighting on Okinawa, predicted up to 1 million American dead during the invasion of the Japanese home islands, a mortality figure double what the Army staff had used as the maximum for the manpower policy it was already intricately involved in carrying out. 2 criticisms of Hoover's figures were supplied by Marshall's staff, and Stimson, who by now was highly skeptical of the Army's official estimates relating to manpower issues, forwarded neither to Truman. As for Hoover and his memorandum, it is well known to students of this era, but until recently it was generally assumed by the President's many critics, that Hoover had likely pulled his casualty numbers out of thin air. What we know now, thanks to the recently retired senior archivist at the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library, Dwight Millett, is that the estimate almost certainly originated during Hoover's regular and unofficial briefings by Pentagon intelligence officers, a group working under Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence Major General Clayton Bissell, that Robert Farrell wryly refers to as a cabal of smart colonels. Interestingly, individuals high up within the Navy, apparently still angling in support of the Navy's advocacy of a strategy of blockade and bombardment instead of invasion, also took it upon themselves at this time to leak both the revised Japanese troop strength and the markedly higher U.S. casualties estimates that they generated. Truman forwarded Hoover's memorandum to the director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion, Fred M. Vinson, who had no quarrel with the casualty estimate and suggested that Hoover's paper be shown to Acting Secretary of State Joseph Grew, former Secretary of State Cordell Hull, and Stimson, who was already completely familiar with Hoover's views. On June 9th, Truman sent copies of the memo to all 3 men, asking each for a written analysis and summoning Grew and Stimson to a subsequent meeting to discuss their analysis with him. None of Truman's senior advisers batted an eye at the estimate. Grew confirmed that the Japanese are a fanatical people capable of fighting to the last man, and if they do this, the cost in American lives will be unpredictable. Stimson wrote Truman, "We shall, in my opinion, have to go through a more bitter finish fight than in Germany." Truman's reaction to the responses that arrived by June 13th was to call a meeting of the JCS, Stimson, and Navy Secretary James Forrestal for the following Monday afternoon, June 18th, to discuss the losses in dead and wounded that will result from an invasion of Japan proper. At the meeting, all the participants agreed that an invasion of the home islands would be extremely costly, but that it was essential for the defeat of Imperial Japan. Stimson said he agreed with the plan proposed by the Joint Chiefs as being the best thing to do, but he still hoped for some fruitful accomplishment through other means. Those other means ranged from increased political pressure brought to bear through a display of Allied unanimity at the imminent Potsdam Conference to the as yet untested atomic weapons that might shock the Japanese into surrender. As for Truman, he said at the meeting that he was clear on the situation now and was quite sure that the Joint Chiefs should proceed, but expressed the hope that there was a possibility of preventing an Okinawa from one end of Japan to the other. Stimson, meanwhile, had been far from idle. Returning to the never-ending manpower issue that had been severely complicated by the increases in the size of the Imperial Army, Stimson initiated a multifaceted examination of the Army's replacement system, as well as the underlying assumptions concerning the ultimate cost in killed and wounded that America could expect to suffer. But having been burned, in his opinion, on multiple occasions by the Army's firm assurances that it had a better understanding of all the factors involved, Stimson specifically wanted, as noted earlier, civilian personnel not connected to AGF or the Operations Division staff to be called in to scrutinize manpower needs. On the same day that Truman sent Hoover's memorandum to Grew, Hull, and Stimson, June 9, 1945, Stimson began his own initiative by directing Edmund P. Learned and Dan T. Smith, Harvard Business School economists on General Hap Arnold's Army Air Forces staff, to take an independent look at AGF manpower and training requirements for the duration of the war against Japan. Marshall, who shared an adjoining office with Stimson, knew that it was time to take a step back, and he kept completely out of the way of what quickly became known as the Learned-Smith Committee. Another facet of Stimson's effort was handled by his special assistant, Edward Bowles. Bowles initiated a study on possible casualties that the Japanese as a nation might be able to inflict on an invasion force. The study team included Quincy Wright of the University of Chicago and was headed up by future Nobel laureate William B. Shockley, who was placed on loan to the effort from the Navy, where he served as Director of Research for the Anti-Submarine Warfare Operations Research Group. They were given full access to key intelligence and planning personnel, including Colonel James McCormick and Colonel Dean Rusk, intelligence officers and former Rhodes Scholars on the Operation Division's small but influential Strategic Policy section, as well as highly classified Pentagon manpower and casualties data, including the top-secret analysis of escalating U.S. troop losses produced by Dr. Michael DeBakey and Gilbert W. Beebe. This was quite a lineup. DeBakey, then an Army Medical Corps colonel, would become the principal proponent behind development of MASH, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital Units, and be well known to the public for his work in the field of heart surgery. Beebe, after the war, played a central role in the organization and operations of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission, and later became Chief of Research, then Director of the Radiation Effects Research Foundation. Shockley? He was still a decade away from being awarded a Nobel Prize for his part in the development of the transistor. Wright a highly respected historian who had recently written the two-volume A Study of War, was not a spring chicken in 1945, having received his degree at the University of Illinois in 1915. But very shortly after taking part in Stimson's initiative, he entered the Army, was given the rank of colonel, and served as a technical advisor to the Nuremberg Tribunal. Learned and Smith were likewise well known in the economics field, and Learned's case study method is still used today as an instructional process. McCormick was soon appointed director of the Atomic Energy Commission's Military Application Division, and later transferred to the Air Force, where he rose to Major General. As for Rusk, he would have a long and distinguished career in government service. But getting back to Stimson's initiative, beyond the officially stated reason for its formation, the Low-Visibility Learned Smith Committee was created as a backstop to answer anticipated public, meaning congressional inquiries into the need for continued high selective service call-up rates and the possibility that deferments, already generating loud protests from their tightening during the run-up to the invasion of Japan, might be squeezed even further. Other efforts, such as that of the Shockley-Wright report, were geared to helping frame further discussion. The Shockley-Wright effort to determine to what extent the behavior of a nation in war can be predicted from the behavior of her troops in individual battles concluded, if the study shows that the behavior of nations in all historical cases comparable to Japan's has in fact been invariably consistent with the behavior of the troops in battle, then it means that the Japanese dead and ineffectives at the time of the defeat will exceed the corresponding number for the Germans. In other words, we shall probably have to kill at least 5 to 10 million Japanese. This might cost us between 1.7 and 4 million casualties, including 400,000 and 800,000 killed. As for the Learned Smith Committee, it was naturally given full cooperation by the AGF. When its report was made available in late June, AGF generally concurred with the committee's findings, and was greatly relieved to find that the committee agreed with the current Army policy of producing replacements against maximum requirements rather than against continually revised estimates of minimum needs. This conclusion also has relevance for today, since it can be argued that some revisionist historians safely removed nearly 6 decades from events, as well as a significant number of serving politicians, are minimum needs advocates. So what came of all this? Essentially nothing. Secretary Stimson would have received the Learned Smith Committee's report prior to leaving for the Potsdam Conference, but might not have seen the Shockley-Wright report in the brief period between his return from Germany and the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. But while the sudden and unexpected end of the war eliminated the need for these taskings, it is important to remember that Stimson himself initiated them. The irony of this is that for many years, critics of Truman's bomb decision regularly maintained that estimates of massive casualties during an invasion of Japan were a post-war creation, and when the copious documentation that they were wrong began to come to light in the late 1990s, they then switched to the line that the estimates must certainly have been developed and seen only by lowly subordinates, when in fact, far from being considered by obscure officers tucked away in the recesses of the Pentagon, this vital and highly secret matter was being examined by some of the finest minds this country has produced, from Quincy Wright and Dean Rusk to Michael DeBakey and William Shockley, and examined by the government's most senior military and civilian leaders. Moreover, Truman had not only monitored the appalling casualties in the Pacific on a daily basis, often with Admiral Leahy at his side, but reacted decisively to them and the dire warnings of Grew, Hoover, and likely Stimson, by calling the June 18, 1945 White House meeting, in which the invasion of Japan was given the green light, in spite of their frightful dimensions. Refer to Chapter 6. Truman's multiple references to Okinawa at the close of the meeting, and most pointedly his comment of the invasion operations representing an Okinawa from one end of Japan to the other, indicate clearly what he believed would be the magnitude of the fighting. The Japanese Navy was essentially destroyed, but U.S. intelligence was already indicating that Japanese air power was being expanded and preserved for a massive surge of kamikaze attacks during the invasions. More important, intelligence estimates clearly demonstrated that Japan's field armies in the home islands were swelling rapidly, and there was ample time to train and arm recruits not only for the defense of the Tokyo area in 1946, but for the defense of Kyushu in the coming winter. Future wars along the Asian littoral would demonstrate the limitations of America's industrial dominance when applied against enemies fighting an infantry-intensive war on rugged home ground. But the situation facing the armed forces in 1945 was already painfully evident to the Secretary of War. Stimson summed up his view of the June 18th meeting and the casualties question in his July 2, 1945 memo to the President. There is reason to believe that the operation for the occupation of Japan following the landing may be a very long, costly, and arduous struggle on our part. The terrain, much of which I have visited several times, has left the impression on my memory of being one which would be susceptible to a last-ditch defense, such as has been made on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and which, of course, is very much larger than either of those two areas. According to my recollection, it will be much more unfavorable with regard to tank maneuvering than either the Philippines or Germany, because of the extensive network of dikes, canals, and rice paddies. If we once land on one of the main islands and begin a forceful occupation of Japan, we shall probably have cast the die of last-ditch resistance. The Japanese are highly patriotic and certainly susceptible to calls for fanatical resistance to repel an invasion. Once started in actual invasion, we shall, in my opinion, have to go through with an even more bitter finish fight than in Germany. We shall incur the losses incident to such a war, and we shall have to leave the Japanese islands even more thoroughly destroyed than was the case with Germany. This would be due both to the difference in the Japanese and German personal character and the differences in the size and character of the terrain through which the operations will take place. Stimson had been a colonel of artillery during the brutal fighting of World War I, and Truman would not take lightly his appraisal of the targeted Japanese terrain gained from direct examination on multiple occasions between the wars. On the subject of casualties, the President did not need to have it explained to him what Stimson meant by an even more bitter finish fight than Germany, since he and everyone else who had taken part in the June 18th meeting knew that it had cost roughly 1 million American all-causes casualties to defeat the Nazis, and that American casualties were actually small when compared to those of its major allies. Moreover, Marshall told the President the same thing at the meeting, when he stated that because of Japan's mountainous terrain, the problem would be much more difficult than it had been in Germany. Stimson's warning that we shall incur the losses incident to such a war was equally clear. For anyone not understanding the reference, Stimson spelled it out in his high-profile Harper's article after the defeat of Japan. We estimated that if we should be forced to carry this plan to its conclusion, the major fighting would not end until the latter part of 1946 at the earliest. I was informed that such operations might be expected to cost over 1 million casualties. As for the man who ordered the invasion of Japan, in the face of massive casualty estimates, Harry S. Truman, He knew exactly what he was asking of his soldiers, sailors, and Marines, and he understood it at a level that most Americans today cannot conceive. Across a span of 6 days during the Meuse-Argonne offensive, although the heaviest carnage was compressed into just 4 days, the 35th Division, to which the future president belonged, suffered nearly 7,300 casualties, or 50% of its front-line strength. Virtually all of these losses occurred within 2 to 3 miles of Truman's artillery battery, as it at some points literally dragged its guns forward through the shredded battlefield. He and his men ultimately went into position within what one artilleryman described as a cemetery of unburied dead, approximately 100 yards forward of where then-Colonel George S. Patton was shot down. The U.S. 1st Division, which replaced the 35th, would suffer a further 6,000-plus casualties in this very same killing field, although at not so nearly rapid a pace. Truman understood casualties as only one who had lived and fought under such circumstances could, yet his experience was far from unique. The Treaty of Versailles, the resurgence of Germany after the war to end all wars, the weak-kneed response by the League of Nations to growing aggression, France and Britain's appeasement of Nazi Germany, and the subsequent plunge into an even bloodier conflagration than World War I. These matters were so deeply embedded into the American psyche by 1945 that they were seldom directly mentioned in the press by the later war years, but all hung like a cloud over the American consciousness as the fighting in the Pacific reached its climax. The result of the country's general consensus on the events of the previous 30 years girded a grim determination both in and out of Washington to see the war through to the bitter end of unconditional surrender, lest an inconclusive finish, as in World War I, lead the next generation into an even bigger, bloodier conflict. Despite a growing war weariness and worry among some that stiff terms would prolong the fighting, the understanding that the fight must be prosecuted until Japan either gave up or was pummeled into submission was so fundamental that it actually did not warrant much discussion beyond the sticky matter of how to accomplish this at the earliest possible date. Chapter 10. Mistakes and Misperceptions. Diplomacy will have a better chance after the United States has sustained heavy losses. We cannot pretend to claim that victory is certain, but it is far too early to say that the war is lost. That we will inflict severe losses on the enemy when he invades Japan is certain, and it is by no means impossible that we may be able to reverse the situation in our favor, pulling victory out of defeat. Minister of War General Anami Korochita. Japan's situation, as revealed through ultra sources, suggests her unwillingness to surrender stems primarily from the failure of her otherwise capable and all-powerful army leaders to perceive that the defenses they are so assiduously fashioning actually are utterly inadequate. Until the Japanese leaders realize that the invasion cannot be repelled, there is little likelihood that they will accept any peace terms satisfactory to the Allies. Naval Intelligence Analysis in Magic, Diplomatic Summary, 1945. Army ground forces, and indeed the Army hierarchy as a whole, was greatly relieved that the Learned Smith Committee was in general agreement with how its manpower and training system was going about business during the run-up to the Japan invasions. Stimson's snoopers in the AGF quibbled over relatively minor points that would have no practical effect on the war's prosecution. But the Army regarded as the most important recommendation of the committee the one seconding the ongoing effort to secure flexibility, namely the production of replacements against maximum requirements rather than against continually revised estimates of minimum needs. By the end of June, the number of replacements in the United States, 1. Standing ready for deployment, 2. Still in some phases of their basic training, or 3. Attending either Army schools or part of the now truncated ASTP, stood at 717,945, with 209,226 more replacements spread overseas from the Pacific all the way back to France, and another 44,736 in U.S. induction stations or reception centers. Each of these men, even the most fresh-faced 18-year-old draftees sent to receive the mandated 6 months basic training, would be available for the assault on Honshu. Yet the Army was strained to the maximum making this work because of not only the scale of the redeployment, but also both the new congressional restrictions and the mid-war demobilization. Army logistic instructors in the mid-1980s regularly remarked in classes attended by field-grade officers that the relief at the Learned Smith Committee findings was quite profound within the AGF and Pentagon because of their concurrence that the Army could squeak by on the 100,000 men per month replacement stream that it was already deeply involved in implementing. If the committee had reported otherwise, they explained, the entire training and replacement structure might have had to have been turned on its head during the midst of the invasion countdown. The assumption of the AGF and Army Service Forces ASF in the summer of 1945 was that even though the massive invasion of the Tokyo area in 1946 could produce casualties at a far higher rate than the Kyushu operation, this would nevertheless be maintainable because 1. A casualty rate during Olympic lower than the 100,000 men per month replacement stream would produce an excess that could be drawn upon during Coronet. 2. There would be many lightly wounded soldiers returned to duty, so replacements for Olympic might be able to be further reduced. And 3. Other undefined economies could be made. However, 6th Army planners looking ahead to Olympic arrived at a figure of 394,859 for the full range of battle and non-battle casualties serious enough to be permanently removed from unit rolls during the 4-month push to and consolidation of its stop line in the mountains of central Kyushu. Functionally 100,000 men per month, which did not include soldiers returned to their units, and thus would further pump up the number of those absent, at least temporarily, from combat operations. Obviously, however, figures produced above the 6th Army assumed that there would be an excess available from Olympic, and 1 month to the day after the Learned Smith Committee published its report came the July 29th assessment of MacArthur's intelligence chief, Willoughby, outlining in clear, unambiguous terms that the Japanese were ratcheting up their troop commitment in the exact invasion areas at an alarming rate. Unknown to AGF and Stimson snoopers, the assumptions upon which the committee had based its findings were rendered moot even before they were presented, because the Japanese had their own reinforcement plans for Kyushu and had largely completed troop movements to the island, while U.S. air and naval elements were still focused on the Okinawa battle. Refer to chapters 5 and 9. Indications that this was happening had been building since June and become painfully obvious to intelligence gatherers in the Pacific and Washington by mid-July. In hindsight, one could argue that the trend of the buildup should have been clear by the time of President Truman's June 18th meeting with the JCS and service secretaries. But allowing for the lag time in the decryption, analysis, and distribution of the intelligence data, plus the prioritization that took place at each of these steps, the troop strength figures available to the individual JCS members would have been anywhere from about 5 days to as much as 2 weeks old at the time of the meeting. Once the matter of Japanese reinforcements had been flagged as an area of great concern, as it almost certainly was by mid-July, Dissemination of the information could be accomplished within a 2-day cycle, or even less. Marshall flew into Washington from the Potsdam Conference on July 31st as Pentagon planners struggled to come to grips with the growing concentration of Imperial forces on Kyushu. However, Stimson, who returned on the 28th, was not made aware of the ominous development and tried to recuperate from the trip as best he could while devoting himself to the complex issues relating to the imminent use of the atom bomb. With the future still very much unknown, Marshall pursued 2 tracks, continuing with preparations for a long, bitter war while ensuring that Pacific commanders were ready for a swift entry into the home islands in case the Potsdam Declaration, buttressed by the impending use of nuclear weapons and Soviet declaration of war, finally shocked Japan's leaders into admitting defeat. The War Department estimated that the size of the Army after continued selective service inductions, offset by the partial demobilization and other administrative separations, plus combat losses from Olympic and the first 4 months of Coronet, would result in a projected strength of approximately 6,968,000 men by June 30, 1946. Marshall distributed this information to reporters in a 1-page memorandum at his August 7th press conference as background-only information in order to help shape press accounts in the wake of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, which had splashed across evening newspapers the day before. Marshall's handout warned, "Whether this figure can be decreased will depend upon the success of our operations, the Japanese reaction, the action of the Soviets, etc." Similarly, the estimate that American casualties could reach 1 million was stated to reporters shortly before the release of Marshall's memorandum during the off-the-record portion of a briefing at U.S. Army Forces Pacific Headquarters in Manila. Although the estimate and the looming battle in Japan had figured in discussions among MacArthur's mid-level staff and press corps, this was the first and perhaps only time it was noted officially by the command. Marshall and the Pentagon planners had been monitoring the intelligence on the Kyushu buildup garnered from Ultra and Magic Communications intercepts before, during, and after the Potsdam Conference. He was also familiar with the tendency of his superb planning staff on the other side of the world from the developing situation to sometimes come to conclusions that made more sense on paper than in fact. Marshall's frequent way of dealing with this throughout the war, and likely going well before that in his military career, was not to argue a matter with subordinates or issue a command directive to forget it, either of which would tend to stifle discussion, but to present the staff with the views of the commander in charge of actual operations in the field, in order to sharpen the planner's focus on the specifics of the situation in which the theater commander was embroiled. As we shall soon see, Marshall requested just such an appreciation from MacArthur on August 7th, but for more than simply keeping his planning staff's eye on the ball. As staffs are wont to do in situations where they are required to present options on little or no notice, they simply reached into their files to recycle previously produced studies. Elements of Marshall's staff, most notably Brigadier General William W. Bessel Jr.'s Joint War Plans Committee, JWPC, presented the risky alternatives of either a direct strike at Tokyo or an intermediate operation against either southern Shokoku or Sendai north of Tokyo, both of which offered terrain adequate for large-scale air-base development but meager anchorage capacity. They were also very badly off track in offering up northern Honshu as an invasion site. The nonsensical nature of the northernmost proposed target is an indication of how little seriousness was attached to locating an alternate invasion site so close to X-Day, and the internal memos between Marshall's Assistant Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General John E. Hull, and Bessel's boss, Strategy and Policy Group Chief Brigadier General George A. Lincoln, bear this out. Northern Honshu was along an undeveloped axis of advance that had been rejected on multiple occasions for a host of good reasons, and its acceptance would have entailed launching the invasion from staging areas located far to the south. This in turn would have necessitated roundabout sea voyages of some 2,000 and 2,800 miles respectively from Okinawa and Luzon, versus relatively direct transits of 450 and 1,400 to southern Kyushu, to set up a staging base and airfield complex in time to support the invasion of the Tokyo area in March, at a time when northern Honshu was still held fast in winter's grip. An initial JWPC paper discussing operations against Shikoku and the Kanto Plain, alternatives to Olympic, reached the Joint Planning Staff JPS, where it was tabled. Although the Shikoku option carried a series of liabilities running from a lack of appropriate loiter time for attacking U.S. aircraft flying the long haul from their Okinawan bases, to insufficient anchorage space once a hard-won lodgment had been obtained, it had at least some potential for fitting usefully into the scheme of maneuver. Not so the Kanto Plain option. An almost ad hoc assault directly toward Tokyo in the November-December 1945 period was obviously an extremely high-risk proposition. While such an operation presents a tempting subject for speculation more than a half-century later, it could not have been adequately supported by either air power or assault shipping, and thus risked a costly stalemate on the ground and the failure of stated war aims. For similar reasons, the various plans for Operation Roundup, an early invasion of France in 1943, were also cast aside in favor of the more meticulously planned Overlord the following year. Kyushu, for better or worse, was indeed the best of a poor set of options. Aside from the myriad logistical problems ranging from the minor to the impossible, none of the 4 alternate invasion sites being examined at this time, in addition to Tokyo and Kyushu, offered an easy victory over the Imperial Army. Said Willoughby, each one of these areas had the potentiality of another Okinawa, and estimates for initial American battle casualties ranging from 30,000 at Sendai to 80,000 on Shikoku, when examining only the Japanese units stationed in these possible target areas during the summer of 1945. What the troop strength at these sites would be by November-December, particularly Sendai, which could be very easily strengthened, was anyone's guess, given that the Japanese were more adept at reinforcing threatened areas than was originally anticipated. A disturbing precursor to what U.S. forces would find in future wars on the Asian mainland. Moreover, the time available for Japan's mobilization of manpower would give them adequate troops at all but the northernmost option to slow the movement of an invasion force to a crawl, as they had on Okinawa and Iwo Jima. A message stressing the perceived vulnerability of northern Honshu in the Aminato-Mutsu Bay region was drafted by the JWPC for transmittal to MacArthur. This was done in spite of the fact that such a proposal at this stage of the invasion countdown would have been akin to the Pentagon suggesting to General Eisenhower in the spring of 1944 that instead of crossing the English Channel, he should consider moving the D-Day invasion from Normandy to the Biarritz-Bayonne area, some 400 miles due south, because there were fewer Germans near the Spanish border. The message received some editing by Lincoln, was forwarded to Marshall for his approval, then dispatched shortly after his August 7th press conference, with a copy going to Admiral King's office for transmittal to Nimitz. OPD War Marshal to MacArthur, passed by Cominch to SINCPAC Advanced Headquarters, Top Secret, for Admiral Nimitz eyes only. Marshall to MacArthur, eyes only. War 45369. Intelligence reports on Jap dispositions which have been presented to me and which I understand have been sent to your staff are that the Japanese have undertaken a large buildup both of divisions and of air forces in Kyushu and southern Honshu. The air buildup is reported as including a large component of suicide planes, which the intelligence estimates here consider are readily available for employment only in the vicinity of their present bases. Concurrently with the reported reinforcement of Kyushu, the Japanese are reported to have reduced forces north of the Tokyo Plain to a point where the defensive capabilities in northern Honshu and Hokkaido appear to be extraordinarily weak viewed from the standpoint of the Japanese General Staff. The question has arisen in my mind as to whether the Japanese may not be including some deception in the sources from which our intelligence is being drawn. Para. In order to assist in discussions likely to arise here on the meaning of reported dispositions on Japan proper and possible alternate objectives to Olympic, such as Tokyo, Sendai, and Ominato, northern Honshu, I would appreciate your personal estimate of the Japanese intentions and capabilities as related to your current directive and available resources. The clock was running down. If the war was to have a reasonable chance of being concluded by the end of 1946, a powerful invasion force had to be landed within immediate reach of Tokyo before the spring rains, then summer monsoons, set in, and that lodgment could not be made until substantial ground-based air power was established within range of the target area, because air operations from carriers, while impressive on paper, would not be nearly enough to support one, let alone two, American field armies in contact with a determined enemy. MacArthur replied on August 9th with a copy to Nimitz via King that the buildup was likely to be a deception. It was not. Noted that there were indications, which actually were part of a deception, that Japanese air power was no longer a threat, and reminded Marshall that the factors weighing against the alternative sites in the home islands had not changed since their original rejection in 1944. Sink AFPAC to Warcos, passed by Com-Inch to SINCPAC, Advanced Headquarters, Admiral Nimitz, eyes only. Top Secret, C31897, eye only for General Marshall, from MacArthur. Reference War 45369, 071-5352. I am certain that the Japanese air potential reported to you as accumulating to counter our Olympic operation is greatly exaggerated. We have recently seen the Third Fleet approach the northern and central shorelines of Japan, close enough for gunfire bombardment, and yet no reaction from the Japanese air has taken place. Our air forces are daily flying throughout Japan and provoke no reaction. The situation repeats that of the Philippine campaigns. Prior to the invasion of Luzon, reports were received of the concentration of air both on Luzon and on Formosa. An erroneous estimate of widely dispersed planes being held back for the eventuality of landings was repeatedly made. I further doubt the often repeated reports that large numbers of aircraft are still being manufactured in Japan. As to the movement of ground forces, the Japanese are reported to be trying to concentrate in the few areas in which landings can be effected from Tokyo southward, and it is possible that some strength may have been drawn from the areas of northern Honshu. I do not credit, however, the heavy strengths reported to you in southern Kyushu. The limited capacity of railroads and the continued shipping losses discourage belief that large forces can be concentrated or supported effectively in southern Kyushu. Kenny's air forces are only now becoming effective from Okinawa, and it is anticipated that there will be a rapid build-up to an effective strength in early September of approximately 2,000 combat planes, and prior to Olympic of approximately 3,000 planes. These are in addition to the VLR B-29 bombers and escorting fighters in the Marianas. It is anticipated that this great weight of air will quickly seek out and destroy in the southern Japanese islands all enemy air potential, and will practically immobilize ground forces in their present positions. The maintenance of such forces in southern Kyushu cannot fail to become increasingly difficult, and it is anticipated that they will be greatly weakened prior to Olympic. Para. In my opinion, there should not be the slightest thought of changing the Olympic operation. Its fundamental purpose is to obtain air bases under cover, of which we can deploy our forces to the northward into the industrial heart of Japan. The plan is sound and will be successful. An attack directly into Tokyo or to the northward thereof would have to be made without the benefit of land-based aviation other than VLR, and for that reason alone would be fraught with greatest danger. I seriously doubt the advisability of a direct attack into Tokyo without the installation of heavy air forces closer than Okinawa. Only a limited study has been made of the Sendai and Ominato areas. Insofar as Ominato is concerned, weather alone would seem to indicate the impracticability for an attack during 1945 or early 1946, especially for the installation of air forces which would prepare the way into the industrial heart of Japan. Sendai has somewhat greater potentialities, although some difficulties in establishing satisfactory bases might be experienced. This area is very close to the Tokyo area, and would be subjected to heavy infiltration of ground troops therefrom. Throughout the Southwest Pacific area campaigns, as we have neared and Operation Intelligence has invariably pointed to greatly increased enemy forces. Without exception, this buildup has been found to be erroneous. In this particular case, the destruction that is going on in Japan would seem to indicate that it is very probable that the enemy is resorting to deception. The copy of the preceding cable forwarded to Nimitz was accompanied on August 9th by a further brief message to the Central Pacific Chief that would prompt much speculation 5 decades later. ComInch and CNO to SyncPack Advanced Headquarters. King to Nimitz, eyes only. Desire your comments on War 45369 071 535 and MacArthur's 31897 090 443. Pass to you, eyes only. Send your reply info MacArthur. As outlined in chapters 7 and 8, the reinforcement of Kyushu was largely completed when MacArthur provided this response. And while King, when referring to the same naval operation as MacArthur, also noted that no attempt was made to conceal the location of the fleet, but in spite of this little enemy air opposition was encountered, he was apparently unaware that the manifest lack of Japanese air activity was, in fact, part of IGHQ's long-established plan to not allow U.S. forces the luxury of destroying their aircraft before the invasion was underway. In this respect, the Japanese were just as disciplined, in the face of far greater devastation, as the British were widely reputed to have been during the Battle of Britain, when various German attacks were supposedly allowed to transpire relatively unmolested, so that the secret that German codes were being broken would not be revealed. General Marshall and senior members of his planning staff suspected, and General MacArthur was at least outwardly convinced, that the Japanese air threat was overstated. The Army hierarchy in Washington and the Pacific was unwilling to believe the signal's intelligence. The Navy's concurrence was articulated by Rear Admiral Forrest Sherman as late as July in its principal planning document for the invasion, which stated that attacks by U.S. forces will have served to reduce the enemy air force to a relatively low state by the projected November 1st invasion. As for Admiral King, He reiterated that it was the intent of the Navy's huge armada to complete the destruction of the Japanese fleet, conduct a pre-invasion campaign of destruction against every industry and resource contributing to Japan's ability to wage war, and maintain maximum pressure on the Japanese in order to lower their will to fight. The lack of a Japanese response to the coastal raids had also convinced him that imperial air power had descended into impotence. Said King, the strong protective screen around the fleet was too much for the fading enemy air strength. As noted earlier, the day after Marshall's August 7th message to MacArthur and before the Pacific Chief's response, the JPS, which included both Lincoln and Bessel among its members, received and tabled alternatives to Olympic, and there it still lay a week later when the Japanese announced that they were finally throwing in the towel. Likewise, Admiral King's query to Nimitz on August 9th was not answered before war's end, as neither King nor Nimitz offered opinions on the alternate invasion sites being discussed. Meanwhile, the JWPC formalized their thoughts on the Ominato-Mutsu Bay operation to the far north in Plan for the Invasion of Northern Honshu, alternative to invasion of southern Kyushu. This turned out to be yet another rushed and inadequately staffed plan that, like many others about which MacArthur once mused, was destined to be filed in the dusty pigeonholes of the War Department because the proposed operation, fundamentally different from the invasion of Kyushu in terms of support required, called for far more than just reworking the shipping tables. Most critically, the vessels to maintain the radically lengthened movements between the target and staging areas, plus increased tonnages from expanded construction requirements of the airbase complex, could not be assembled before 1946. Moreover, wholly inadequate time was allotted to airbase construction before the worst of the winter weather intervened. The officers writing and vetting the paper were also oblivious to the weather itself, which included not only annual snowfalls averaging 25 feet, but also a high mean temperature hovering at the freezing mark from December through February, which results in a continual process of partial melting and refreezing. These were all rather key matters when one considers that the whole point of the initial invasion was to establish air bases supporting the subsequent Kanto Plain operation, Coronet, in 1946. The lack of time and serious consideration put into the various alternatives indicates that either Marshall's staff, 1, had suddenly gone brain-dead, 2, they had produced the papers largely as an academic exercise because they had been instructed to, or 3, they were produced purely as an effort to demonstrate that alternatives were examined. What Marshall really wanted and received was MacArthur's August 9th appreciation rejecting the alternatives out of hand, and with this tucked safely in his back pocket, Marshall began to formulate plans to ramp up the destruction of imperial forces on Kyushu to unprecedented levels. President Truman had ordered a moratorium on use of nuclear weapons after the August 9th Nagasaki blast. Early the next morning, uncoded Japanese radio transmissions were received stating that Imperial Japan would accept the surrender terms announced at the Potsdam Conference, as long as the Allied powers explicitly agreed to allow Emperor Hirohito to remain the country's sovereign ruler. Marshall quickly called a halt to the Pacific shipment of bomb components and suspended B-29 raids, but left in play the tactical pre-invasion air operations conducted from Okinawa. Carrier strikes were also temporarily postponed, not due to orders from Washington, but from a scheduled refueling followed by bad weather. The Allies announced their receipt of the Japanese message and accepted the stipulation regarding Emperor Hirohito's retention, yet pointedly added that the divine descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu Omikami, would be subject to Allied authority. No Japanese answer came that day, or the next. Initial elation among the U.S. military and civilian leadership turned into apprehension as they waited throughout a tense weekend for a response. By the morning of Monday, August 13th, it was beginning to look like the shock of atom bombs obliterating two of Japan's major industrial cities, even when combined with the Soviet declaration of war, had failed in its strategic purpose of loosening the iron grip that the country's militarists had on Japanese decision-making. At this point, Truman and his senior advisers had had enough. And just after 9 a.m., Marshall cabled MacArthur and the strategic bombing chief in the Pacific, General Spaatz. "The President directs that we go ahead with everything we've got." The hold on B-29 operations was now lifted, and orders were issued to drop over Japanese population centers the 5 million leaflets containing the Potsdam Declaration and, most important, the Japanese government acceptance that Office of War Information personnel on Saipan had begun printing 2 days earlier as a contingency. The rapid and massive reinforcement of southern Kyushu by Imperial forces had still not been briefed to Secretary Stimson or Truman, nor would it before the Army came up with a concrete plan of action. Marshall's staff, however, was already in the midst of producing the boilerplate to demonstrate that the Pentagon had examined various alternatives. These papers would be made available to Stimson if he wanted to examine them, at the same time as Theater Commander MacArthur's assessment and Marshall's concurrence that none of the alternatives were appropriate vehicles for attaining America's national objective of defeating Japan and wrapping up the war at the earliest possible date. The swift appearance of the initial Japanese surrender message on August 11th could well have precipitated a delay among the planning staffs, but the very real possibility that the Japanese intransigence or indecision was about to scuttle peace efforts now galvanized Marshall to prepare for Stimson's consideration, a plan for the use of the full range of weapons in America's arsenal, today referred to as weapons of mass destruction, WMDs, to trump the human tide welling up on Kyushu. Immediately after the Nagasaki blast, numerous senior military commanders, and undoubtedly most rank-and-file servicemen, had believed that Tokyo itself would become a nuclear target. Marshall, a strong proponent for the tactical use of atom bombs, feared that this could indeed come to pass, and was quoted as saying that if the Japanese did not capitulate soon, it was only a question of days for Tokyo to suffer the effects of the new bomb. However, the apparent unwillingness of the Japanese leadership to capitulate, even after the destruction of 2 cities, was tragically in line with their lack of reaction after 72,000 men, women, and children had perished in the capital during a single night's firebombing earlier that year, an attack that had actually made Tokyo a poor target for a nuclear weapon because so much of the city was already destroyed. Moreover, an atomic strike somewhere in the sprawling Tokyo area presented an intolerable risk that Hirohito might be killed, thus removing the one authority capable of ordering the surrender of all imperial forces from one end of the empire to the other. Strategic use of atom bombs against cities had certainly been worth a try, but the militarists appeared to be completely unmoved, and to Marshall atom bombs were too precious an asset to waste in a continued strategic rather than tactical campaign. As early as the daily Pentagon briefing of April 18th, Marshall had stunned Anthony Eden, the British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and Ambassador Lord Edward Halifax with his assessment of how the war was likely to play out. Marshall's stern report forecast a prolonged struggle in the Far East if conventional weapons only were used. Eden said the sober reserve with which he recited his appraisal made it all the more disturbing. He was, I knew, no alarmist. Now, 4 months later, the response to Japanese intransigence was obvious and concurrent with President Truman's August 13th directive to resume the strategic bombing campaign. Marshall that morning had General Hull personally check into the precise status of current and future atom bomb production. Although only 2 of the 4 Japanese cities in the approved atom bomb target set and had yet been struck, Marshall desired to retain all future bombs, perhaps as many as 8 completed by November, for tactical use on Kyushu. This would have cut short the bombing of cities which was central to Stimson's strategy of using the bombs principally as a psychological weapon that might stampede the Japanese government into an early surrender. In a lengthy telephone call to Colonel Lyle E. Seaman, targeting committee chief on the Manhattan Project, Hull prefaced their exchange with the comment that General Marshall feels we should consider now whether or not dropping them as originally planned, or if these we have should be held back for use in direct support of major operations. Much later in the exchange, General Hull voiced what was likely being thought by many on Marshall's staff regarding the current policy to shock the Japanese into surrendering. Within the next 10 days, the Japanese will make up their minds one way or the other, so the psychological effect is lost so far as the next one is concerned, in my opinion. Should we not hold off a while and group them 1, 2, 3? Meanwhile, Stimson, who was still thinking in terms of nuclear strikes against cities, requested that shipment of atom bomb components to the Pacific be resumed, and Marshall ordered the resumption before noon. Marshall also moved ahead that morning on another weapon, which was readily available and which assuredly can greatly decrease the cost of American lives: poison gas. Marshall had long been an advocate for the use of gas against the Japanese, and firmly maintained that the character of the weapon was no less humane than phosphorus and flamethrowers. Just before he left for the Potsdam Conference in the company of General Arnold, Marshall received confirmation from MacArthur that the training of chemical weapons personnel was being stepped up, and that stocks of chemical munitions, principally agents CK, cyanogen chloride, H, mustard, and CN, tear gas, were being moved forward to Luzon from facilities in Australia and New Guinea. Now, on August 13th, he had a memorandum prepared for the other Joint Chiefs, declaring that adequate stocks of non-persistent gas bombs, CG, phosgene, and CK, would be available by the Olympic invasion date, November 1st, 1945. Thus Marshall was following common practice by assembling data that outlined 1. The growing problem on Kyushu, 2. Alternative invasion sites, be they appropriate or inappropriate, 3. The theater commander's conviction that Olympic go forward as planned, and 4. His own data demonstrating that a quantum leap in applied destructive force was a solution to the problem of Japanese reinforcements on Kyushu. With this material in hand, Marshall and his senior staff could suggest to Stimson, as a prerequisite to moving the proposal along to Truman and the JCS, that the remaining cities on the approved target set be spared atomic attack, in favor of using the allotted bombs and the projected nuclear stockpile tactically instead of strategically, and that they be used in combination with poison gas. Thankfully, plans went no further, since Japanese capitulation came the following day, August 14, 1945, when a special broadcast was made of the Emperor's surrender statement. American planners monitoring Japanese military and diplomatic communications beheld a fanatical determination to fight to the death, and although it is well known that Imperial forces were gearing up for a decisive battle on Kyushu that they believed could well decide the war, Ketsugo No. 6 was to be fought principally with the national supplies gathered by September, at which point the Tokyo area was to become the focus of supply efforts. Once this occurred, Kyushu's heavily populated, industrialized north was to become the principal supplier for both the buildup in the invasion area and the source of supplies and manpower once the battle was joined, so as to not weaken imperial forces preparing for Ketsugo No. 3. Thus, IGHQ envisioned and was preparing for multiple decisive battles, emphasis added, stretching throughout 1946 and beyond, as enormous resources were spent building up defenses not only in the Tokyo area, but also in the mountains beyond. Chapter 11. What is defeat? Should the enemy invade our mainland, 100 million of us, as the special attacking forces, must exterminate them to protect our native soil and maintain our everlasting empire. The safety pin must be removed from Molotov cocktails, which should be hurled so that the side of the bottle impacts against vehicles. In aiming against descending enemy parachutists, allow 2.5 lengths. When engaging tall Yankees, do not swing swords or spears sideways or straight down. Thrust straight into their guts. Attack from behind, employing hatchets, sickles, hooks, or cleavers. In karate or judo assaults, smash the Yankee in the pit of his stomach, or kick him in the testicles. People's Handbook of Resistance Combat. The intelligence officer of the U.S. 5th Air Force declared on July 21, 1945, that the entire population of Japan is a proper military target, and he added emphatically, "There are no civilians in Japan." Paul Fussell, Thank God for the Atom Bomb, and other essays. Japan was a defeated nation long before the Enola Gay lifted off from Tinian Island with its cargo of a single bomb that would kill tens of thousands instantly, and as many as 80,000 later from residual blast and radiation deaths. Just exactly when it was defeated is up to the whims of hindsight. After the war, many Japanese leaders, both civilian and military, claimed to have known that this end was inevitable after either the fall of the Marianas or the Philippines. Others said that the insight, shocking to those steeped in the Bushido tradition, struck them after Iwo Jima or Okinawa, or when the first American fighter planes appeared over Tokyo. An American might argue that defeat for the resource-poor Japanese could clearly be seen when they failed to dislodge the Marines on Guadalcanal, or when they expended most of their best pilots in a failed effort to stem the American tide in the Solomons. Or was it at the Battle of Midway? Even before Japanese aircraft failed to find and destroy the U.S. Pacific Fleet's carriers at Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto famously remarked, "I shall run wild for 6 months or a year, but I have utterly no confidence for the 2nd or 3rd year. I hope you will endeavor to avoid a Japanese-American war." An enemy facing what appears to be certain defeat doesn't necessarily surrender. It is often forgotten that Germany as well was arguably just as much a defeated nation in 1944 as was Japan in 1945. Failure to prevent the D-Day invasion of France allowed the establishment of a second front of British and American armies to grind down the German forces between themselves and the Soviets in the East, and marked the end of any chance that the Nazi regime might survive the war. The blow to its army in the summer of 1944 was nearly unimaginable. The captured and the dead in Normandy alone totaled at least 530,000 men. To this must be added the 103,000 German dead and prisoners lost to the U.S. and French forces invading southern France, plus 700,000 more men lost during the Soviet offensive, timed to coincide with Operation Overlord. Another 100,000 Germans were bottled up in half a dozen French ports that, with the exception of Brest, the Allies did not believe were worth taking. Thus, excluding wounded, the Wehrmacht lost an average of 500,000 men a month from June through August, yet fought on for almost a year, forcing the Allied armies to destroy it piece by piece by piece, in one costly campaign after another. Between the Atlantic and the post-1939 Soviet border in Eastern Europe, at least 10.3 million civilians died from the ravages of war, more than 9 million of them during the Die Gotterdammerung of Nazi Germany's collapse in 1944 and 1945, with German military and civilian dead for the entire war exceeding 5.5 million. Japan was spared this fate. However, with no knowledge of the impending use of WMDs during the planned invasion, or knowledge that one component of them, nuclear weapons, even existed, the Shockley Wright War Department report of July 1945 stated that Japanese dead and ineffectives will exceed the corresponding number for the Germans. In other words, we shall probably have to kill at least 5 to 10 million Japanese. The U.S. Army also flirted with a third category of WMDs, biological agents. A variety of deadly diseases were studied by the Chemical Warfare Service's Special Projects Division to assess their suitability against personnel. Chemical munitions were developed to spread anthrax and botulism, but there was no desire to use such weapons except as retaliation in the event that the Japanese, who were known to have used germ warfare in China, employed them first. There was, however, keen interest by General Marshall and many senior officers within Army Service Forces in the use of a variety of chemical compounds against Japanese crops in the home islands, and bypassed garrisons attempting to sustain themselves through local food production. Although cleared as being perfectly legal by the Army's Judge Advocate General, as long as there was no poisonous effects on people or animals from ingestion or contact with treated crops, interest came to a screeching halt in May 1945. It dawned on planners that any near-term success with the plant killers would ultimately necessitate that the Army be forced to ship in staggering amounts of food to prevent the starvation of Japanese civilians in areas it had seized. Fundamental tenets of the U.S. basic policy for invasion and occupation of Japan included warnings that food storage and food processing plants must not be targeted, and that invasion operations not be launched while crops were in the field. But this latter proviso was already known to be a moot point. Agricultural specialists working under the JCS confirmed that the principal cereal crop in the target area, rice, would be harvested and the fields largely drained of water for the planting of barley, a less important winter crop, by October 30th, just before Olympic was to be launched. While this was encouraging news, it obviously could not be counted on that any significant food stocks would be available in southern Kyushu, and the official U.S. policy was that the Army should use all available and lawful means to prevent enemy civilians from coming within U.S. control. Having made that point, however, the ASF planners nevertheless expected that about a third of the estimated 3.3 million civilians living within the Olympic target area would flee north or be killed, leaving roughly 2.2 million persons under U.S. jurisdiction when the 6th Army bellied up to the stop line roughly 3 to 4 months after the landings. As noted earlier, approximately 180,000 would have to be removed to refugee or internee camps from areas near the front, land slated for base development or security zones. All would have to be fed. For planning purposes, it was assumed that captured military supplies might be able to feed 200,000 people for 60 days, and while available stocks would be consumed during this period, local production might perhaps be able to support 1.7 million persons starting roughly 60 days into the operation. It was also estimated that the number of sick or wounded to be cared for by Army medical personnel would average 150,000 per month, with many requiring hospitalization. Although still in its preliminary stages, the ASF planning for Coronet concluded that of the 14.5 million Japanese in the minimum target area, 5.1 million Japanese evacuations and deaths due to combat would leave approximately 9.4 million civilians behind American lines by D+90. Planners warned that preliminary aerial and naval bombardment and artillery support will result in wounded or ill aggregating about 700,000 from the remaining population, 9,400,000, who will require medical treatment, and some portion, to be estimated by the Surgeon General, will require hospitalization. The potential problems relating to keeping the population of occupied Kyushu fed and relatively healthy during an invasion, however, paled in comparison with those faced elsewhere in Japan after the surrender, and began as early as the winter of 1945-46. Agricultural experts within the U.S. military calculated in 1944 that there would be enough food available to sustain the population on a subsistence level, but had correctly foreseen that the possibility of localized famines beginning within the first few months of 1946 was a very real possibility. Some factors, such as the willingness or unwillingness of Tokyo and the prefectural governments to feed millions of excess mouths, not directly contributing to the war effort, could not be known. U.S. military and civilian officials privy to magic intercepts duly took note, however, that the anguished warnings by the Japanese ambassador to Moscow, Sato Naotake, including that if the fall 1945 harvest failed, the nation would face absolute famine, were disdainfully rejected by his superiors. It is also clear that a disruption of the rail system by U.S. air power plus the growing number of refugees would likely collapse the system, and that we'd eventually have to pick up the pieces. Some today assert, in effect, that it would have been more humane to have just continued the conventional B-29 bombing of Japan, which in 6 months had killed nearly 178,000 people and displaced or rendered homeless more than 8 million, than to have dropped the atom bombs or launched an invasion. They also imply that the growing U.S. naval blockade would have soon forced a surrender because the Japanese faced imminent starvation. U.S. planners at the time, however, weren't nearly so bold, and the whole reason why advocates of tightening the noose around the home islands came up with so many different estimates of when blockade and bombardment might force Japan to surrender was because the situation wasn't nearly as cut and dried as it appears today, even when the nation's ocean supply lines were severed. Japan would indeed have become a nation without cities, as urban populations suffered grievously under the weight of Allied bombing, but over half the population during the war lived and worked on farms. Back then, the system of price supports that has encouraged Japanese farmers today to convert practically every square foot of their land to rice cultivation did not exist. There was more food available in rural areas than is generally understood, as wheat was widely grown, and large vegetable gardens were a standard feature of a family's land. Food reserves existed that were largely unaccounted for immediately after the war, because responsibility for the storage and distribution of strategic stocks had been moved from national to principally prefectural control in April, due to the anticipated destruction of the transportation system, refer to Chapter 7, and farmers had begun to hoard their crops in contravention of government directives. The idea that the Japanese were about to run out of food any time soon was largely derived from exaggerated interpretations of the summary report to the 104 reports in the United States Strategic Bombing Survey for the Pacific War, and the well-documented fear among some Japanese leaders that shortages could lead to severe unrest. The idea that the Japanese were on the brink of starvation is usually, and rather loosely, attributed to the USSBS and the official Army Air Force history. However, using survey findings, what editors James Leah Cate and James C. Olson did in the multi-volume history The Army Air Forces in World War II, was to detail the successful U.S. mine-laying efforts against Japanese shipping, which essentially cut Japanese oil and food imports. And they stated only that by mid-August, the calorie count of the average man's fare had shrunk dangerously. Obviously, some historians' enthusiasm for the point they are trying to make has gotten the better of them, since the reduced nutritional value of meals is somewhat different than imminent starvation. But the life and death question for a family that might well find itself in one of the areas of localized famine within as few as 6 months was how would the militarists in charge of their prefecture or district, who essentially believed that the population was expendable, allot the dwindling food supplies in the midst of an invasion. One indication of what likely would have transpired came from future Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru, who, before war surplus food stocks from across the Pacific were rushed to Japan, stated in January 1946 that as many as 10 million might die of starvation and malnutrition in spot famines that were forecast to begin by the summer of that year. Data from the first campaign to present high-level planners with a convincing model for combat against Japanese field armies in Japan itself, the invasion of the Mariana Islands, weighed heavily on the ASF's conclusions as to what they might face when dealing with the civilian population on Kyushu. The 3 phases of Operation Forager, which coincided with the Operations Overlord and Cobra in France, involved 125,000 ground troops and massive naval elements seizing the islands of Guam, Saipan, and Tinian. Planners found the combat on Saipan particularly relevant to future campaigns, in that the joint Army-Marine Force conducted both an opposed landing and ground offensive on a core multi-division frontage against sizable enemy forces defending terrain similar to that on Japan, and all on an island which contained large numbers of enemy civilians. And more disturbing than the fact that many non-combatants died during Forager was both the greater numbers than expected and the unanticipated, macabre nature of the deaths which happened right before the eyes of American troops. By the middle of the initial invasion operation on Saipan, considerable evidence existed of Imperial soldiers killing civilians with grenades when they committed ritual harakiri as the major fighting came to an end in early July. Marines witnessed even mothers with children being shot down when they tried to reach American lines. Several hundred frightened Japanese civilians also committed suicide by leaping to their deaths from the heights above Marpi Point at the island's extreme northern tip. Before the area was secured, 4th Division Marines had observed numerous instances of armed Japanese soldiers forcing people over the cliffs to the jagged rocks below. At times, said the Army history of the campaign, the waters below the point were so thick with floating bodies of men, women, and children that naval small craft were unable to steer a course without running over them. Nor were civilian deaths confined to Saipan, as a captured Japanese warrant officer from the 56th Naval Guard Force, who himself had obviously not committed harakiri, boasted that about 1,000 loyal citizens in nearby Tinian allowed the military to blow them up in caves. Such atrocities were undoubtedly factored in when ASF planners examined what the army might expect on Kyushu, and were used for wholly different purposes by Japanese propagandists, who translated a Time magazine account of the tragedy and had it published in numerous newspapers as proof that even civilians possessed the tomato spirit. But while ASF's grim and extremely rough estimates were formulated in the wake of these forced suicides and murders by Japanese troops of as many as 800 Japanese and Okinawan colonists on Saipan, islanders and Korean laborers largely avoided becoming victims by keeping well away from the troops. Civilian death tolls from the month-long battle for Manila and the invasion of Okinawa were not yet part of the equation. More than 100,000 Manilinos were killed, many in the closing days of the battle when the restrictions on the use of American artillery were lifted, but most lost their lives at the hands of the 16,000-man Imperial Navy garrison, made up principally by the 31st Naval Special Base Force troops, who routinely slaughtered civilians trapped behind their lines, singly and in groups of up to several hundred at a time, throughout February 1945. A like number of Okinawans may have perished from starvation, or as the fighting rolled over them during the prolonged fight for the island in April, May, and June. But the figure of actual counted bodies, which missed civilians sealed up in caves during the battle, amounted to a still horrific 40,000. The number of deaths could have been even higher, but was held down by a variety of factors. A certain amount of stockpiling of food was done beforehand by families. Each 10th Army Division entered the battle with 70,000 civilian rations of rice, soybeans, and canned fish. Roughly 1,000 Navy medical personnel were tasked solely to meet civilian needs at a 500-bed mobile hospital and multiple 24-bed dispensaries. And perhaps of greatest benefit, Army psychological warfare teams incorporating U.S. soldiers with some Japanese language training, as well as those of Japanese descent, Nisei, had honed their skills in convincing frightened civilians that they would not be harmed. Imperial soldiers were frequently not co-located with civilians, and thus could neither kill them nor force them to commit suicide. Still, between a tenth and a quarter of the island's 400,000 men, women, and children were dead by July, as the 144,311 civilians who had passed into American control at the end of May swelled by 80,000, at least one-third of whom were wounded, during the last bitter fighting in the 24th Corps Zone alone. Army and Navy military government personnel were encouraged by the large number of survivors, and found that, after recovering from the astonishment that they weren't going to be killed by the Americans, and receiving enough food and medical assistance to stabilize their individual situations, the Okinawans worked industriously to get their small farms back in order as quickly as possible. But Okinawans had always been second-class citizens of the empire, and the millions of American leaflets showering Japanese-held territory, instructing them to wear white clothing whenever possible and keep away from Japanese soldiers, largely adhered to either by happenstance or design, were apparently read by enough receptive eyes to help prevent many civilian casualties. Would the Japanese of Kyushu and Honshu, receiving the full brunt of Tokyo's virulent propaganda barrage about the murderous, bestial Americans, also allow themselves to survive? Up to this point, the American ground-pounders had manifestly treated Japanese civilians as something apart from the savage imperial troops who fought until they were exterminated. Thus deaths and woundings among Okinawans by American action had occurred either in the immediate proximity of Imperial troops or from artillery and long-range naval guns that were only intermittently monitored by forward or aerial observers. But what would be the reaction by individual American soldiers and Marines on the home islands once it became obvious that they were being attacked by civilians, not sporadically as in the Vietnam War, or rarely as more recently in Iraq, but on a consistent, systematic basis? It was the militarists who controlled the Japanese government, until loyalty to the chrysanthemum throne, coupled with the ability to save face and their own skins that the atom bomb offered, finally compelled them to lay down their arms. Before, some among Japan's military had worried that the United States might drag out the war and thus force them to use up precious supplies just by maintaining their armies in readiness. That this fear appeared to be unfounded was supported by the plain evidence of both the Pacific buildup and monitored Western press reports that the Americans desired to end the war quickly through an invasion, and held open the hope that massive U.S. casualties would prompt a negotiated settlement. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, however, the militarists were presented with the frightful possibility that the Americans might well deny them battle on ground of their choosing, Japan itself, and just simply drop atom bombs as the military stood helplessly by. They had no way of knowing that General Marshall now advocated that the nuclear bombing of one city after another be abandoned in favor of tactical use during an invasion that the Japanese bitter enders now feared would not happen. Up until the atomic bombings, and for some militarists even after, they were deadly earnest in their belief that every man, woman, and child in Japan were human explosives who would throw themselves beneath the enemy tanks. And the Japanese people knew that these were not empty words to imbue the Bushido spirit into the populace. Said one Japanese scholar after the war, "The brave talk about holding off the enemy with bamboo spears turned out not to be just rhetoric. It was to be a martial virtue born of necessity." Concurrent with the massive mobilization of new combat formations and transfer of the last veteran Kwantung divisions from Manchuria, refer to Chapter 3, had come a series of laws, official decrees, guidance manuals, and public announcements under the National Resistance Program, the motto of which was "Every citizen a soldier." The duties and objectives of this force were outlined in the Ketsugo Plan and made it clear that the better trained and equipped internal resistance, guerrilla formations, were to draw on Home Guard units, not only for logistical and other support, but also as human cannon fodder when push came to shove with the invasion forces. The internal resistance and Home Guard. The main purpose of internal resistance, guerrilla operations, and the Home Guard, referring mainly to the guarding of everything in the country, is to annihilate the enemy, to remove various obstacles in the execution of the war, to help in the operations, and at the same time to preserve the national sovereignty by uniting the government and the people, and by completing the general arming of the nation with the army as the nucleus. Internal resistance. The main purpose of internal resistance in the event of invasion by landing airborne units is to hinder the movements of the enemy by raiding and spying, by hindering, concealment and bivouacking, by cutting off supplies, and at the same time by dissipating the enemy's strength. As a rule, internal resistance will be used to meet the following circumstances. Moreover, it will conform to the direction of the operation and plan and prepare the disposition of all the necessary items. When our operational force cannot distribute any troops, or when our troops are few. When leading the internal activity against small operations. When changing over to internal resistance after failing to win a quick victory at the front. The internal resistance force will not only utilize the various home guard units, but also will use the civilian defense organizations with a portion of the field army